larger. Larger.
Vision.
Larger.
Por la calle pero no me será una gabriela, un eclipse de una estela. Ir a meterla en el barrio, una pasarela será la otra novela, dos en la carretera afuera. Yo solo rompo, me compro otro. Yo solo rompo, me compro otro. Choque en Toronto, loco. Todos siguen roto. Choque en Toronto, loco. Todos siguen roto. Yo solo rompo, me compro otro. Yo solo rompo, me compro otro. Choque en Toronto, loco. Todos siguen roto. Choque en Toronto, loco. Todos siguen roto.
Los cortos que hicimos en el tateo quemado. Quedado, los cortos que hicimos en la calle dejado.
Dame mi cuarto. Tirado por la avenida, se me pone china. Un boy tirado por la avenida, me ves y la piel se me pone china.
Life hands you bad lemons, try and make lemonade. Easy on the sugar cane, switch it to agave. Gave it all I had left, I can't do agape. My conditions written out, take it up with God, hey.
You can pay me for my time though, and it all on the high note. I don't like to say goodbye, found out I'm probably Irish. Deep down, feeling down, hold a smile like a saga. Seeking answers, all I found is you can't tell me what's good. You can't tell me what's good for me. You can't tell me what's good for me. You can't tell me what's.
If everybody jump right now with the world crack, feel the bang in your head like it's whiplash. Can you feel that? All this back and forth to be free. But you can't tell me what's good for me.
If everybody jump right now with the world crack, feel the bang in your head like it's whiplash. Do you feel that? All this back and forth to be free. You can't tell me what's good for me. You can't tell me what's good for me. You can't tell me what's good.
Told myself I'd save the world, speaking like a prophet did. Shifts to build like stranger things, upside down and overwhelmed. Chaos just to set you free, chaos just to set you free. Deep down, still in doubt, hold a smile like it's all good. Seeking answers, all I found is you. Look, man, I don't know nothing. I don't know nothing either. All I know, I'm doing what's right for me. That might not be right for you. You can't tell me what's good for me. You can't tell me what's good for me. You can't tell me what's good for me. You can't tell me what's good. You can't tell me what's good for me. You can't tell me what's good for me. You can't tell me what's good. If everybody jump right now with the world crack. Feel the bang in your head like it's whiplash. Can you feel that? All this back and forth to be free. Cause you can't tell me what's good for me. If everybody jump right now with the world crack. Feel the bang in your head like it's whiplash. Can you feel that? All this back and forth to be free. Cause you can't tell me what's good for me. You can't tell me what's good for me. You can't tell me what's good.
Nadie nos para, tenemos el mere que tenga como la copa cabana, la candela y la pana, tiene sazón, flow latinoamericana, tanguea toda la semana, Y la soltera, dime dónde están, y la soltera, dime dónde están. Estamos aquí, 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 estamos aquí. Estamos pendientes. Discúlpame si yo te topandi. Ella te respeta como Candy. Y tienen la Fendi de una panty. Ah, con miñeri. Estamos pendientes. Discúlpame si yo te topandi. Ella te respeta como Candy. Y tienen la Fendi de una panty. Ah, panty. Ah, panty. Ah, y tienen la Fendi de una panty. Ah, panty. Ah, panty. Ah, y tienen la Fendi de una panty. Ah, panty. Ah, panty. Ah, y tienen la panty. Ah, y tienen la panty. Soltera, dime dónde están. Y la soltera, dime dónde están. Estamos aquí, 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 estamos aquí.
This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy and other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
Today, our final 4 teams becomes a top 3. One team will move on to the grand final, and one will have their dreams of lifting a trophy fade away. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Day 7 of Masters Madrid, coming at you live from the Madrid Arena. I'm Golden Boy, and I missed your face, and I'm glad that we're back here again to share these amazing moments together. Of course, we have Mimi.
He thinks he's Mr. Rogers.
Oh, I mean, look. Someone's got to do it.
You do have the red jacket.
Spread some positivity out there in the world.
I think you should sing a song for the next intro.
Well, if I must, I will. But
Maybe
I won't
not.
right now.
I've changed my mind.
I like it. Don't be rude. I like it. I think you're a great
Chrissy
singer.
told me I could be a singer.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
That's all I'm saying.
I
guys.
believe her.
She knows about music
She
more than we do.
actually does.
Musicologist, famously.
Yeah, that's a class. Okay,
It is,
interesting.
yeah, I took
All
it, actually.
Well, let's go ahead and talk about what we saw yesterday, because we had some kickoff clashes. You see, we did some rematches because we're gluttons for punishment. We had PRX versus Gen.G
Speak for
to
yourself.
start things off. And, well, I mean, speaking of gluttons for punishment, PRX was certainly feeling the blunt of that one because Gen.G were on fire, Mimi.
You know it's a bad day when PRX is the team getting knifed for them, right? But Gen.G came out here, they played excellently. They utterly rolled over PRX. Then we got into the second game, which was an absolute banger. Honestly, either of these teams could have won. It came down to like some 1 second off diffuses going one way or another on Sunset for Sen to close out.
Yeah, exactly. Adaptation on top of adaptation, and I feel like it set the bar for what we expect for the rest of the tournament, right?
Yeah.
Especially coming into today, knowing that one of the teams is going to be sent home.
Yeah, it's, you know, look, it's a sad thing. Obviously, it goes without saying, but I think we're in for a treat here today. Coming up, we got 2 fantastic matches that are going to be kicking things off here with the upper final. It's going to be Gen.G taking on the Sentinels, and the winner will move on straight to Sunday's grand final. We'll talk more about that in a little bit. And then, of course, we got lower bracket action. We're going to check out a clash between PRX and Loud, which that's going to be another fun one. Very explosive, but of course, the loser is going to be going home.
Yeah, one new match, one rematch. Both of these, I think, are bound to be bangers. Already seeing a team go home will be ridiculous, though. Also, getting our first squad in the finals is going to mean so much for whoever can win today.
But especially for Gen.G, if they manage to make it into a first international event and then having a run and literally not lose a match before making it to finals, I think that it sets the bar for the rest of the year very high for them.
Yeah. Also, how freaking awesome would it be? Gen.G shows up, first tournament of the year.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't want to say anything, or else Achilles is
Don't
going to
jinx
kill me. So we're just going to leave it as it is. But you know where I was going with it. Ooh. The lights turned on over here. All right, that's pretty dope.
I like the purple. Can we have it back?
Let's just go ahead and take a quick pause for the cause here. Let you know that you can scan a little QR code that's going to pop up on your screen. Trust me, I know you have your phone in your hand right now, buddy. So just go ahead, scan the thing. Participate in our Mastercard fan poll. We want to know which team is going to be the first one to make it to the grand final. Is it going to be Gen.G or will it be Sentinel? So, AKA, who gonna win? Make sure you let us know and get vocal about it. Also, you can use those hashtags VALORANT Masters, or VCT, so we can feature your stuff on the broadcast. I don't want to get into predictions here, guys, but
I don't want to jinx anything.
I don't want to get into it.
you don't want to get into it?
I'm not
Want to get
jinxing.
into it?
Nope.
Okay, all right.
No.
Nope.
These are the analysts, by the way. All right, well, earlier, I sat down with the Sentinels Brain Trust, Coach Kaplan and John QT, for a quick game to test their mind, their skill, their hand-eye coordination. It was amazing. It was incredible.
It was Jenga.
No, we can't say
It was
that.
just Jenga.
Just throw it to
You're
the video.
hyping it up too much.
Just throw it to the video. Can't use that word.
The J word.
Good evening, or good afternoon, or good morning. Honestly, I have no idea when this is going to air. But hello, everyone. We're actually going to do some really fun stuff here. I got Coach Kaplan. I have John Quite Talented, a.k.a. John Cutie. And we're going to play some indiscriminate wood block topple game. Yeah, because, you know, can't really say that one out loud. Good news is, though, each time you guys pull a block, there's going to be a question on it. And you guys are going to ask each other the question. And you may be wondering to yourself, why are you here, Alex? Well, I don't know. Good news is, I'm still getting paid either way. So let's do this bad boy. All right. Oh, almost broke it. Who wants to go first? You want rock, paper, scissors?
He can go first.
Coach, okay, he
Lead away.
defers to us elders. I like that. He's a good one.
Yeah.
All right.
Any block, huh?
Any block. And it's
Block.
not like official rules, so you can tap around, you know? We got to fill this time somehow.
Yeah.
All right, let's see what we get here.
All right. What would you want to do if you weren't in esports?
Ooh, that's a good question.
I mean, I was studying engineering before I left school for esports. I mean, it wasn't the most enjoyable experience, though.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe something in sports.
Something in sports.
Yeah.
Okay, what about you? What have you
Probably go for therapy.
Okay, yeah.
Nice
I mean, I
private
still probably
practice.
would be employed at GameStop, so I think it all worked out.
I meant become a therapist, but I would also
Oh, okay,
need
never mind.
therapy if I would, both.
I misheard that,
Both.
and it was even better.
No, I would need the therapy no matter what.
Okay, that's fair.
After esports, it's a bit too real. Yeah.
All right, your turn. Let's see what you got. Now, John, you said you're not
Yeah.
the best at this,
Yeah, I'm not.
but I believe in you.
I don't have much practice. I might be just the ethical player and just pick the one on top.
No, you can't do good. Just go around here.
What if I do? What about this?
Yeah, use your engineering skills. Oh, that's a toughie. But you're doing it, baby.
Am I?
I think. I mean, at this point, you got to commit. There you go.
Oh, damn. Alright, shower in the morning or shower at night?
In the morning, for sure. Yeah,
Okay.
wakes you right up.
Okay.
And then at night, why bother?
Why-
You're just gonna have to shower in the morning anyway. The hair's gonna be a mess.
I actually agree with that. I agree with that quite
Yeah,
a bit.
you deal with that a lot, obviously.
Yeah, because I lose, the hair just falls off in the evening too, right? It just keeps going. So, ideally, just wait for the morning, wipe it all off. What about you? Morning? Evening?
Yeah, morning for sure.
Okay, I respect that. All right, let's go. Let's go, Cap. What we got? Oh, going for the middle. A bold man. Is that a tough one? Or is that,
I think he has a strat.
Yeah, it's
It's like a strat.
What is the best map in the game?
Damn, that's a tough question. I always get this question. I can never get an answer for it. But if I had to choose, I say split.
Oh,
For no
that's pretty
particular reason.
No particular reason. Yeah, don't look too much into it. Okay, split. All right, yeah. Okay, all right. Let's John. Let's see. Let's get another one. I want you to try and go for a really tough one.
Actually,
I want to see if you can make it topple.
what's a tough one though? That's the issue. I can't tell.
Oh, this one, right? Try any of this row here.
Okay. I heard the middle one is the play these days.
Yeah, that one actually is. Oh.
It's not loose though. It's terrifying.
Yeah. Oh. Ah.
I got the touch.
It's got the touch.
If you could, well, I think the question is just wrong.
Let me
I think
see.
if you could take an agent's
Powers.
there's a word.
Oh, okay. If you could take an agent's
Yeah.
powers, whose would it be?
That is a tough one. Yori would probably be useful. Place the TPs, be efficient, no LA traffic.
Oh, actually, yes, base. Okay.
Finish work, drop a TP off.
Okay.
Well, I guess you'd still have to drive. Anyway.
Yeah. Let's do one more.
Okay.
Let's see. Oh, you should go for this one. I want to see.
Right here?
I want to see you just
Oh
send
man.
it. Oh, it's close. It's in there.
Wow.
The man's. I mean, magic
A
hands.
professional.
Kaplan, magic hands, Kaplan.
Who on your team could you beat in a 1v1?
Now, are we talking about
What kind of
in game or a
1v1?
fist fight?
Both.
Oh, I think fist fight would be everyone but Jordan. Zelsis. he has that dog in him.
He does. does.
Dangerous.
Okay.
In game, I'm a pretty confident guy.
Okay.
I'll take anyone, honestly.
Ooh.
I'll take anyone.
That's what I like to hear.
What about you?
I think I could take Tyson, and I think Zach. I got a couple months left. He's been hitting the gym.
Yeah, no, you got to get him
I
right
think I
now.
could, yeah.
Attack while you have the opportunity. I totally agree with that. You know what? I'm going to try just one here real fast. See, I believe in the strategy of going for the really, let's see.
So aggressive. He's so
Yeah, you
bold.
see, look
I'm
at this.
getting
Look at this.
anxiety.
Look at this angle. Whoa! What are the chances of that happening? And this one says, buy the Sen bundle. Oh, man. What are the chances of that one? Guys, I want to thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it. This was super fun. Best of luck in the tournament. Have all the fun out here in Madrid, and I'll catch you guys later, all right?
All right.
Catch you soon.
Thanks for having us. Bye.
Gotta say, it was a fun time playing indiscriminate topple block game with my friends.
That we would never say the name of.
We
That is-
will
that has
never.
no name. It's a game we invented for the show.
Ever in a million years. Isn't that right, Mimi?
Yeah.
Anyway, now let's go ahead and jump into our first match of the day. No more funnies for now. It's going to be Pacific #1 seed Gen.G facing off against the America's numero uno seed of Sentinels. And this is going to be a big match. And there are a lot of implications here because the winner will get a massive advantage. You get to just go to the finals on Sunday. You also get 2 map bans. That's massive, Kukuka, as we've seen in the past.
A couple of bans, knowing how big the map pools are for some of the teams and how strong they are in other ones. Plus, getting that extra rest that they haven't been getting throughout the tournament. We've heard some complaints. I think it's going to be massive.
Yeah, I mean, you see this tweet from Kaplan. He's obviously very fired up to get that day off.
But yeah,
after how hard they've been working, after how many kind of matches in a row. But this is
they don't care about them bans.
It's the same for Gen.G, right? Like, those guys have also had a long run to get here. So that day off, that double ban, I mean, it's kind of the make or break in a grand finals. It's such a huge advantage. So both these teams are going to be putting everything out there today.
And also for the mental and the expectations of people, for you to come up out as the seed #1, but also having a clean, you know, some maps here and there, but a clean run overall to make it to the finals, of course, is a statement on it.
Yeah, for sure. And what I think is really fascinating too is both of these teams have, you know, similar-ish journeys, you know, obviously putting that work in, but really I think what's really standing out for me, Mimi, is just the fundamentals of these both teams. Phenomenal.
Yeah, their fundamentals, I think they clearly have the 2 best in the tournament right now. The way that these teams coordinate, the way in the late round, you'll see them kind of take that pause to set up a double swing, set up a play together is excellent. But they also both have this similarity in that they're not just wildly structured teams, right? You see both of these teams having players that will be given the freedom to take over the map, be it Charon, be it Tens. They'll take the risks when they need to, and I think that's the style that has won both of these squads all of the close games that they've been playing. Being able to play structured against the looser teams and being able to take risks when you need to.
But that's the flexibility, right? That's what you need to make it further into the tournament. We know that Sentinels has been able to take down EMEA, but it hasn't been since 2021 that they won against a Pacific team, right, in VCT. Thanks to the off-season, they were able to play against PRX and HyperX, but here, in the bigger stage, in VCT, it's been 3 years since they take up an opponent with, you know, I think it's also different because this is not the Pacific team that we're used to getting, so very high stakes for today.
Yeah, and I think that the difference between them, while they have the similarities in really good structure and really good synergy between the players, they play very different compositions. They have very different ideas. Gen.G plays a lot of like old Valorant. They're still rocking with the double duelist on split. They still play a very Pacific style, even if it is more well structured than maybe their friends over at HyperX. Whereas Sentinels has implemented a lot of new stuff. They're running Gecko KO. They're running a lot of crazy different
Part of that is the changes, right? And who they bring into the roster. They got guys like John QT that really are, I think, like really shaping the identity, Kukuka, of this team.
Yeah, exactly. When we talk about the flexibility, the fundamentals, and how everything is working in that fluidity, we have to talk about John QT. And it's not only the individual plays that definitely are there, and we see in every single match, is the fact that he is able to translate everything that happens in scrims. You know how we always say, oh, if the teams play that, they play it on scrims, they played it on stage, it will be crazy. But you can see it in the vibes and how everybody is responding, even to the rounds that they lose. I feel like this Sentinel squad is going to be on top.
Simply put, they don't win against Loud if they don't have John QT winning as many clutches as he did. He won a ridiculous amount of late rounds for this squad, and that's even discounting the calling he came up with too. And I mean, what's ludicrous about this guy is it's his first global event that he's ever attended. Last year, he was 2 maps away from making it to the Ascension finals, and now he's a game away from making it to the finals of a Masters stage. In his first year as a Tier 1 player, John QT has immediately proved his worth.
We cannot take him as a rookie because, of course, as you're saying, that experience is definitely there. But if we go back to the match that he has played in VCT, this is his 11th. This guy is just starting. If you're like what you're seeing, this is the early steps. This is how it all begins for John QT.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, guys. There is so much really to break down, so much to discuss. Thankfully, though, we're not the only ones here. We got Mika Fabs, who actually had an opportunity to catch up with Sentinel's very own duelist, the one and only Zek. And you see him on screen. Mika, what you got?
Hey, Zekin. How are you feeling about today?
Feeling good.
Yeah, feeling good. Well, you're one of the superstars of this tournament. Everybody's saying that, and you're shaking your head, but it's true. Everybody's calling you one of the best duelists of the event, if not the best duelist. How do you feel now going up against Texture and potentially Meteor for this match?
Texture and Meteor are definitely very strong duelists, and it's going to be fun to go up against them, but I'm also really confident in my play right now, and I think it's going to be a fun matchup.
Yeah, I think so too, so excited to see it. All right, good luck.
And, you know, look, Zekin is going to have a tall task ahead of him today. I mean, this kid's had so many challenges laid out in front of him, Kukuka, but today, my guy's running up against Texture, and this is going to be a fun one to watch unfold.
Hear me out. Out of the four teams that we have standing still in the tournament, Zekken is top on ACS, ADR, and first kill per round. Like the impact that he gets, and this is also having some maps where he's not the star, okay? Because we're talking about Sentinels and going up against Texture, another one of the duelists that we have seen pop off in this competition. I think it's going to be very complicated to keep the pace on the two of them.
But the difference between them, despite both being young stars showing up to the global stage and going absolutely insane, is the agents they're playing. Zekken has been the best Raze player of the event, while Texture has clearly been the best Jet player
what
of
would
the
you say
event.
defines them in different styles and quality?
I mean, I think a lot of that comes down to what agents they play, right? Zekken does so much around his nades, his boombots, how he's implementing stuff with his team, how he's comboing utility. You see how much of a role he has with his util in the post plants. Whereas Texture, I think, plays a lot more of a traditional dive duelist role, right? Where he's always first in, he's always hard entering, he's playing Jet. Zekken is I think, more of a team player, but that's not a slight at Texture, because the way he plays has clearly worked incredibly well too.
Yeah, exactly. To me, the definition of Gen.G is the quiet kind of effort. It's literally like a motivational quote of work in silence, you will see the results and everybody else would see.
That is perfect, actually.
Yeah.
Right? Because they've made it here. Who would have thought that Gen.G was one step away from making the finals in the fashion that they did it? And it's what you're saying, Mimi. It's on the fundamentals and probably the way that they play the game in a very structured way and how we would see it a couple of years ago, but they managed to evolve it into countering what we see today.
I think the difference as well is that Sentinels is a lot more flashy with their utility. They're playing these comps with a lot of combos, with a lot of new Valorant that really gets your brain excited. You want to open up Valoplant when you watch them play. Whereas I think that Gen.G, it really reminds me of kind of what Korea's always been in this game. Incredible implementation of not the craziest ideas, but just executing on it incredibly well.
Yeah, and I think also, too, it speaks volumes to the fact that, you got rookies on each side of the field, right? But you also have some veterans. You have some big matchups that are happening here. Like, for example, I think a really good one to highlight here would be Karen versus Tens, which I think was very fun because you got yourself, hey, look at that. It's almost like we planned it. What I love about this particular matchup is you got a rookie and Karen coming into this one, really shocking us all and impressing us all, Kukuka. But then you have Tens reinventing himself in a way that has made him not just a team player, but an impact player as well.
Yeah, I think that this head-to-head is brilliant to look at because of what you're saying, the individual performance. I think that Karen has been the key to a lot of their success, especially when we talk about the comparison and how they implement the duelist and everything. I think that he's deadly. No matter what side he's playing, he has a lot of impact and he will find any possible hole in the other team's structure to get a first kill, to just put himself in a situation of empowerment.
And on the other side, Tens for me is the most fun player to watch right now.
Yeah.
When he plays Omen like nobody else. Not
I want to
even
be
like
the best
Karen.
Roman like him when I grow up.
Yeah, he's a terrible influence on any Omen player in your rankings because he's teleporting forward. He's in these double dive rounds with Zekken. In the late rounds, he's repositioning in clutches. It's so ingrained in his mind how he wants to use his utility. It just looks seamless when you watch him play.
Times they are changing. The fact that we're probably talking about the two most impactful smokers, and it's Karen and Tens. Especially if we take less out of the question, if we think of him more as a Sentinel, playing on the Viper. But yeah, even when Tens is not playing on that Omen, the way that, for example, yesterday he was playing on the KO and playing with a lot of the utility of the opponent to his own benefit is what's going to set the difference today between Sentinels and Gen.G.
We're really seeing these playmakers have such a profound role in these lineups here. Thankfully, we got some opportunities to speak with some of the members over at Gen.G. We had Karen actually standing by with Mika Fabs.
Hey Karen, annyeonghaseyo. Of course, this is a very important match for you, and you are just about months into your professional Valorant career. So where do you get the confidence to go up against superstars like Tens on the other side?
Buy the Gen.G bundle.
I totally understand that. That makes sense, yeah.
I've had enough of bundles. I've had enough.
You're bundled out?
I'm all bundled out. I have no more bun left to bundle.
You have no more bun to dull.
Yeah.
There you go.
I would have liked it better if you would have said, buy the Gen.G bundle, the better bundle, you know?
You know what, though, guys? I can't get this feeling that we have to find ways to agree or disagree? Whoa, looks like we got a game. That's right, folks. It's time to play. Agree to disagree. It's actually
What a
the
segue.
name of the game. I mean, look, I'm
Can you
trying
explain
over
what
here.
the segment is about?
All right, guys. So here's the
wonder.
thing. Here's the thing. I'm gonna read some spicy statements.
And I wonder
okay?
what we're going to do with those statements.
And then what we're gonna do, mira, ay,
Oh.
Dios mío, ay. Okay, there we go. We got signs. All right, we got signs handcrafted that we flew all the
Yes,
way
wait
from
to the airport.
Americas.
Sorry.
Yeah. All right, so
Famous location, Americas.
yeah, famous one only location, only one. All right, let's go ahead and check out our first one, and it's all relating to the games today. So, Loud is going to make a lower bracket run. Agree or disagree? Chat, make sure you play with us as well. We want to hear from you. Strongly agree and
Strongly
agree.
agree.
I want to know
Yeah.
what the agree
GB,
is
I want you to
about.
hold up your sign, too.
Well,
Hear me out.
America's biased
you're
stats.
so-
Isn't that just sad to see?
I look. I mean, come on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead. You explain first, Ben.
Yeah, exactly. Because you two very strongly
Very
agree.
biased.
I can
You
understand. I can
impartial.
understand one. I can say one. But PRX is the kind of team that might come up with a surprise. We all know that. We've been there. Do not forget. You know, history is set to repeat itself.
Fair.
And I feel like Loud
Fair.
definitely
Fair.
has a way to get back into the match. But based off on yesterday, PRX might be in that downside, but we
Yeah.
know that they won't go down just because they've been kicked a little. So I agree. I just don't strongly agree.
I rate Loud and Gen.G at about the same level right now, and I don't think PRX is there in their current form.
Okay.
I think the match is going to be a very close. I would kind of put it up to almost a coin flip, but I lean towards Loud's experience here, which is
Yeah.
why I believe that they're going to be the ones to come
I'll
at
tell
that
you what,
lower
though.
bracket.
I wouldn't know what to do with my hands, my body, or nothing if PRX walks out with the
I mean,
dub
but the
here
thing is,
today.
it's PRX.
It's possible.
It's
That's the thing.
PRX.
That's why I didn't strongly
It's-
agree.
And
it's
if
possible.
the script is real, they have to get second place again.
Oh,
so
the script. Oh, Brendan's Eye Show. All right, well, let's go ahead and check out our second one. It's
Okay.
going to be Forsaken will break the record for most aces globally today. He's 2 aces away from doing that. Do we think he's going to do it? Agreed. Okay, come on.
As someone who just loves good Valorant, I really hate to see aces because it really shows that the gameplay is degraded.
Okay.
No.
Okay. and you disagree?
Oh, Mimi, you know what? Live your truth. I
I'm living
strongly
it. I'm living
disagree. I think that the level for both of these teams is too high for that to happen. Somebody, and just based on those fundamentals,
Yeah.
just based on
She's
those
spitting.
fundamentals, he will be traded off sooner than he gets the ace.
also,
Yeah.
if he gets greedy for it, they'll throw another like 5v4
Just saying,
started
guys.
around.
Just saying, it could happen. Pistol
It could
rounds.
happen if
Yeah.
someone
Go
was
round.
going to
That's
do
why
it.
Mimi went on the.
I'm just saying, my guy pops
That's
off.
why I was on both sides.
Yeah.
Hey, right, look at you. Okay, now this next one is going to be a fun one, all right? Gen.G have a good chance to win their first major title at this event. How do we feel?
But, Loud,
I mean-
Sentinels, Gen.G, I think they're all in such similar form. I think it's so close. I favor Sentinels, but I think it's very possible for Gen.G to win today.
I struggle with this statement because I would rate it mild, you know?
Yeah.
Like, I think that
Sure.
any result for Gen.G after making it to here is already good enough. And even if they don't get the
But
title
what
of
sign
winners,
do you have?
No, come on.
Boo.
Agree.
I know, I mean, I yelled at her for that, so to be
I
fair.
already got yelled at. It's time,
No, it's time for
trickle
me to
it
yell
down.
at you.
Yeah.
Okay. Trickle down yelling. Okay.
That works famously.
I
have a
am
good chance, yeah.
going to go with disagree,
Okay.
unfortunately. I do think that the reason why I'm not saying strongly disagree is only because there's always that possibility in my mind, especially with how they've been playing. But I just feel like Sentinels is really just feeling
I'm
it right
kind of
now.
a
It's scary.
turncoat here.
You're a turncoat.
I think the map pool works well for Sentinels today, especially they're almost
Yeah.
guaranteed to get to
Yeah.
play Split or Sunset. I think both those maps are going to be a gimme for them, and I really see it being highly likely for them to pick up another in the pool. And then I think
I agree with that one.
the team who wins this match today, is so likely to win the grand finals. Because
Yeah.
as we already discussed,
Totally.
Yeah.
double ban, extra prep time, that is so important. I think it's unlikely, but it's nowhere near impossible, especially if they win today.
All right, so we have time for a fourth one.
Okay.
This one would have been on the chopping
little
block.
treat.
Nice.
But I'm curious, so let's see what we end up getting, all right? The finals will be a regional rematch. Whoa! I mean, but which way? I mean, I think I know the way,
Which
but
way?
No,
do you
no.
think?
You said regional rematch. You didn't say what way. So strongly agree. Either one or
It's
or the
wait,
other.
it's a 50% chance.
Yeah.
It's 50% chance
Yeah.
either right or wrong.
Oh boy.
Wait, is
no,
that how
but-
percentages work? Chat, is this
Yes.
true?
That's exactly how it works. I know a lot about numbers. I strongly agree. I think that especially Sentinels, after the pressure that they were put on yesterday, having such a strong start, making it into 2 overtimes and being able
Here's
to...
your American visa. Congratulations.
Oh, thank you very much. This is my green card?
Yeah. It's your green sign. I don't know if that's how that works.
Give it to
I
me,
know
Alex.
this is all
What
over the
it?
place because they said that they were going to go on a run, but
Me, when I contradict my... Honestly, based. It's so close.
if there's one thing hosts are great at, it's contradicting ourselves on a regular
that's
basis. So the reason why is because I would like to see a non-regional matchup. This is more what I want versus what I think will happen.
But hear me out. We're getting, right now, today, we're getting Seed 1 versus Seed 1 and Seed 2 versus Seed 2. Is
Correct.
that not good enough?
It is.
Nothing's
it is.
ever good enough for him.
You
I
know,
don't know what that
I'm
means.
just... You guys are going to break me. This is too much for me to handle. Okay, folks, we asked you earlier in the day, well, just like a couple minutes ago, Mastercard fan poll, and the question was, who do you think's going to be going to the grand
Sentinels
finals?
will never lose a fan poll.
Yeah, I feel like, you know...
You hear that? That's people cheering for Sentinels winning
Yeah,
the fan poll.
I'll take the 71 though. That's pretty strong. But I do think though, if we kind of remove the funnies from it for a second, it does make a lot of sense, right? I mean, Kukuka, what we've been seeing from this Sentinels team has been so impressive. The way that they've been able to put this lineup together and really not just find an identity, but find camaraderie, I think has just been so awesome to watch.
I strongly agree.
I also strongly agree.
With what you're saying, completely based, Alex. But hear me out. I think that for today, I'm going to double down on Gen.G is doing a quiet round. They're literally the motivational quote. They want to keep the expectations. As I said, any further that they can take it is already a huge win for them. But I want to see them take it further.
All right, well, let's go ahead and find out where we're going to be playing. And, well, let's go ahead and take a listen in for our map selection.
Welcome to Map Select presented by OMEN. Both of these teams came into this match with the same seed and the same record. So therefore, it was a coin flip that was done before this that ended up being Sentinels Team A, Gen.G Team B. So we will jump into the pick ban phase. Sentinels, your first ban.
Ban Icebox.
Ban Icebox, your ban.
Ban Sunset.
Sunset, map number 1 from Sentinels.
Pick Split.
Split, side on Split.
Attack.
Attack, and map number 2.
Lotus.
Lotus, side on Lotus.
Attack.
Attack. All right, next set of bans sitting with Sentinels. You have Ascent, Bind, and Breeze.
Ban Ascent.
Ban Ascent, your ban, you have Bind and Breeze.
Ban Bind.
Ban Bind, map number 3 by default is going to be Breeze, Sentinel, side on Breeze.
Attack.
Attack. All right, good luck to you both.
Thank you. Good luck.
A lot of deliberation there. We don't have a lot of time, but I want to break this down real fast. Split, first map.
They had to pick their poison. Sunset or
Yeah.
Split. Sunset is a map Gen.G plays way less of. I think Split is going to be so hard for them to win. If they're to win this series, Gen.G, it has to go to Breeze.
Yeah, exactly. And when we talk about knowing the teams, knowing the fundamentals, a split comp with the double duelist is something that you need to know to a T.
Yes.
We've also had some show-ins of it, and if the preparation is there, I think that this overall takes a bit of an edge for Sentinels.
Lotus is the pick of Gen.G, but it's still a scary map. Both these teams play that same standard Fnatic comp with the Fade, with the Raze, and honestly, they both execute on it incredibly well. I think they're the two strongest teams on that map that are still left in the tournament. So that's kind of a coin flip.
Splits.
This is going to be such a tough series for Gen.G.
It's going to be tough, but it's definitely, if I could choose just two maps to see these two teams play in it, it would have definitely been Split and Lotus.
Yeah.
I know that Sunset was out of the question.
Yeah, well, it looks like we got our gift, and this is going to be incredible. But folks, let's get this show on the road because we have great matches on the table. It's grand finals on the line. Gen.G versus Sentinels, PRX versus Loud. Day 7 of Masters Madrid starts right now.
Hello everyone and welcome to day 6 of Masters Madrid.
It feels amazing to have a tournament like this, like VALORANT Master, right near my home. I dream about this and now it's real. I'm so excited.
There is no chance, there is no hope. Sentinels, inevitable. Zen look incredible here to take their appointment with Gen.G in the upper finals.
I feel good about our win against Loud. I think as a team we played really good overall, and I think we showed a good version of ourselves.
There's no chance. There's no chance whatsoever. Gen.G 13-9. It's on to the upper final.
뭐 사실 세계 대회에서 이렇게 성적을 좋게 내본 적도 없고 그리고 작년까지만 해도 세계 대회라는 것을 밟아본 적이 없기 때문에
Gen.G, they play very slow and methodical, but at the same time they have very individually talented players.
이제 새로 리빌딩이 되면서 이제 팀원들과 친해지려고 노력을 많이 했고
Gen.G definitely look like a tough opponent, but if people can't stop us, that's not our problem.
그리고 우리가 만약 이긴다면 젠지 번들을 꼭 사길 바란다.
Where are you guys from?
From Madrid.
From Madrid, yeah.
From Spain. Sentinels. We are supporting Sentinels.
Yeah.
I'm PRX.
Jason Susanto, he's the GOAT. What do you think of his beatboxing? It's really good, actually.
When we go our bracket, no matter we win or lose, we will like improve very fast. And hopefully in lower bracket, we will show you guys on our improvements.
Ir pra lower bracket é difícil, deve ser frustrante pra vocês assistirem, assim como é pra gente perder um jogo tão close. Mas faz parte, somos humanos, a gente também erra. A gente vai consertar tudo que a gente fez de errado nesse jogo pra tentar ganhar a PRX.
Lotus is a bit like us. They're really strong. They're also creative.
Come on! Wow, just can't lose!
A gente já venceu times com esse estilo de jogo, então a gente vai saber lidar com eles.
For Loud, I'm just gonna go all in this match, and I hope you guys enjoy our W gaming.
Vamos Loud!
Vamos Loud! Go PRX! Mark my words, PRX for the winning!
Bienvenidos a Madrid. Eso no.
Sentinels.
No confiaron, pero míralo. Llego con los míos y le grado explota. Le di la razón al que me quiso ver bien. Lo soñé en mi habitación y ahora en primera me ven. No te hablo del avión. Vine por mi cinturón.
Gen.G.
No confiaron, pero míralo. Llego con los míos y la grada explota.
A grand final spot is on the line, as well as history. Both teams looking to do something massive for their organizations. For Sentinels, it's about going back to championship form and fighting for a crown yet again. And for Gen.G, it's not just about establishing Pacific as a strong region, Kukuka.
Yep.
It's about Gen.G establishing themselves as a top-tier team in Valorant.
Exactly, Alex. Seed 1 is no longer enough. Both of these teams want the first spot in the grand finals. They want to be the top one out of the entire world. And of course, the journeys have been a bit different and so similar at the same time, Mimi.
The last time that Sentinels played a Korean team in the upper finals of an international event, it was over 1,000 days ago. Sen won that. They went on to win Valorant's first international LAN and haven't made it back to a final since. So much about this team has changed since then. Only TenZ remains, but he's a completely new player from the star-locking Jet way back when. The difference as well for Gen.G is wild. Back then, it was solo, playing alongside Lakia, who he's now coaching. They lost that match. It was the deepest the Korean team has ever gotten. They have a chance to make up for that again today against this new Sentinels.
Crazy. I mean, when you set the stage and you really think about how this has all come together, it is absolutely mind-blowing. The fact that Sentinels, a team that people were clowning on, and now they are the top of the mountain. Gen.G, I feel people were forgetting about them, and this is their opportunity.
To some point, people are still forgetting because we have seen the miraculous runs before. There has been teams that have been breathtaking. EDT last year made us dream.
Yes.
But it was most of it was because of Gangan. They had that one-star player that everybody was looking at. For Gen.G, as I said, it's quiet. It's the group effort. It's actually relying on those fundamentals and how far they can take them. Exactly.
What's crazy is that people are still doubting this team. They've done this run quietly. They haven't gotten the same fan attention as a team like Sentinels. They haven't shocked in that same way, but they have consistently performed and played excellent Valorant throughout. Their players have come out with unbelievable form. Remember Karen, he's a rookie. His first global event. He played his first VCT match this year, and now he's a game away from the finals.
He doesn't care. And that's the wilder part about this as well, because you would think like, oh, the pressure's on, but it feels like for all 10 of these teams, they just feel confident walking onto that stage, and oh boy, it's going to be a good one. But here we go, Split, what we got for the comps?
Gen.G is going into Sentinel's home turf. They have been incredible on this map thus far. Their defense looks indomitable, and Gen.G are playing a very different comp. They go for the double duelists on this map. They're very reliant on Texture and Meteor to be set up for insane individual performances on this double dive. That's how they beat PRX.
Yeah, exactly. And probably one of the reasons why they decide to start on the attack. If they want to start with a strong foot, it has to be throughout very explosive rounds. So watch out, because the retakes for Sentinels have been on point this event.
If Gen.G can beat Sentinels on their best map, there is no denying that this team is ready for a trophy.
Well, folks, this is it. It's now time to figure out who's going to be going to the grand finals. Will it be Sentinels? Will it be Gen.G? We got two excellent casters to tell this story. It's Mitch and Tom.
Thank you so much, Golden Boy, Mimi, and Kukuka. We've got a barn burner of a game here. Sentinels looking to reclaim their former glory, while Gen.G have a serious opportunity to make Korean history.
Well, that's the thing. You look back in the history of Valorant, 1,029 days ago, TenZ sent Newturn down to that lower bracket from the upper final, a chance for a final, and on that team you had Lakia and Coach Solo. A lot has changed since then, but I can tell you now that Lakia will be there looking for revenge. It is a grudge match with so many stories, and we're kicking it off on Sentinel's home turf of Split.
They have been, without a doubt, the best team we've seen on Split in recent memory. Gen.G have a hell of a task, starting it out on their opponent's map pick with Lotus up next, and as we saw in the veto, it'll finish out on Breeze. Gen.G didn't want to pull Bind into the mix. Lakia is probably happy about that. Bad memories from back in the day. As we start out the pistol round, Sentinels on the defensive side, 2 ghosts and a spread defense, but they're looking to crunch on mid after contact. For Gen.G, they've got players outside A and some looking to move into mid. It looks like we're going to have a scrap on our hands.
Yeah, if we've seen anything from this match or this matchup, we know that Gen.G are fantastic at adapting and learning. They played PRX in the regular season on this map, ended up coming back in this tournament and demolishing them on it. Meteor, though, in this round, he's just looking to sell a bit of a ruse, and he has done. A push coming down mid, but the rest of Sentinels are all rotating over towards that B site. Not a member even in the right half of the map.
This is a pistol round that plays out a lot less like a coin flip. Both teams reactively waiting on mid. Nothing happens, so the fake info on A is given away, and the space is taken. Very nicely handled the setup for a post-plant situation. Sentinels send in a dog and some util, though, and they're going to deny the plant altogether. But in the chaos, Texture's able to pick up one, and the nade buys them space. They can secure the site now, get a plant, and look to play after. Meteors also snuck up behind Tens. Didn't matter with Lakia shutting him down, and these other players now locked in towards the spawn. Up top is Zels is alone, but there's still some fight left in Sentinels. They don't want to give this round up just yet.
Yeah, had to be a fallback from Gen.G, not wanting to overextend. Karen still, though, holding on to some control, and they've spotted out Zelsis. They know where both of these players are at this stage, and with the positions they currently hold, it's definitely not going to be easy for the side of Sentinels to get back into this one. Running out of time, need to try and isolate one of these duels, and with the spot already coming in, the rest of the players line up like a firing squad. All left onto Jungkook. He's been fantastic at clutches, but it's not happening this time. Gen.G, they will take the pistol.
And again, just the patience shown by this attacking side. You saw, as we said, Sentinels off rip, look for mid control. They don't get it. The fake is made by Gen.G, making noise on A, taking space, and they walk into B for free. But post-plant, the idea to just send the two players in spawn and they sit there, waiting, running the clock down. Jungkook couldn't go out and fight with his teammate because he's worried about a flank coming up through heaven. This is a really nice pistol round from the side of Gen.G. I do like Sentinel's ideas as well, because they laid a trap. Just Gen.G were too wise to fall into it. Now on the attack side, you know, it's an interesting buy, Tom. I have to say, Texture is surprising me, because I'll talk all day long about the benefits of playing this Outlaw. I just don't expect to see it on the attack that often, but he's found success with it right off rip. Nobody on the defense has shields, so this weapon, even if they have light shields, which they don't, it's still going to be an operator. 2 shots, very fast movement, and a quick reload.
It's a round as well, though, where realistically, nothing really for their opponents to be playing with. Sentinels just saving up for the next round. It does mean that you want to keep it clean. Meteor, the only player that can really go down without being too much of a detriment. And obviously getting that extra information is a decent start. Zeka finding one. That's the spike down for Jungkook as well. This is starting to get worrying.
Well, Texture's down to 13 HP as well. You know, he's pretty much in an even fight regardless of who he takes on. That heal needed to come through. Luckily, there's been some time. As that clock runs down, the health goes back up for Texture, 100 HP. Lakia and Munchkin there to fight with him, but they have to walk into the open to take that spike into a big crossfire in play for Sentinels. Instead, they're going to take some space in heaven, get that little bit of extra space to play with, and here comes a snake bite. It's not gone fully into the corner. Still a nade to play with for Texture, flash for Lakia, but they're caught off guard, and Zels is intense! Pick off both up top! That's a disaster for Gen.G! Now 1-1 after winning the pistol.
Yeah, an instant response with the Mastercard Thrifty, and maybe some jitters for Gen.G, because that was a heavy investment. 4 players with rifles. Already you're seeing the initial duel switch being won, and really isolated fights, like the spike going through the smoke on its own for Karen. That is an uncharacteristic error for someone like him. We've been singing his praises about his positioning, his movement, especially after the switch to OMEN. I felt like he was fantastic. And that is a really rough way to kick off your attack. Rifles now fully bought up on what was meant to be an easy victory. Well, now Sentinels have the same chance.
Gen.G with just a few pistols will struggle immensely on this. Now, we've seen this a couple times, this poison orb thrown up over right at the start of the round from Munchkin. It's causing a lot of problems for that Sentinels defense with the fact that he can slip out to the right side. You're going to need a trap there, which can obviously be broken by some of Texture's utility if he lobs it through. So it's not going to be that consistent. And if you leave it unchecked, well, someone's going to be sneaking through it in some round. You never know when. Always in the back of your mind. Now, the mid-hold, very strong for Sentinels. I don't imagine there's too much trouble. The close range engagement, though, catches Zelsis off and 10-2. Looks like I should have kept my mouth shut. We're all of a sudden in a 5 versus 3. Showstopper popped and fired at random. It doesn't land, but they've got a huge advantage to play with here. Sassy needs to hold strong.
He's in a good position, though. Already dropping a first, but the trade is instantaneous, keeping that huge advantage. What a chaotic start to this map already. The delay already put into position. Munchkin in a good spot, has a teammate alongside him, may not even need it, and it's going to be Mastercard Thrifty straight back. getting their money's worth in the early stages of this game.
They bought hardly anything here again, Tom.
They bought more than Sentinels.
That's true. You know, this is a hell of an argument for the bundle, but there's a few sheriff shots landing there with the classic assists on the back of it. Just absolutely insane to see this in the first 3 rounds. That's back and forth.
That was Zelsis' orb as well that went down, because the other one was thrown in B main.
Yeah, you're right.
So,
you're right.
so that means that he got caught by his own utility. Again, it's an error from either side. Both in the early stages have made mistakes. All right, Tens. That's one hell of a start. They've still got a couple of rifles. It's definitely not the prettiest of buys, but even still, somehow the team with the weaker has got off to a good start.
Well, that's it, because they happen to take the fight up against one of the players who has that rifle. And John QT, other side of the map, he's running the Phantom, now actually swapping over. Gonna be Sen and Tens towards A. But for the side of Sentinels, those 2 rifles, they stand a good chance in any fight. Those pistols, though, they're left to do a lot. The whole mid-control is around those
so
pistols.
much info.
They want to be playing this off the utility. That's the nade going through, forcing them back, doing some damage, too. Karen's now down to 83. I was a little bit of decay as well. The orb had gone up.
They got a rifle, but because of that neural theft, they used it to check if anybody was holding the rifle. So that's now a 3rd gun picked up from Sentinels. So they have boosted this quite a bit. 40 seconds left, 3 players still within the B site, but you still have Tens with a Paranoia available to him. Nothing really on Zelsis though, so it is going to be onto him.
Oh, and he's forced out of position. That Paranoia, it's landed on the players further up, and one was blinded. Caught by the trap, another now inside, and well, he's gone. 2 kills with a classic for Zelsis. He's being wrapped on at least a chance to shut him down. One that they must realize. Meteor, there we go. It's a connection with 12 seconds left, and the spike's gone up into heaven, dropped. Even if the last kill wasn't found, I don't think they were getting that one done. 2-2.
You're never going to believe this, but that was a Mastercard thrift. Was it? I don't know what's happening.
Is that the first one we've seen so far?
No, I believe it's the 3rd.
3rd in a row.
This is such a peculiar game. Now, obviously, because both teams are still sort of building up finances.
What is this?
The next one's not going to be, but if you've ever seen an advertisement for buying the SEM bundle, that is 2 kills off the back of Zelsis, the man who's been plugging it this entire event. We're never going to hear the end of it.
Well, at least they're feeling it too. Kaplan with his thrifty calls. Forgot the Mastercard in front of it, but I'll forgive him. I'll forgive him this once. Well, Gen.G, they're not going to be too happy about the back and forth nature of this early game, especially the fact that they got caught by not being able to shoot the traps. It's a little unfortunate, but these things happen. There was a combo of util, again, thrown towards them, making it that little bit more awkward. They try to take some fights. That's
How has he not destroyed that?
Yeah, I'm starting to think Sentinels have got some sort of trap abuse going on. They're not taking the bullets.
Look at Meteor, though. He's just about to walk in. Sassy might be caught unaware. Got so far forward before anybody really realized. Tens up above. Has support from Zelsis, but this will be an afterplant. This time, I don't think there's any denial. And Meteor hasn't stopped his push. He's still going forward.
It's a lot of space to take, a position you usually expect, but the big difference to this is Karen. He's also there with a Paranoia in hand, and it's about to come through. There it is, the step was heard. But luckily, those players are able to round the corner just in time. Nade, not really gonna force Meteor back, but he falls back anyways, concedes the space. They're gonna commit utility to trying to clear that back out, at least in his mind, but the Paranoia is kept in the back pocket, now burned up to go towards Elbow. Here comes the blast pack from Zekin. He's towards the side, picking up Karen, and Zelsis had opened up the rest, leaving Meteor alone, doing so much damage. It looks like Munchkin was able to catch an angle, and with the snakebite landed, that's buying a little bit more time. Tens has to run for the hills now. There's no time left with another found. Gen.G take the lead. It's not quite a Mastercard thrifty, but it is a Red Bull clutch.
the script really is just paying dividends at this point. A round breakback for Gen.G. Coming off the clutch, again, we talk about Sentinels in these retakes, and they're phenomenal. Just being able to come in from behind, isolating these fights, and even after the aggressive positions that were held. But as Munchkin, the leader of the team, someone who's been highlighted so many times by different members of his roster to help elevate, well, this time, he's done it individually.
Get out of my way!
And straight away, Blade Storm popped, the pacey side of this round looking to come out. as they take early space towards this A site. Pit already into mid, but straight over the top goes Meteor. He's looking to pressure.
Oh, I thought he might have had that for free, but the cage blocked off just enough to give him that little bit of space to work with. Still a player on B and one in mid. Gen.G have a lot of space. You don't expect to see a Sentinels crunch just yet. And look at how much they're keeping in their back pocket for the eventual fight. A Paranoia is still to work with. Almost every piece of utility, the big ones online. One flash just popped by Sassy, but Meteor turns. The blades are used up. Look, they're not finished pushing. Lakia went charging forward, even though his teammate had fallen back a little disjointed from Gen.G, but Munchkin capitalizes on the chaos, picks up two, and keeps having control. That's a huge position for them to play with. And now Sentinels even send Sassy back to reclaim it, buying so much time as only John QT's on the site, flanked out and distracted by Meteor. The clock is running down. Munchkin late flanks up through heaven, and the classic fight's awkward. The knife kill is in, but it's too little too late. Again, the time is enough for Gen.G to claim the round.
Yeah, we've finally seen our second round in a row after what was a crazy back and forth. It is Gen.G to come out on top, but again, it was close, and John QT comes out with a knife. Munchkin, though, he has got off to a fiery start. The way that he's been playing, the way he's been punishing them as they try to rotate. His late flanks in the backline have been so problematic. And it's the spike to do the job. 4-2 in the lead. As said, this has been Sentinel's home turf. We even saw the video earlier, John QT saying, well, you know, it's his favorite map, and you can understand why. 4 back-to-back victories. 7 of the last 8 won on this map. But, as said, Gen.G have been so fantastic at adapting. They beat EDG, they beat PRX, they've been evolving throughout this tournament. It's not going to be easy, just because this map is solid for Sentinels.
Good cancel of the dog with a deep snake bite. Gen.G denied some more information around mid. Looks like the rotates are underway. Swinging all the way back to the B side. Sentinels have been able to win with pistols before. Some ultimates to back them up. On the side of Gen.G, though, Munchkin's game has been fantastic. Just last round, the way he played and controlled Heaven in the late game, it allowed that spike to explode. Now he's got a Viper's Pit, thanks to his hard work. Seekers as well, but they're not used. Instead, it's going to be dashed straight out in front of the Seekers. Meteor, though, he's caught. He can't quite see anything for a moment, but as the Cloudburst fades, he's able to find a target. Nice headshot, but the wall gets in the way. Sassy holding on to life, barely, and he'll eventually be shut down with the Viper's Pit in. This becomes a hard round to win, but a showstopper popped. It's going to be a gamble from Zek, and he has to pick a spot, and he's found Karen, but landed with his back turned to Munchkin. A quick execution leaves John QT alone. But with Meteor down, there's a chance. That's the hat popped off the head, but Munchkin fires right back.
This guy has been so good so far. I just love watching his reposition within that Viper's Pit. He hears the showstopper, he goes, what's the chance of him shooting it straight down? Yep. Very, very low. You're going to try and hit towards that plant spot. So he repositions forward into that Viper's Pit and just manages to isolate the battle, takes him out, and then this, I'll be honest, this was just prediction. Knowing that his opponent would eventually try and catch him on the ping, it has been such a worldie of a game. And here's someone as well. This is his 7th, I believe, international event. The best spot the Munchkin has ever finished is 9th to 10th. He went through the likes of Crazy Raccoon in the past, a team that never really achieved anything. As mentioned, he has already got top 3. This man is gunning for so much more.
Yeah, they were Crazy Raccoon, I remember, a good regional team, but once they came to the international stage, and for a lot of Munchkin's teams, they just got tested in a way that they couldn't stand up
Gambit,
to. Yeah.
And it ended.
And actually, even Munchkin's runs, it was always playing the same teams twice. Like, it happened against Foot, it happened against Gambit. I can't remember the other team, but there was definitely a back-to-back as well. This guy always ends up facing a team, and then coming back and being eliminated by them later on.
He does always seem to improve, though. That's the thing.
That's how he got here.
Yeah, give credit to him as someone leading, and he's leading by example right now. He's forced Sentinels into a position where they're taking a pause. And again, you look at some of the results. This is a team that, well, they played Loud a couple of times in their last 4 matches. Loud only managed 4 rounds and 3 rounds. So Gen.G are already way far and above a lot of the teams that Sens have had to battle against. Interestingly, again, I'm actually going to see that Outlaw onto Lakia. Clearly having a lot of faith in this gun, but having your Sky play it, that's intriguing.
If I wasn't already a fan of Gen.G, I'll tell you what, I'm going to need a jersey after this one. Been complaining all tournament, all month long about how little this is being used, and they're coming in attack side on Split. And
on Sky as well.
On Sky, yeah.
Has he been watching Yumpties? Is that what's happening?
It could be. It could be. He's learning from the best. Well, 5 on the board already for Gen.G, as we said. This was not going to be a pretty start from what we guessed, at least. Split has been terrifying, like you're saying. But Gen.G have already far exceeded expectations. They've got a commanding lead early on, even after a scrappy beginning, even after denial of the second round. I thought that was the start of the end, Tom. I was starting to worry. But here we are, round number 8, and Gen.G have another chance to extend this lead. Sentinels down to their last credits and used all their ultis very recently.
They've been doing this a lot. Meteor left in a lurk. He's been able to take quite a lot of space. Now, this is space that's given up. John QT has his cam, consistently watching. And with only 40 seconds left, we're seeing this late clear into middle. Now, a lot of this was probably off the idea that, okay, we could have double back through and taken control into heaven. Cam already going to be gone, but now with 30 seconds left, they look to head into this stacked up site. Sentinel and Viper. It's never easy to get past this util, but they're beginning to predict it, and now they have to try and clear the players.
A good trap by John QT, a little closer, 12 seconds left, and there's still some harassment on the site. John QT drops the spike. 8 seconds left, but players up in heaven, surely not able to deny. No nade, nothing to clear them from position, and the fight's going towards Gen.G. Oh, Zekin, full HP. But one hit to that outlaw, TenZ, one hit to damn near anything. Zekin closes the distance, but a shot to the head from Texture pretty much seals the fate of this one, with TenZ having 2 players to drop and Munchkin way ahead of him on that fight. 6 rounds now for Gen.G, a solid A take, and Sentinels left with scraps for the next round.
But the crazy thing about this is a lot of the setups that are being put into play by Sen are actually catching players. Like, look at John QT right now. He's 12-5 because they are running into his trips. He's getting an opening kill, but every single time there's a response from Gen.G. That's been one of the things I've loved about this team is the trading is on point. They are so quick and so committed as well. You're going into a site with 20 seconds left. There are so many variables that you have to look for, but this team is ready to trade whatever comes their way. And with 8 seconds left, they get that spike down, and from then on, it looked like plain sailing.
That's the point where most teams start to panic. It's the point where I start to panic a little bit, but they were just...
panicking for them.
I can only imagine being in the coaching seat. You're screaming about the time left, but they had it all under control. Cool as a cucumber as we go into round number 9. Sentinels, as we said, they've got scraps, and the pistols are apparent to us. There's only a few ghosts, a sheriff. This is a round that they've won before, so you have to be careful. And, well, caution to the wind for TenZ. He goes through the orb and falls right down. Let's see what else we've got, though. The weapon's going to be upgraded, and there's still some util to play with.
This is the thing. We've been hyping up controller players all the way through this event. We've talked about Karom. We've talked about the likes of TenZ. Maybe we underestimated Munchkin, because right now he is on an absolute tear. Again, just the patience. You're going to see the gamble. I don't really blame Sen at this point. They've had so many late A takes that they're reading into the fact that, okay, this is going to be A. And what happens? Texture just walks a little stroll straight in towards this B site. A round that now already looks over. Yeah, sure, the Sentinels retakes have been good historically, but if they pull this one off with a couple of ghosts, a classic, and a sheriff, well, we're going to be marveling at that for a long time.
Yeah, there's something special about doing it in a post plant on your way back through a site like this with essentially a quick fire, a semi-automatic 2-shot op in play for Lakia with everybody on light shields. It really is one of those rounds where you start to think about just going down to the spike, maybe dropping some weapons if Gen.G do get a bit aggressive. And, well, that's a bit of... What in the world is that? Of all the ways to use that weapon, of all the ways I thought I'd see that weapon used, running through your own nade to double hip fire at a player who's eco, that was not on my list. I didn't see that coming.
Hey, you know what? They've got the credits to play with. It's a gun that he doesn't necessarily need to bring forward. In fact, he's going to buy straight back into a rifle again.
No, that's the only request I have.
The thing is, his opponent's not going to pick it up. So realistically, all that's happened there is Lakia has gained an orb and maybe wasted a little bit of extra credits. But that's the thing. Again, it was spoken about in an interview with Alex after their last match. He said that it just feels like Gen.G have a great read on us. At the moment, it's looking like they have a great read on Sentinels as well, because the way they've started this match off, they've gone the right way every single time. The paranoia, decent, but the counter there, TenZ will be able to keep his life, and the aggression quelled for a second.
And look how quickly they've got a response. There's 4 players from Sentinels here. Make that 3. TenZ is down. Zels is spotted. Wallbang. Second falling. Sassy here and expected. They even expect the 4th player swinging. And that is about as bad of an attacking start as you could expect, in that they run into the entirety of the defense and they still win it. Not only win it flawlessly. That's how this game is going for Gen.G right now.
They genuinely took about 40 damage across the board in those fights. It's absurd. Again, this time Sentinels had the perfect read. They had the expectations, they had the rotations, they had the players in position, and they lose every single fight. John QT, all he can do at this point is just look to hold on to the rifle, but the credits are flowing for Gen.G. Of course they're going to try and hunt him down.
Yeah, why not? There's no hassle even for most of these players dying. I'll take an orb and give you 1 towards a neural theft. No worries.
It's great, you can have 2.
Yeah, have them all, mate. Have the ult. Well, he's got 1 at least with Munchkin down, and the others maybe a little too far away. Texture, no blast pack.
Now.
Nade, but it's not even going to blow up in time. So, 8-2. This is a scoreline that I think, hey, I actually don't think is that surprising. One team having 8, the other team having 2. The fact that it's Gen.G with the 8 on their attack side so far, little surprising. The fact that we've actually, I would say, most of this game so far, I've been complimenting Gen.G, pushing and pulling the map, finding open sites, being able to run into the lighter side of the defense. Then we see what happens if they run into the entire defense, and they still win the round flawlessly. What else? What other kind of challenge can you present?
But that's the thing. I think going into this match, it was almost unequivocal that Sentinels were the best team in the world on split. We might have to reevaluate that after this map, because right now it's not looking particularly close. There needs to be some sort of response here for Sentinels. They brought back in again the ults, not particularly close, at least the valuable ones, but they are looking to put pressure on. Looking to try and deny Meteor. He's going to go straight through. If he waited a second, I think he actually gets the kill, but he's still going to be able to survive. They've used a lot of utility to try and shut this man down, and he's not taking a lick of damage. Zelsis, though, the timing here could be everything. He's got it nigh on, perfect! Looks for a big play, and he's found one. 2 kills down, the first time they've really managed to catch them off guard. Texture falls, and just 2 remain. Meteor looking for a move. He's at least gonna get 1, a quick snap back! Make this one a little bit competitive, and the man they're up against has been insane.
Heal through for Zelsis. It's not going to be an easy fight on any front. He's choosing the harder of the 2. Just 1 player towards the spawn. Whoops. There we go. 1 player towards the spawn, but 2 up top. Make that 3 now as they come into position. No snake bites. That orb only going to block vision, maybe add some decay, give him an opportunity, though, to play up top with the shorty. I like him trying to create some opportunities, but ultimately too big of a task for anyone to take. 8-3, and the last round could see Sentinels find a 4th, Tom. That is not something I was ready to say today.
Yeah. The good thing for Sentinels fans out there is we have seen mass landslide victories for the side of Sentinels on either side of the map. They have proven it time and time again. Look at their last match versus Loud, 9 rounds. So they can do it. It's not a death sentence, especially if they can get to 4, but it's the manner in which Gen.G have been winning that does make me doubt that. And they're going straight back to the bread and butter. The A take has been fantastic. TenZ has been able to delay them at least a little bit, and the Seekers are going to give things away. The nade from Zekken is good as well. They've got off to a strong start.
Yeah, the util through from Sassy as well helps out. They're blinded and paranoid by TenZ, who's now making his appearance up top. Boombot through, it's found a player, and the bullets soon follow. Only 2 left standing for Gen.G. A healthy recovery for Sentinels towards the end of the half. It was looking a little bit shaky, but they found their footing now. And actually, I maybe even spotted both players there. I'm not sure if the dog got far enough through that wall to see Karen, but either way, they'll suspect it. Spike on the floor, and they'll attempt to take it. Problem is, Zelsis is stood on the other side of that smoke. Sassy up top, spraying away with him. With 50 seconds left and 5 players to take down. Well, we said the last round was a bit too big of a task. This one, good luck.
Protect the KD at all costs. Munchkin can't really hope for anything else. Looking for the fight. And TenZ is just being an irritation at this stage, just placing smokes in his face. This is all just a formality. No hope for this one to go wrong for Sentinels, and they will at least close out the remaining couple of flawless to give them their 4th round onto the board after what was almost a flawless half out of Gen.G. An early, shaky back and forth that was competitive, and then a 6-round streak for the Korean super team. They've definitely put themselves in a good spot, but as we know, Sentinels can definitely turn the tide.
It's not over yet, that's for sure, but Gen.G have to be happy with how things have gone so far. In fact, we've got some friends of Gen.G stood by in the audience. Let's hear from them.
Hey guys, Mika Fabs here in the crowd right now with Jules, a Gen.G super fan. Hey Jules, where are you from?
I'm from Korea, but I live in the States as well.
Oh, okay, so this is a tough match for you, but clearly you are for Gen.G. I actually hear you're a friend of Textures, right?
Yes, I am.
Oh wow, so how do you know him, and what is he like outside of the game?
I'm his channel comment moderator, and he's just a great guy, a friendly guy as well.
Yeah, you mentioned that he works really, really hard as well outside of the game, right?
Absolutely. We call him pro streamer because he's a pro player, but he streams like streamer. He always works outside of his streams as well. He's amazing.
Yeah, he's been such a character as well, and so fun to watch too. Now, finally, I hear you're not just a Gen.G fan, you're not just a Texture fan, but you're an overall VCT fan. You've been to so many events. Can you let us know what they are?
Yes, I've been to Pacific last year and also went to LA for Champs. This year I'm at Madrid and I'm going to Seoul for Champs again.
Awesome! So we might see you again and we might have to loot back this interview and come full circle. Now finally, I need you to give one big shout out to all of the Gen.G fans over here in the stage and everywhere. Give your best battle cry for Gen.G.
Thank you. Wow! I think Gen.G is gonna win. Guys, Gen.G has been exceeding the expectations and they're really gonna do well. So please root for Gen.G.
All right, let's hear it for Gen.G! But on the other side, we also do have to hear it for Sentinels before we get back into the game.
All right, Tom. Yeah, you know what? I got to hear a Gen.G battle cry, but the crowd didn't really turn up for Sentinels, Tom. Give me your best Sentinels battle cry. Hype them up. Give it to me.
Oh, buy the Sen bundle. That's all you need to know. That's all you need to know. I can't believe.
You can work on your delivery, Tom. I'll say that.
The battle cry, I have a tear in my eye. That was fantastic.
It was wonderful. Well,
8-4 though.
We've heard about Gen.G's hard-working nature in that interview, and listen, hard work pays off. So far, a 4-round lead, double the rounds of Sentinels, hailed as the best team in the world on this map, Tom. They've got to show us why they're called that here on their attack.
It is time to prove it, because as we know, next map up is the choice of Gen.G. Lotus has been a home turf for them. 5-map streak. Not a bad map for Sentinels, but you wouldn't want to be going in this series with a deficit. Zekken now becomes the pinnacle. He's had a bit of a quieter game, but we know that at any stage, this youngster can turn it on, can take over rounds, and especially on that raise, it's been fearsome. Blacky though, ooh, he's actually just looking to deal with utility. He's gone down, been having a bit of a rough map individually. And the problem is, this is all just the ruse. This is going to start pulling players over, put the pressure onto Meteor.
That's a spot that you have to check on the way out. For Sentinels, you imagine they will. John QT, look at him. You see him in the X-ray just sneaking past towards the screens. They'll never expect him to be in this corner. And the steps heard on the rotation back. Oh, this gap is absolutely massive. No way that Munchkin could expect it. But does he expect someone to be on the site? He could think that's the only player. One guy in screens coming back to check there's no one and running back. This all makes sense. For Texture to be here, though, oh, they'd have to be ever vigilant to see it. And now he's got an opportunity to trade it back further. It's huge from Texture. Completely bamboozling them. 10 seconds left, a nade on the floor, a blast back for the fight, but Zekken still wins it. 5 seconds, they need to plant it now. If they can deny this, it's done on the spot. Karen does well to find one, and there's the follow-up. Gen.G with another round, the pistol injecting some rounds and bringing them ever closer to winning Sentinels map pick.
That is the second time in this tournament I have watched that man there, Texture, win an impossible round. Win a round that never should have been. There was one where he exploded through a smoke and instantly popped 3 heads. This one was discipline. This one was waiting patiently for the perfect moment to strike. And again, he takes down 3 players. This man has been revitalized within this Gen.G roster. And that has got to be infuriating for Sentinels, because John QT basically did everything right. Gets an opener, catches the player rotating, but one man missed. And that's the pistol round to Gen.G.
That's got to be so frustrating. Even thinking back, he heard the second player running up in heaven. Chance of a third being there very low. Karan not in danger. In fact, he is in danger. 3 kills. They were close, but well, the numbers advantage doesn't really matter when the judge is firing away like that. The last could have been his, but Texture finds it instead. 1 man lost on Gen.G, a fantastic follow-up round to their pistol, stacking the chips even further on their side of the table.
History might be made in more ways than one today. Unless Sentinels come alive fairly soon, we could be seeing their greatest ever defeat with this iteration on this map. They've played it so many times within the Americas, so many times already in this tournament as well. But right now, Gen.G are showing why they might just be the hope of Pacific to finally get towards a title win. It definitely feels still a fair bit away. But in this round, they've not got a completely weak purchase. A few rifles, an outlaw as well. Okay, Karan's left on a pistol, and Munchkin's SMG is not the most desired weaponry. I'm also looking at Texture being 2 orbs away from having that showstopper. The main thing, though, for Sentinels is they finally got the rifles.
Well, if anything, that's the pressure of this round. They've got the rifles, but they need to find success with it. Weaker weapons for Gen.G. That outlaw is dangerous. What's even more dangerous is the 4 players on this A site. We saw Gen.G run into this 4 of Sentinels up in heaven. And Gen.G lost about 40 HP total with a flawless execution on the A site. Sentinels are doing it with a split through vents. 2 players on their way to crunch heaven. Problem is, Gen.G can crunch right back. Lakia and Munchkin aren't in heaven, instead out on the ledge. It's a very unusual position. Lakia can flash up from down below, and Munchkin can always have somewhere to fall back to. Oh, no, with his knife out, that's a big mistake. And now they know at least there's another player on site. They might even have heard them in screens, but again, they haven't checked for this extra man. Lakia tucked in the corner. Sentinels, 12 seconds left, and a 1 versus 2. They've bought themselves the space to plant.
Yeah, the one thing for Karan is he doesn't currently have a weapon. And everybody dying around the window means that he might even have to put himself out into the open to give this one up. The reposition as well from Celsius is sublime. It would have to be an instant headshot. And although they pushed in to pretty much all of Gen.G, at least all of their weaponry, Sentinels do manage to weather the storm just about.
Well, Tom, you know, this is the expected result, though. 2-round win, 1 on the back of the pistol, the other the follow-up. You win your 3rd up against those weaker weapons. It still gets close. Couple of well-placed shots by Sentinels puts them ahead in those fights. A good reposition in the end. But 1 battle going slightly differently, and this map spirals out of their control. They're holding on to a cliff's edge by their fingernails. And at 10-5, Gen.G now pull out the showstopper, and they've gotten away, just about rounding the corner in time. That was a target-rich environment. But now Gen.G have to fall back, surely. They won't keep pushing. They won't keep taking this space. With Texture's gone back, but Meteor's gone forward. He doesn't even have a dash online. This guy's crazy. He's cloud bursting around to try and stay alive. He's still not running away, Tom. He's sticking around for a fight. I did not expect that.
Maybe not expecting that many players to be there. Texture as well, he wants to try and recover this. Such an aggressive start. The Paranoia showstopper combo could have eliminated half of Sentinels. Instead, it found nothing. And now it does kind of look like Gen.G is scrambling a little bit. Such aggressive positions, and the fallback is going to go towards that A site. The thing is, though, because they had so much map control, there's been an early read from the side of Gen.G. Once again, it's looking like we might have 4 players within this A site as Sentinels go to push.
1 flash on Lakia, 1 nade on Texture. No paranoia, some smokes. The second just came online for Karen and one's just been popped down. Here comes the showstopper though. That's the big gun on the other side. And Sentinels find the opening with it, but there's a response. Gen.G equalize things, catch them on the rotate up through heaven and drop the spike. 20 seconds left and the nade buys even more time. The rotation now from Texture as he realizes they're gonna wanna hightail it, move to the other side, but look, he's already here. He's ahead of them with 10 seconds left. There's no time for delay. They need this fight. They need to win it. And they have just about 5 seconds. 4 as he reaches the side. It's too late. They've bought enough time. The spike plant doesn't come in.
This man's positioning has been pretty much second to none. Every single time he makes the right read, Texture is having a worldie of a defensive half, and Sentinels are just walking into this trap almost every single time. Gen.G's read to get 4 players there, perfect. He drops the spike and then instantly hightails it, knows that he can have faith in Munchkin to hold on to that site, and buys almost exactly enough time. The fact that it has to be slowed down just enough, that split second, does the work. The heroes are there, the stars are aligning. Sentinels are on their last legs, investing back into this one. They have some rifles, and they're almost at a Viper's pit.
Gen.G have been bypassed on mid already, but that was heard. Karen knows exactly what was going down. This weapon, the Judge in hand, it could be somewhat unexpected. They'll see his economy was low. Will they anticipate it upstairs in heaven? This is a danger up against any buy, and they're on their way straight into Karen's waiting arms. If he wins this at first already, that's another nail in Sentinel's coffin, and he's back. He's just creating some space and not getting out alive. In fact, sticking around for another fight, but Tens doubles up.
That's a big double kill. They've still got to deal with Munchkin though. Might not be expecting a third player within this site. Poison orb up. He's going to be able to isolate the spike. Already dropped to the ground. Good trade though from JongQT again. Bringing things back into an even scenario. The clock not so low this time, but Lakia already making a switch up. He's going to play into the orb, has a flash ready to go straight out of it. It is being watched though, but he drops one and gets both! Lakia steps up, puts the 12th round onto the board for Gen.G. Every decision, every battle just seems to be correct for this squad. And I can't believe what I'm seeing. A 7-round deficit for Sentinels on their best map, the map they chose, and a map that I'll be honest, we did not see Gen.G competing in.
I was already looking at Lotus once I saw the veto come up, and no team's been able to shine a light on Sentinels here on Split. A close game is the best you could expect. A dominant victory though? Gen.G, they really are changing the game. Round 18 could be the last with an early fight up top. It's done a little bit of damage, but not too much. Sentinels not deterred from their aggression. Another player on site now. 4 players from Gen.G here ready to fight. Meteor the first to take it, and he won't stop. 3 kills already. It's left it all to Sassy, and it's done just like that. 13-5. You might have expected to see this scoreline, but not in the hands of Gen.G. A devastating start to this series for Sentinels. I can't imagine what the locker room chat's going to be like ahead of Lotus.
This now puts it down to 1 map to Gen.G, matching the best ever Pacific performance at an international event. This team last year didn't really do too much, but they have come out swinging. We'll be back after the break to see if they can do it in 2.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back. We're here right now with Solo and with Jen to help with some translation. Now, Solo, once upon a time, it was you and Lakia up there up against a very different Sentinels. But I wanted to know how it feels like now that you're seeing this matchup, but now you're in the coach's seat.
감독님 마지막으로 센티널을 만났을 때가 감독님과 라키아 선수가 선수로서 뛰고 있던 때였잖아요. 이제 좀 감독으로서 지켜보면서 옛날 생각도 많이 나시고 좀 감회가 새로울 것 같아요.
옛날 생각도 좀 많이 나고 처음에 이제 만나게 됐을 때 좀 저도 개인적으로 긴장을 많이 했고 뭔가 똑같은 약간 그전이랑 똑같은 승자조결승에서 만나니까 또 그래서 좀 저번에는 졌으니까 이번에는 꼭 이겨서 결승 저희가 먼저 갔으면 좋겠습니다.
It just brought back so many memories from back then. We were also in the upper bracket as well, but we lost back then. And it just made me it just brought back so much emotions from what happened back then. But I just feel like this time we're gonna make it different, and I really, really hope that Gen.G guys can pull it off today and we walk away with the win.
Well, it certainly feels different, so let's see if Gen.G can close this out.
Gen.G heard the Sentinels really like Split, so they said, hold my drink, and they did the business. Absolute domination. Kukuka, this Gen.G team looked absolutely on fire in this map, and if anything, it just goes to show that, I mean, yeah, you can look at the results, but just stay up, man. Anything's possible in this game.
When we saw the map select, we thought, it's a bit of pick your poison, right? It's going to be Center, it's going to be Split, and they were definitely very sure about what to do with this split. Even though the beginning of the game was a bit shaky for both of the teams, we saw teams getting echo time and time again. It looked like Gen.G was going to have all the effect in that defense because Gen.G was a little bit lost on how to play around it.
And I think Gen.G executed on a lot of the things that we talk about being so good on this map for Sentinels. On their attack sides, they had great entry pathing with this double duelist comp. Actually, I feel like in a lot of these rounds, after those initial few where John was getting the better of them, navigating the trips really well and getting into these sites. And in the post plans, playing these forward posts, Sentinels was never allowed to play the set retakes that they're so good at and they love on this map, which was absolutely debilitating.
And I think it's brilliant the way that Gen.G was able to interpret and actually read into what they had to do when they got to that post-plan situation, how to put the pressure and no allowing, as you're saying, Mimi, Sentinels to have any kind of breathing room so they could not win a single one of those retakes.
And beyond just the strategy, the individuals were absolutely hitting. When you lock a comp like this against a team like Sentinels, you need your two duelists to be going crazy, and they were dominating. Texture in particular was ridiculous this map, G.
Oh, well, I'm actually glad you mentioned Texture because, we got to show the clip again. You know what I'm saying? It's, of course, our HyperX reflex moment of the day, Kakuka. This was just like the best possible way to play this one out. The discipline was absurd.
This round made no sense. Like the fact that Gen.G took a position that they didn't know, then Texture is doing the same, and he has to trigger discipline to get this far in such a slow, like 2 seconds this was.
Yeah, and Gen.G was good on the rifle rounds, but the make or break in this match was rounds like this, was the second half pistol, was the eco rounds they won at the beginning. Those little margins are what changed the outcome of a series.
Yeah, and also Gen.G like reading onto the read that that Sentinels had. I remember when they went onto A, they knew that they were going to do something aggressive, and they responded with even more aggression, sending the race, sending all the utility to shut down any kind of idea that Sentinels might have had to turn the match around.
What a match it was for Gen.G. Let's go ahead, though, and take a look at our aim lab shoot around real fast, continue the conversation, because Gen.G is in a great position here to do something that, other teams in their region have done before, other Korean teams have achieved, right? Being able to hit that second place spot. But the way they're playing, the confidence upon which that they're approaching this one, Mimi, it feels like it's a different conversation.
Yeah, and it's been a long time since a Korean team has been in a finals. The last time was when Solo was a player. We heard that in the coach. He's nostalgic in that coach's interview. We heard him. He's nostalgic about it. It feels like he's bringing something up again and really hopes his team can close this out, because it would be a massive moment for Korean Valorant, for the Pacific region, and especially for the rookies like that guy that was just warming up. Karon, at least top 2 in his first global, would be ridiculous.
Honestly, I don't even know why he goes into the aim lab shooting after what we just saw with the judge. He doesn't need that kind of training. Just by exactly, just by a judge to do a little bit of crazy things. Now, moving on to the next map, moving on to Lotus, things have to take a quick turn, especially because yesterday Texture was having the time of his life. Gen.G is going to start on the defense, and I'm mentioning this because of exactly what he did yesterday. I think that the aggression that they were putting, especially being a very default-based team, was being the edge against PRX. I assume that Sentinels is probably prepared for that, but if he has the room, he will take it.
Gen.G hasn't lost this map here in Masters Madrid yet. They've been on an excellent streak on Lotus. It has looked like their home territory, but Sen is good here too. They're going to be playing the same exact composition as you see here in our agent select, the old classic, the Fnatic comp. For me though, we need to see so much more from Sentinels in the implementation, right? On these attack sides in particular. Gen.G, I think, had some pretty solid calls on split, but a lot of those little mistakes were the reasons they lost rounds. Saucy whiffing on something, someone kind of walking into a setup and dying in these post plans. These little mistakes cannot happen, or Gen.G will take advantage when they're so clean on this map.
Yeah, exactly. And we need to go back and talk about the Zekken versus Texture that we were talking about the beginning of the day. Zekken with incredible numbers all across the board. First in most of the categories and the top 4 final teams. He needs to be the one stepping up, especially if they're starting on the attack.
This could be a massive moment for Korean Valorant, a massive moment for Gen.G, but Sentinels can look to force a map 3. Let's send it back over to your casters, Mitch and Tom.
Well, after a crushing defeat on map 1, Sentinels are going to need a master Lotus in the form of Uncle Eero, or equivalent to it, Tom. 1-0 down in the series. Need 2 in a row. It's not a position they find themselves in often.
No, it's actually a very scary prospect. I don't say, oh, I've got an interesting stat too often, but in the last 9 series, Sentinels have won the first map. The 10th, they lost 2-0 to Loud. So that is the last time where they lost the first map in a series. They've even lost the series after winning the first map, but they always win the first map. So it's the first time we're going to see them properly have to fight from a deficit since the opener. And Gen.G are just going straight in with such an aggressive start. Sassy is dead within a matter of seconds.
Well, when you leave C, when you get pushed back, where are you going to go? You got to cross the B side. Gen.G, 3 push C, 2 push B, retake A. But hold on, Sentinels try to take the fight through them to wrap all the way behind, and now end up coming back as a death ball, eliminating Texture, but the trades stay good. Gen.G in a 4 versus 3, grouped up in 2-man squads. It's a good spot to play from. Meteor tagged, Karen not too healthy either, and the head popped up. It's whack-a-mole for Meteor with both down and only 10 standing. This pistol looks to slip out of Sentinel's hands, and just like that, it falls into Gen.G's.
What a start. I love the way that they have come into this matchup. This is a team that many were saying that, oh, they should just ban Split. Oh, them picking Lotus. That would be silly. That's one of their opponent's better maps. But the fact is, Gen.G, I genuinely feel like have come into this series and gone, oh, we don't care what they play. We don't care if that's their best map. We don't care if this is one of them. We are going to play our own game. We're going to play to our strengths. And just look at the way they started off in this pistol. A highly aggressive defensive side push, got in the faces of their opponent immediately. This is a team running with confidence. Just having a great time.
I mean, you could see it the second they stepped out on stage and the crowd was there, the smiles on their face. They are happy to be here. They know they're making history, but it doesn't seem like they feel that pressure right now. They are vibing and thriving, 1-0 up. Sentinels, though, Tom, they've put all their credits on the line. It's a big buy from the attacking side.
Yeah, this is definitely a risk, a gamble. But we know they can pull it off! A little bit of a Bucky play to kick off the round. Munchkin with a nasty surprise. We've already seen this in the first map. An early back and forth. We know that Sentinels can do it, even with just the pistols. The C's fantastic, even put in onto a snake bite. Lovely combinations from Sentinels.
I believe they even, before Zalsis went down, he threw in a nano, so you just had so much damage being issued on that spot and no escape. The 1-0 challenged, and for Gen.G getting back through won't be easy. They've already expended all their big utility. Sentinels have the numbers, and with these weapons close range,
it's gorgeous.
They have a lot of potential, more so when they can see you through the walls. A great reveal from Sassy to get himself the kill. Karen down extremely low as he emerges from that smoke. It's easy pickings with Texture the last alive. He doesn't stand too long either. 1-1 as Sentinels pull it back. Reminiscent of the last map.
Yeah, they're not Mastercard aren't getting a shout out as much this time because it was a full investment out from the side of Sentinels, but what a way to get right back into things. That's the thing. They had a slow map in the last. They got outplayed by Gen.G. But to say they can't come right back in and sucker punch their opponents, well, it would be foolish to admit. Either way, not going to be a mass investment on the other side. A few pistols, a Marshall put into play for Meteor. Definitely know what he can do. He's actually going for an aggressive peek around the edge of the one-way. But again, this control is being taken. Sassy farming up the orb, not far away from his ultimate already. Taking a lot of space.
Yeah, once Gen.G go for those fights, you know, they're really not favored. It has to be a miracle shot, although we've seen plenty of them. Even just on the last map. Getting back through here. There's a couple 1v1s available, but that paranoia from TenZ, it does a lot of work. JongQT's able to clean house. Big kills to have as well. For JongQT, this man is now 3 away, I believe. Yeah, 3 away from a Viper's Pit. Very early on as well after the fight back. Could just be 2 away. There you go. He got his orb. What is that? Great shots for Meteor. Chances of him getting the last 2, though, extremely low. They peek together and close it out.
Yeah, at least make things a little bit more costly and get himself ever closer to having his ultimate online, just 1 orb away. And actually the same for Texture as well. Getting ever closer to having quite a lot available. But I have to say, like, you bring in JongQT, someone that obviously a lot of the reason he's into this squad is for the strategy side of things. He's been popping individually. Definitely up there with the best fragging IGLs. And into this round, well, it's going to be our first 4-buy already. Going to have that Nightfall online for Sassy. By the looks of it, Black here taking a lot of early space. You don't normally see the Odin push this far forward.
We've seen it before, and it was punished almost immediately. Most times the pushes come, but I think a little bit more confident with Texture being there. Munchkin toying with the idea of pushing up, and Zalsis eventually bites the bait. He's down. Wanted to see if someone was on the angle, but 6 HP is all he escapes with. Now they've got to be worried about this position. Karen just bailing. Happy to cause problems, and look, he's already burnt up their Paranoia, a very valuable flash used up for next to nothing because he was baiting them.
And that's one of the major things, is you don't really have flashes when it comes to this composition. The Paranoia really is a huge, valuable piece. Already though, early rotations did actually pull players away from the A site. You can see that Sassy has managed to drag them back. He is selling a ruse. This is going to put serious pressure onto Meteor. He is now the only player. This fake from Sentinels is sublime, even using the Nightfall. And Meteor's even starting to rotate away. They have fallen for the bait completely.
Oh, they've seen him. There was no way out. Zekin's caught. And now there's no way to stop this spike from being planted on the side of Gen.G. They have to play for the retake. Spams are coming close, but Munchkin's dodging the bullets for now. An angle for Karen as he sees the corner, but Tens will make it out of there just about. The Shrouded Step buys him the space, and he's hightailing it to play the post plant. 6 HP on Zelsis, 22 on Tens, and Second and John QT are not too healthy, but they have to go for a save on Gen.G because of all those players still standing. Fight, a bullet or two landed extra, and this round would look different, but instead Gen.G are out of here.
Yeah, we've given so much credit over to Gen.G in the first map about how they were able to push and pull their opponents, even winning fights when they push into the stack. Sentinels this round, that was literal perfection. They used even an ultimate just to sell the ruse, but the fact is Sassy just reclaiming that space late was enough to sell that fake perfectly. Meteor was even rotating off the site. He was so convinced that that was going to be a play in towards A, using their smokes on that side as well. Just fantastic stuff. Well, when you have someone like Zekin as your entry, even if there's one man there, you're not going to have too many problems. From that point, Sentinels managed to convert 3 rounds in a row. And well, what looks like a very peculiar buy, mainly because of the saved weaponry. Still some slight bit of hope based on the ults for Gen.G, but not much more.
That showstopper could definitely change the course of a round. A lot of early pressure from Gen.G around A. It's not in what they've thrown out, it's what they're preparing to throw. 4 players towards the angle. The first drop the snake bite deep, but a little late. Lakia, good for 1. The damage done. It's still recoverable, but that makes it a little harder. With Munchkin down, they know Karen around this angle. There's not too much that we can rely on Gen.G to finish off the kills that have already halfway started. Odin retrieve for Karen, but he's going to find it hard to even find an angle to use this one.
It might just come down to a save. The fact is they're almost having to gamble on where their opponents are going, but the fact is Sen are happy to just play patient. A second round again where they're using Sassy as this luck.
What?
Meteor, though, he's just executed him. And Karen's managed to get a kill as well.
He peeked stairs, and now he's up top suppressing fire. The guy's got 42 HP. He swung out wide. Paranoia hadn't quite landed just yet, and that's a little disappointing. Could have been close with Meteor now having to clutch it out, and the problem is he doesn't know where these players are. They could have snuck away to anywhere. It could cost him a lot of time on the way back through, but it seems he's relatively confident that they'll play towards the site inside that pit. In fact, the lockdown is going to be used here and now. They have to open the door to run away or emerge from that ult, and the timing. Oh, it was so close to seeing Meteor fall. He catches John QT on the other side of the wall. Zelsis is standing and now spotted and taken down. A sensational clutch for Meteor. 3-2 now for Gen.G. I am flabbergasted. A 2v4. Both of them had pistols, Tom. And they managed to recover an Odin that somehow does some work. But this man, that is Unbelievable.
This is the thing. A Red Bull clutch, and at this stage, honestly, you're going to look at the clutch statistics. You might head over to VLR, and you'll see, you know, Meteor's really not that high on the board. But there's been so many occasions where he's in a 2v2, and he wins the 1v2 while his teammates rotating. So I am not surprised that he was confident in the 1v2, because he's been doing it all the way through the tournament. To use his lockdown there to force them out, he's wasted their Viper's Pit, but more importantly, he's put them on the board when they shouldn't have been there. A big clutch coming out of Meteor. Texture now has an operator. They're putting in utility, but it's being destroyed. Almost just baiting the fact that there's someone here, but he's so clean with it. First kill goes through, instantly retreats.
And a few shots landed, but with the op refacing to land those last bullets will be a difficulty. Even the shot just here whizzing past the head. Sentinels, one man down early on. They've gotten mound control for it, but not necessarily a worthwhile trade. From here, though, maybe they can posture a fake. Not really, though, considering Meteor's utility in play. They'll have a lot of information and content to play a little further back than the C site. Reveal goes up and over C, confirming there's still someone on mound. And Munchkin's in position here on this B site. Wall up. That'll slow down any attempt at a push, and with 45 seconds left, we see the spike rotate around to A. Still stacked up, and look who's rotated into position, Tom. Textures here with the operator.
That's the thing, they use some util to try and destroy their opponent's utility and bait out that they might be going in this direction, but the fact is Munchkin has sat around. There's still a showstopper available here for Texture. He might be able to deny them, but he goes through, takes a risk, and is caught by Zelsis. Karon still in position. 15 seconds left. It's getting late on the clock. The timer ticking. He's waiting for someone to go for the plant. They've done it right in front of him. Knuckle hit him. And because of that, he's able to drop two. Surely it's too far gone. Karon takes this round into his own hands. And Sentinels, they've been flabbergasted, flustered again by just one man on the site.
This is becoming a recurring trend for this squad. It happened on Split with Texture on the back of A, but this time it's a little worse, Tom, because they hadn't thread the needle. They hadn't heard two players around this area. They thought that that op on the angle was the only thing there, the only element to this defense. And maybe part of that is the Texture ran through the op. Why would he do that? Like, he would only do that surely in their mind if the A side, if he's the last bastion of defense. But no, he wasn't. An unbelievable round, and one that's gutting if you're a Sentinels fan.
Oh, for sure. Like, the last two rounds probably should have been theirs, or at least got close. One of them taken by Meteor now, but they're not stopping. Great start to the round. Zekken on these entries in C has been unstoppable. The showstopper in his hands, and he's just not stopping. The youngster's had enough. He's in the conversation for best player in the world right now, and you've just witnessed why.
Well, that connection's got to leave it to a save for Gen.G. You can see on A and towards their spawn, there's not much movement.
You're not seeing enough movement?
It's like Times Square out here. For Gen.G, look, 3 to 4, Sentinels, they have that heartbeat up, but this entry was just too much to handle. The fact that the players are already tagged up, caught, I believe, by a C or a reveal on the way through, and then blasted with a showstopper, left to no HP, and you got a quick draw on that stinger to finish them off.
That's the
sensational round.
I feel like you have to look at someone like Sassy and just see how much under the radar value this man brings to the team. Like, we saw his lurk in one of the previous round victories where he basically baits an entire rotation on his own using his ultimate. Does he get anything on the scoreboard for that? No. We've seen his lurks throughout this, but also just, again, the reveals. Just putting into play Zekken, because he gets that showstopper kill. He might not know there's a second player 100%. Right behind it. But instead, it's just a freebie. And that's what this man brings. That's why he's had that sort of big move away from the Brazilian team of Loud, and why he was a hot, sought-after property. Like this, though, Gen.G instantly looking for a response. 4 players looking to pressure onto A again. They put some real value in Meteor being solo, and he's gone up this time.
Yeah, changing around who's pulling that all about. Texture had the early pick before, but Meteor, the solo anchor on this side of the map. Only now having a player come towards him. Munchkin that's around. So not even, previously we've seen Lakia. This is where he'd throw over a haunt and figure out if there's someone in the area. That's a tough smoke to play around. Yeah, do you take the risk? Because if he goes down here and they close the distance, there's no way out. For Meteor, he's going to take that way out here, and now
he got dinked.
Oh, 10 HP. It's dangerous. The nade from Texture might delay them slightly, and he has a showstopper to work with. He's sticking around. That nade actually landed perfectly, and now the showstopper comes through. It doesn't find the kill, though. A battle in the air, and Second takes it. The site now under threat with Karen responding. Meteor's big gun shows up, and he's got the little one out as well. The one from the bundle. He'll be able to use it with 10 HP inside that smoke. He just backs off. Posts up with the operator again. The snakebite's coming for him. He's got to back off, and he does. A third kill. On a sliver of health, the snakebite will eventually drop him. But John QT's got 2 more opponents to take down. One on the way with an ult in the back pocket. I don't know if they'll use it. There's 12 seconds left. This is where we want to see him stick that plant. Oh, but there's no chance with Lakia lining him up through the wall.
That was filthy. A seize to catch him, hold him in place, and a headshot straight through the wall to put him down. Meteor, though, 3 kills on 10 HP. It's just absurd. Bear in mind, he got dinked in the first, before he even saw anyone, he got dinked through the smoke, and then just wipes out half the team before eventually, I think, going down to a snakebite. What a fantastic round, and again, another huge individual step up for the side of Gen.G. They've had so many ridiculous hero rounds, keeping things level for now. And yet, he's still going to give up that operator to Texture.
Bring them down.
That's a good teammate right there. This door, it's going to give him an angle. You're not often going to be too scared about an op being posted on it, but no one reveals themselves. Sentinels hunkered down. There's 5 players here. They don't want to give it away and have the rotations of Gen.G come through to catch them. Instead, they're going to wait, but anyone pokes their little nose out before that smoke is up. In fact, the smoke is for stairs. Texture's still good on the angle, but he doesn't find the shot. He's going back for more. He's sticking around, and he's caught his shot. Zels is down. Blast packing away, being chased by the Boombot, but he's able to post once more, and the door control remains in the hands of Gen.G. There's no threat from his left-hand side. This man only has one direction to look at, and Sentinels realize there's no way through. There's no space for them to capitalize on. Instead, they'll break the door. At least that's the idea. But Meteor's waiting for that too. Oh, no, in fact, that was Lakia breaking the door.
Yeah, I think he's almost trying to give his teammate an opportunity to make a play through the door.
30 seconds left.
Still, Sentinels sit, waiting for someone to make an error, someone to make a mistake. They've still got utility. The Nightfall previously used by Lakia delayed them a massive amount. And it looks like they might just have to save this one, not finding any gap, any way into this round.
10 seconds left.
It is going to be another on the board. The question is, can they remove any of these extra weapons? Because they do not want to allow Sentinels to get away scot-free.
Well, they haven't pushed the door, so it's only the 1 player hunting. Meteor, it's not going to land. Not this time, so few weapons saved. This man Texture, he swung into 3 players, but again, there's a lot of utility coming their way. It's pulling their crosshairs off the angle, and I think they just weren't expecting this man to be as unhinged as he is.
He did it almost off the rip of the Nightfall. Yeah. So that's where all of your opponents get instantly taken down to like half HP. They also don't have any of the sound as well. That's the main thing. It's that they're obviously not going to be expecting someone to just run through an insta-peek, and they're also focusing on trying to reclaim tree control. Definitely risky, no doubt about it, but that has been what Texture has been doing. He's been disruptive. And now Sentinels clearly feeling after the last of the last 5 rounds, 4 have gone the way of Gen.G. They're starting to get themselves back into control. And from what we've seen from them, they definitely feel more comfortable on the attack, which is a very scary prospect for Sentinels who, sure, there's no doubt they can do it on the defensive side, but you look at their victories versus Heretics, you had a 9-1 over on that attack side. 10-2 versus Loud the last time they played. 9-3 versus 100 Thieves. They've always been solid on this attack, and right now they are being challenged.
Well, after Split, it can't be a nice feeling for this squad. One of the bigger tests that they've faced from a team that I think the community has been favoring Sentinels for sure, but we even heard it from the desk. they're the favorite team, but it's not an upset necessarily if Gen.G win. Like, this is pinned to be a close game and one that Gen.G have chances in.
There.
Or maybe it's better to say not the most incredible upset we've ever seen. It's going to be marginal. But from what we've seen, they looked like the better team so far. Sentinels about to be challenged by Texture's aggression once more, but this time they're ready. Zekin's caught him. And Lakia, well, he's left in a bit of an awkward position. Does he stay around there aggressive? No, it's time to fall back. It's a good thing too.
But that's the thing. I think Sentinels are starting to learn that there's never really just been one player. There's always been a second layer to this B push, especially. Like the last time out, we saw Munchkin make a play and Karen was just behind. So they made sure that they cleared everything. The operator hanging out in the wall. That won't be able to be retrieved, at least for now. Still plenty of time, though. And you can see space being taken across the map for Sentinels. Again, they love selling this ruse towards the A site. Using this time John QT because of the fact that Sassy has his ult again. Not going to be used to fake it as he instantly catches both players. Karen, though, has already made it into the corner. They've got to be careful of this. He's done this before. We saw this yesterday. Wins the first duel, but the trade is immediate.
30 seconds left.
I was hoping for a little bit more in the crossfire, but Meteor doesn't land the first, and now caught by some utility. He's brave.
Spike planted.
Sticking around on that angle to look for a fight. His teammate's miles away. If he goes down, the save call might be made. No, but he doesn't go down. In fact, he sends them skyrocketing into this round with Sassy alone. Lakia, you know, he wants to just contain him, make sure he can't cross out to main. And now he might have. Be in the back of his line. They're split on the angle, and Sassy isolates one to second, right into his crosshair, matching that of Meteor for a Red Bull clutch.
This game has been a treat already. I thought Meteor had done enough. He is having a worldie of a game. Being able to take this much space. They even knew he must have been around this angle. Even putting in a snakebite just moments later, split second later, to stop him from being able to do that. But luckily, they have this man, my bold brother, in Sassy, to be able to clutch things out. We've credited him when it comes to his utility usage throughout the game, but he also has the clutch in his locker. Again, though, this control instantly fought for by Gen.G. They are never sat back. They are never comfortable just giving up map control. And while this is a bold position.
I've seen an op whole day alone before, Tom, but you know, usually from a little bit further back. Yeah, just
well, he does have the short range weapon of the op, so you know.
That's true.
You do have to get up nice and close.
Yeah, see if he pulls out any hip fires with it. Well, this might be a surprise for Sassy. Snakebite up and over, that's probably for Rubble.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, he's a bit more aggressive than you anticipated, my friends.
It's got to be infuriating. Why would he be that far? He's going back. He's not shying away. Like, that's the thing. He's gone right back to the same spot again, confident that he'll hit the shot. Obviously, his teams have also sort of stacked it up over on the C side. Utility being broken, still a chance, but just look, 2 players already. The Meteor goes through. He spots the majority. They're not, oh, just about. I thought that he might have flicked away. Karen's still here though, but he'll be traded out and back again, leaving it all onto Zekin. 25 seconds left, trying to fake out the plant, but Lakia not wanting to overextend. They've pinged exactly where he is, and Zekin's gonna go hunting, gonna try and take this man down and do exactly that. He's also got a flank coming in from Texture, but already he'll make the realization that this is gonna be a push towards the B site. He's actually gonna go running in, that's the thing. Texture instantly puts the nade, he has to try and stick this, may even go down to it, just 25 HP. But Zekin's still standing, still holding on. Texture just sticking it though. Already gets it to half. And looks to try and bait him in. He's got so much time to play with that he has to go back! But Zekin lands the shot anyway! It's a back-to-back Red Bull clutch for Sen!
What an incredible play! That headshot, it's what it needed to be anywhere else, and he was going to be traded out by the bullet swinging back at him. And the idea here from Zekin.
It was a double check. I thought I saw him look away, and I was like, there's no way, but...
That was a fool me once. Shame on you. You ain't getting away with it again. It was Karen, I think literally the round before. Certainly the last round that they went C. He was in that same corner, so of course they're going to check it. Great reactions to deliver. Gen.G, well, they were all smiles not long ago. Now, feeling pretty deflated after that, but they're only 1 round behind. And as we said, Sentinels usually have a very strong attack, so it's not a bad position to be in, even if it ends 7-5, and they've called a timeout here.
But that's the thing. I feel like it's one thing losing a round to your own mistakes, your own misplays, or your opponent maybe just doing something that you didn't foresee. I don't really believe that Gen.G did anything wrong in those clutches. Like, you look, the last 2 1v2s, you're sat there going, okay, they tried to play it together. Sassy manages to isolate the fight and win a round. Then you look at the next one, Lakia falls back so that his teammate can rotate, but Zekken gets aggressive, takes him down, Texture rotates quickly enough to nade him on the plant, and with 25 HP, he gets it to half, waits for his opponent, and gets insta one-tapped. Those are 2 rounds where Gen.G are looking at going, well, there's not really an adaptation there. We played the round correctly. Sentinels were just better with those individual plays.
And sometimes that's all it is, man. Like, there are going to be rounds where your opponent just goes off. And there's rounds that Gen.G have had very similar. I mean, even earlier on in this tournament, Texture with a pistol over on Split, emerging from a smoke, 4 shots, 3 kills. What? Got 1 through the smoke already with 10s dropped. And Sentinels, in this last round on their attack side, find themselves in a disadvantage due to a scrappy early A fight. Oh no.
Oh, the timing is perfect. Toxins down. Good trade from JongQT though. They needed something extra. They needed to bring that back to at least within contention. And with the way the last few rounds have gone, wouldn't be surprised to see the clutch. Also, a plant for JongQT. We'll get him his ult online. You can see though, Meteor is already set up. The Viper's Pit is great, but it's not going to be that impactful if your opponent has a lockdown.
Especially on this side, Tom, you can very easily box them in, and the only way out is it's a long run. Probably not getting back in. There it is, ultimate ready. You hear the voice line called. JongQT probably wants to use this a little closer so they have an escape. And in fact, very aggressively used. Immediately look at Gen.G's adaptation. They come pushing in towards the spawn angle, but that's where Sassy's waiting, and the orb's obscuring him for just a moment. It's a beautiful angle. He can even get out of here, but they drop it to take a fight together, destroy the lockdown as well. Clinical play from Sentinels, leaving Karen to do it all, and he doesn't stand a chance. Sentinels have earned their way, fought their way back up to 7 at the half. Not a bad scoreline, but their defense is going to be tested.
That was brilliant. Honestly, I'm thoroughly enjoying this match. The adaptations from either side, the orb put in play deep to give him a little bit of extra space. They knew exactly where their opponents would go once they placed the pit. That is honestly a JongQT masterclass in repositioning, and they've earned themselves the 7-5 at the half.
Well, a lot of eyes have been drawn to Sentinels and Tens, one of the main players. He's been sensational. It's time to hear from some of his friends and family over in the audience.
Hey guys, Mika Fabs here, and we are back in the crowd with some very special guests. I have Valerie here, who you all know as Tenza's mom, and you have Billy here, Tenza's uncle. The whole family's out here. Let's get a round of applause. All right, I saw you guys getting really into the game here, of course. How are you guys enjoying it so far?
Oh, it's amazing. Hola, Madrid!
Hi, it's been awesome here, watching the Sentinels play their game.
Yeah, and I hear that you were actually a big influence on Tens while he was, starting his gaming career.
Yeah, definitely it started out. You're definitely a gaming family, and just making sure that he stayed competitive and focused on getting better. And he just took it off by himself from there.
And Valerie here told me a little secret. What is your rank, sir?
Probably Decade Ascendant, but my peak's Immortal too.
Whoa! Let's give a round of applause for that. Now, of course, it's massive that you get to see your son here. You go to another corner of the globe, and you have fans all over just applauding his name. How does that make you feel?
It's very heartwarming. It's,
Don't make me cry!
No, amazing. I'm so proud. Tyson, oh my God. So proud.
Speechless. We love him. We definitely do. Now, let's hear the both of you. Can you give a massive shout out to Sentinels and to Tyson playing up there right now?
Let's go, Sentinels. You guys are amazing. Let's go. You got this. We love you, Tyson.
Let's go, Tyson. Let's go, Sentinels.
Let's get back into the game.
We Tom. You just let me hang.
Yep.
We agreed on that. Tom, you told me let's do that when it comes back.
I've heard a lot of people heckin' love that guy, so you know.
But not you. Okay, fair enough. 7-5. Sentinels doing pretty well at this stage of the game. We said they're used to a very strong attack, and sure, there were some stumbles. But now let's see if they can get off on the right foot here on their defense. The pistol round underway. One Ghost, and just classics to back it up on that defensive side. Gen.G not showing their intention just yet. They've got some control for the A push, looking for any B aggression, but it looks like the intention is to take this to C or open that door and quickly double back.
The smoke timing
We'll go all the
will
way back.
deter them for now. A little bit of space towards that B side, but it looks like Sentinels have a decent read. 2 players walking their way back up. The Prowler's actually going to give it away. There's a couple of players here. Zekken does have his nade available if he wants to try and deny them. Instead, he's just going to spam, and he's taken out Lakia.
Sneaking into that corner as well. It's a beautiful crossfire if they do emerge onto the site. Deep smoke stopping for any C aggression. Turret watching the push up on the other side. 2 players on C as well. Sentinels have no worries on that side of the map or B. But A, on the other hand, has come under threat. They've lost Rubble control. They've seen players here, left. And they're making a quick reaction with a 3-man rotate onto that actual site.
So well placed for this push. Tens of smokes has made it awkward again. Already though, Munchkin's able to trade one back. The Paranoia's missed, and Sassy's going to try and capitalize off it. But Munchkin lands another shot. Even gets a fight onto Tens, who's low. Somehow they're turning this. They've got to get that spike down. Snakebite into position, but it's not going to deny. Karen just holding, at least for the moment. But Zelsis, again, is going to be able to bring this back. Both players low, but Munchkin just isn't missing a beat. He hits his 4th kill of the round, and just whenever there's a moment for someone to step up, it always seems to happen.
Unbelievable. I mean, this guy was unreal last map. Don't get me wrong. Pretty sure he came out of the first map. Yeah, the first half with 2 kills.
2, yeah.
He was quiet, and now he's woken up at such a crucial time for this squad. It's not just the 4 kills. He's 1 hit, and I'm pretty sure his teammate is too.
Bear in mind, that reaction was Texture, the guy who won them the pistol on split by hiding and killing 3 people. And he's like, whoa! What?
Looks like we might have gotten an early reaction, because I'm sure he's going to be hyped up after that one too. Tens, though, sneaking around the corner, good for 1. Caught immediately. Good catch by Munchkin, good react, and the follow-up from Lakia closes the round. Pretty clinical on the way through. 1 player lost.
I need that much slower because my brain wasn't able to comprehend how Texture got 2 kills that quickly. Even still, relatively clean. I'm seeing Meteor with a sniper on attack, and I don't mind it because at this point, not going to doubt him. 17-9. He may not be on the duelist anymore, but he definitely has that duelist mentality. And yeah, couple off. Actually, both players not that far away from a showstopper. It could be a big round for the Rays players.
Especially with the economy kind of low for the attacking side. Texture, there's 1 already. Now just 1 from the showstopper with most of his HP still intact. Gen.G, they haven't gotten away with it scot-free. Karen's been lost. OMEN on each side out. Paranoia's no longer in play. Zelsis with one of the stranger angles you'll see held with an Odin. It's just a fallback, so he's covering C and B with his utility, and a wild shot through the smoke for John QT. There's the advantage claimed, although marginally considering Sassy's HP.
Yeah, Sassy was able to trade off that first kill. I think it was actually a solid reveal from Lakia that actually gave up Tens' position up close. There was expectations there for Gen.G that they were going to be challenged. But even still, it's going to have to be an almost complete reposition. Now, they've got the turret, they've got the alarm bot, so they know that there's not really much of a chance that anybody's got this aggressive. But other than that, information is barren for the side of Gen.G. They have no idea what they're pushing into. You mentioned that Odin in its position. Well, depending on the plant spot, it might actually have quite high impact, and he's holding on to one of his nano swarms. With 20 seconds left, sure, it's probably going to end up in a retake, but there is a chance that this might be stopped by Zelsis.
There's the nano activated that's on site already. One thrown through to delay even further. 10 seconds. Time to get that plant through. It's got to be safe in the corner. Got to wait a little longer after the nano runs the clock down, and that is a very tight plant. I think he's just about got it, but no spray coming through on the other side. That was 0.1 or 0.2 of a second by my read, but just about close enough to allow it to come through. But with texture down, the numbers thin even further on the attacking side. Now the defenders, I suppose, of this site. One found by Lakia. Meteor needs some impact with this, and he'll find it. Another kill, but he's 4 HP. 1 against 2. The nade hunting him down. So too is Zekin. 8 found for Sentinels. Gen.G made a good attempt at this one.
Yeah, definitely made it a little bit more costly, but they did have a fair amount of rifles going into that as a bonus. Again, though, I'd like the delay. The fact is that came down to a split second, and I think there was a very real world where Lakia fat fingers that and they lose the round just off time.
Yep.
Like, it was so insanely close. Good positioning, though, meant that they were able to find a lot of these kills before things really got too dangerous. And now we mentioned the showstopper. Texture used his in the last round. Zekin has his available now.
These rounds are trickling in bit by bit. The lead only ever summed up by a round or two. It's never safe, it's never secure, nor are these players. Early aggression, again, from Sentinels. A lot of utility, and most importantly, 4 players here. Paranoia used. Zekin gets caught by the other sides, though, so he's not able to get a clean shot off on the showstopper. It's interrupted, and Sentinels start to fall back, concede some of this space. It's a good battle by Gen.G, and they thought they had a lot to work with Meteor sneaking through to B, but he's being caught.
Yeah, it's now back into that awkward scenario. They had so much space, but also that takes off all of that extra Killjoy utility, so they can't really afford to dilly down anymore. They're gonna have to make their move again. Walking into the Lion's Den. Zels is with his utility, but also with his Odin at the back. Hasn't been revealed. He's sat patiently waiting with his gun in hand, and he's gonna win the fight again. Even look at the spam through. He's done a lot of damage to Karen, but he's just buying time for the rotation. You don't really see plays like this every single day. Sat at the back with the Odin in hand, and he's just gonna go the sun on his own. Again, another 4K comes out for the side of Sentinels, and a solo hold of that C site.
I've never seen anyone do that before. I've never seen it. Just hip fire in the Odin. Every part of that was so beautiful as well. The realization he needs to go for the wall bangs, then that they're going to swing him. He swings wide ahead of them. Makes it a little more awkward for them to land. Like, this is good. The swing here, it perfectly offsets where Karen was looking to pre-fire on. Like, he could not have read that any better. What an unbelievable play, and then to actually deliver sprays like that, hip firing when you're just beginning it, you have a lower rate of fire. Unbelievable. I'm gonna dream about that tonight.
Well, the dreams of Gen.G's 2-0 seem to be slipping away. Sentinels extending that lead, and now back to pistols and a hero rifle for Texture. He's had his moments in this game, but most of it has been with an operator in his hand. Once again, Zelsis is waiting. And the thing is as well, that it leaves them with so little opportunity for where they can plant. Instead, they're gonna go back, look to put some pressure onto Tens, who been having one of his quieter performances, that's for sure. But even still, all he really has to do is get that information, call for the rotations, and get some support.
Yeah, I mean, you'll see Tens flex a lot, and I think here on OMEN, the way they've been playing it on defensive side, he's often just the guy throwing the paranoia and trying to get involved afterwards.
Placing sentry. 30 seconds.
We go to a map 3, might see a little more from him. Gen.G, few pistols, but as we said, you know, it was nothing but Mastercard thrifties starting off that first map. No reason we can't return to it now. Meteor's flanks have been caught again and again. This time it's Sassy to find him, and with 13 seconds left, they need to make a move onto the site. 10 on the clock as they get close. Blast pack still in play, gonna be used here, but not booping him fully off. Just about far enough away that he can continue planting. Karen falls. Pistol standing, Guardian spotted and dropped, and it's cleaned up nicely by Sentinels. It's only Munchkin left, and he can't even get near that spike to stop the defuse. What a nice shot connected. That's where the hope of the round ends.
Yeah, in the end, he almost has to go down just to make sure that he's going to have weaponry for the next round. And it's going to be a small cost for the side of Sentinels, 3 rounds in a row, and relatively clean ones as that. They've got Zelsis now. 7,000, and they have got the crowd support. It definitely seems like they are the favorites, even if they're on a different continent from where they're normally playing. Sentinels have won the hearts of many, and now will have a comfortable lead. Even still, though, they're going to be put under pressure. An immediate push here as they take control of Mound.
That util in response, good paranoia, but too late. The player's already able to see and take down Zekin as TenZ fades from the angle. They find themselves in a 4v4. Good retake ultimate online for Zelsis. That can counteract the Viper's Pit as we've seen before, but the potential to play aggressively on the back of Lakia's could cancel it out. It has for Sentinels previously. TenZ on the other side of this smoke has Gen.G covering the cross, but Karen's already gotten up close. A shrouded step that wasn't expected, and now the Nightfall gone all the way through. Gen.G 13 HP, but he fades into the corner, and now he'll be able to get his health back online. Even notices the Nano Swarm chasing him down. Snakebite now landed right on him, and he's jumping forward.
Oh my
caught
God.
by another piece of utility. This time the alarm bot. Sassy almost had it, but he's caught. Zelsis in on the Odin, picking up one, and he's got his lockdown in prime position. Another swing, and a player spotted. Only one to root out of that Viper's Pit. And Munchkin's already given up the angle, essentially. They're running for the hills as Zelsis steps forward. He'll catch Lakia, setting them up to close this out, but Munchkin falling. It's Zelsis' round as 11 goes on the board for Sentinels. They're close to a map 3.
We've said it throughout this tournament. We've seen a lot of teams lose their own map pick. We've seen a lot of teams fight back. Mentioned it as well that throughout their last 9 series, Sentinels have taken the first map every single time. But we're seeing that they have no trouble looking for a response in map number 2. Zekin leading the way, but we've also in this second half seen a massive resurgence from Zelsis. Had a couple of really high impact rounds. Seems to love the C site. And more for Gen.G. They're going to give the legend that is Solo an opportunity to try and talk this one through. As said, we have seen him play against Sentinels the last time they actually won an event. He played in the upper match to go into the final and lost. Now he has to find some wise words to try and bring this team back and have an opportunity for the 2-0. Otherwise, they head into Breeze. And honestly, either of these teams have looked fantastic on that map, so I have no idea which way it will go.
It's going to be whoever's made best use of the downtime, what little of it there is in between these games. Again, talking about the stakes of this match, I believe it was Kaplan that was talking about it, and actually it was because we showed it on the desk. The fact that whoever wins this, first of all, gets to watch their opponent play, always a great advantage to have, but mainly they get a day off. They can prepare, they can scrim, they can relax, get up late, whatever they want.
And the veto advantage as
Veto
well.
advantage, exactly. The impact of winning this series, it's not just about, oh yeah, they can get to the grand final anyways. They can, but they'll be on the back foot when they make it there, running off back-to-back game days.
Well, 4 rounds in a row. This attack side for Gen.G hasn't looked great. We're going to see the same again. This adaptation to the C-side control is to have aggression, and then Zelsis now sits with his setup on the A side of the map. And I think they're going for this again because it's yet to be tested. We haven't seen the pressure put onto Zelsis on the other side, but they feel confident in it. They've left him there alone. In fact, there's no support at all. The rest of the team are massively far away. In fact, we're even seeing a rotation from Sassy towards the players over on that C site.
Play has to cover the B gap.
They want this man to go for a real hero play with no support whatsoever.
Oh, if he commits to it. If he just commits to it, he could have so much value spraying through that wall. Look at the players creeping up towards the switch. Zelsis doesn't know, though. There's no information to play with just yet. He's waiting for his alarm bot to get contact. Now the door's open. He needs to run. He knows players are about to flood that part of the map, or that they might be. In fact, Gen.G have changed their idea. The direction now brings them towards B. Smoke up, and a good kill as TenZ is caught out of position. Nightfall through. and that is going to slow them way down. Keep the information in their hands, allow Zalsis to go in spraying, and Zekken does much the same. This one's done. Karen in a barrel. And Zalsis spraying away. It's 12-7. 5 in a row for Gen.G. Well, we're going to go all the way to Breeze.
Yeah, they were so ready for that. Had the utility available to play the retake on C if they needed to. So Zels's only play was to just get out of there. They had 4 players ready for the B site, and the second the Nightfall goes in, Zekken, he can smell his opponents. He can sense the blood in the water and gets himself a couple of headshots easily. 5 rounds in a row now, and that's exactly what Gen.G need on the other side to take us to overtime. It feels unlikely with how clean this has been for Sentinels. And already they're getting the early read. The spam almost gets the opener.
Oh, it's going to. Because after you spam that, you spam this wall, and Karen's right there. The bullets get very close, but not close enough. Zalsis is now back on the site, reloading as pressure's applied. The door is open, but all the while Texture is creeping his way towards the stairs. 2 players spotted, 1 up close, and even suspecting 1 near the switch. Zalsis has a lot of information. Oh, and even the kill on Lakia. The blind fire pays off. Karen's in danger too. He was getting sprayed at. All the while, they're just hoping that on the side of Gen.G, somebody, look on Sentinels will make a mistake.
Look at where Zekken is.
Still waiting.
He's pushed all the way up, so he knows that they're not going back in this direction. I like this, though. The adaptation that maybe Sentinels aren't expecting. Never mind. Sassy makes the play, but gets caught out. Even still, though, Meteor's found another. Somehow this round has become competitive. 30 seconds left on the clock.
30
They still have themselves a lockdown available. The spam might actually just about get rid of it. It's still online, at least for now, surviving an extra second, and they haven't been able to put the pressure on. Tench has got another. John QT with 1 more. Leaves it all on to Karen. He's on 1 HP. And through the smoke, John QT will close it. We're getting the map 3 we desired, as both teams will win their opponent's map choice.
Convincingly at that 13-7 for Sentinels. They came in with control and they never let go. It was a close fight all the way up to that 7-8 scoreline, and then they ran away with it. Yeah. Gorgeous play from the Sentinel side, and we saw the resurgence of so many players. Zekken finishing 23-10. This is a good sign for what's to come. Breeze, map 3 to close this one out and send 1 team to the grand final. It's coming up after this.
What do you want me to say? How did we end up this way? We are lost souls, we are broken, but we keep our hearts wide open. Give me something to believe in. I don't sing songs, I scream them. There isn't a day that goes by that I'm dying to feel alive. I'm dying to feel alive. I'm dying to feel alive.
With this white-hot crowd here in the Madrid arena, the Sentinels managed to force that map 3, and what a way to do so. Zelsis had to pray to a Norse god, and then he just went brrr. That was unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, that second half, Gen.G was putting on a masterclass with the defense. Lotus calling something like 5 or 6 rounds in a row to win it there. They killed the lurker every round. Zelsis' Odin was holding A space every time, and the retakes were looking sublime.
I was going to say, great call in. Gen.G just telling Zelsis, you know, the Odin, just spam. Yeah. We were saying, like, the economy was so good, why not buy a second Odin and have someone behind you that is either, like, when you're not shooting, somebody else is shooting, or they can reload for you and you just keep going on those plays, because it was stellar.
Just
not only on A, also on C.
Real quick, I went to the back to go talk to Sideshow for a minute. I was like, what Sentinels need to do? He's like, they need to shoot back.
They
and
did
I think Zelsis
They
was
did.
like, yes.
And honestly, there's not that really much of a chance of a refrag if they can't see you, you know?
It's also so easy to just be like, Odin go burr, but the way they use it strategically to punish the A pressure, to repush, the way that they call around it as well, you kind of make the joke of having another Odin behind, but they always had someone else ready to follow up off of it. It's another showcase.
It's not like he needed
how good the fundamentals are for Sen.
Yeah, it truly was impressive there. Of course, so let's take a look at our Verizon high-speed moment of the match, because we got to give some love to 2 players here, Sassy and Zekin. First, Sassy, for this brilliant player, I thought he was cooked at this point. Manages to whip that headshot there. Kukuka finds a second, and then Zekin, here you go.
I am loving this place because these are the kind of rounds that get you back into the game. Something that definitely, and just based off on the score that we're seeing right now, Sentinels needed desperately. But also, I wanted to point out that even Kaplan, like, asked for a timeout this late into the first half, being like, guys, this cannot be the way. I think that he had a major impact also in giving them the keys as to what to expect for when their defense came.
Yeah, you absolutely need rounds like this when you're up against a team like Gen.G, because they're like guaranteed to win at least 4 clutches a game, it feels like. But Sentinels can do it right back, showing us the Gen.G is quality tactics, but also insane clutches for everyone on this team.
I couldn't agree more. But also, I mean, listen, I said it on Twitter, Zekin's out here making a case to be the best in the world. He is trying his hardest out here, as I expect him to, because this kid gives you 110%, but look at the output difference. Santissimo. That is insane.
Santissimo, yes, Santissimo is at least holy. That first blood success rate is unreal. Of course, you know, the stats based off on a 13-5, and what we just saw, of course, is going to speak volumes of it. But the fact is that we were seeing a Zekin that was comfortable, that he was reliable on when these clutch scenarios came on to play, and definitely one of the keys to Sentinel success.
By the way, casual 75% first blood win rate. The guy was electric. I love especially the way in that first half, Sentinels was approaching the C site with the double dive between him and Tens. They're so good at getting those openers.
Wow. It's just another day in the office for that kid. It's just unbelievable.
He just turned 19, by the way. It was just the guy's birthday.
Yeah, when I was 19, I was really trash at Halo. Meanwhile, this kid is out here probably on pace to maybe go to a final if they keep playing like this. But what happens here on Breeze, guys? Because last time we saw Sentinels play this, it was not the best for them. It was not here, and it was not the best for them.
Yeah, exactly. And we also have a Gen.G on the other side that decided to pick this map against an America squad and Loud, and did not find the success. And then EDG picked it onto them, and they were able to win that. But I feel like there were 2 very different matches, and it also relies on the compositions that we can expect from both these teams. Sentinels, or a very like more standard note, and then Mimi, all the craziness that we see coming out from Gen.G.
Yeah, I mean, the last time we saw Sentinels play this map was in the match that didn't matter against G2 when they had already clinched playoffs.
They played Leviathan beforehand.
Sure,
and
but
got
even that was months ago by this point,
That's
and they had some time in between. They had a little bit of time to prep. They let it through the veto. I think they can expect that Gen.G would have wanted to go here, so I can't wait to see what Sen has prepared.
Yeah, exactly. And talking about those compositions, not only, as you're saying, on the side of Sentinels, have they prepared something? Are they going to change some things around? They're playing with the KO. We know that they can be comfortable with that, but also thinking about the composition from their opponents, that potentially having the Euro, having the Astra in this map is something that regionally you're not going to see anywhere.
That's true.
But it's going to be a 3rd map here, and let's take a look at what comp Sentinels go for. It's the same thing as last time. This map, I think, is honestly a 50-50. It can come down to the duels, performance on the day. But what we have to focus on is what this would mean for either of these teams. Gen.G, in the organization's first international appearance that they qualified to, they have a chance to make it to the finals with rookies on their squad. And for Sentinels, it is a return that has been so long awaited.
Gen.G has been able to turn these things around. Losing their pick is something that they are very familiar with in this event, but they always win in that third map. This has to be the case if they want to make history.
The winner of this match has a huge advantage in the grand finals. This last map could very well define the winner of Masters Madrid.
This is it, folks. Map 3, and the winner moves on to Sunday. I don't want to waste any more time. Let's send it back over to your casters to close this bad boy out. It's Mitch and Tom.
Thank you so much, Golden Boy, and our fantastic analyst desk. Just saw the results come in from the fan poll, Tom, and it looks like Sentinels are pretty heavily favored to win this.
Sentinels are winning a fan vote? I never could have seen that one coming.
I wonder if we can get the stats from the Korean stream. It might be a little bit different over there, but we'll see if that fan favor actually carries any weight. As we move on to Breeze, the final map in this series, the decider that sets Gen.G on the defensive side. They stumbled on the last with big plays coming out of players like Zekin on the side of Sentinels. Let's see what the Sentinel side has up their sleeve on Breeze, because it's not like the other two maps we expected a lot from both teams. Here, it's hard to really gauge expectations.
Yeah, and a lot of what we've seen already, the victory that came out of this composition for Gen.G was an 11-1 attack side, so we don't know what they've got on the defense. We'll have to wait and see. Zekin, though, already looking to take that initial space. Again, the utility from the initiators is sublime. Sets him up wonderfully. That shock dart has done so much damage. Zekin's almost dead as well. I don't think he's got anything else to throw at them, but they are slowly making their move forward.
Here comes a recon, just came back online from Lackey. It was used at the start of the round, now buys a little bit of space. Zekin down, and Texture emerging from the smoke gets caught. They know there's a player in the corner, and they'll look to isolate that fight up close. Munchkin does well to find another. The advantage stacked against Celsius, but the spike is down, and he knows it's not being diffused. Sometime bought, but 15 HP. One more bullet's all that's needed, and it should be only seconds away. With Lackey's third, Gen.G find a first.
Yeah, exactly how you want to start off on that defensive side. I think the expectations will be there for both sides to have the success there, but that's the thing, though. You're kind of facing off against what was a bread and butter comp on this map before. What Gen.G's running definitely has a little bit more spice to it on that attack side. That's the thing that I said. That shock dart was sublime. It almost killed off Zekin as well and ended the round. And seeing Lakia, as said, one of the players looking to get his redemption versus Sentinels from a long, long time ago. And we're talking about a ridiculous, what was it, 1,029 days since Sentinels sent Newturn to the lower bracket. Will they do it again? Early days in this map at least, and obviously for the side of Sentinels, they don't normally invest much into these rounds, and they haven't again. It's either all or nothing. They're not like a sheriff team. They're not like, let's put a little bit in.
Yeah, we saw that right last map. It was the full force and a lot of success found, but obviously don't put as much stock in being able to claim that space on this map. And you can understand why. Normally, though, it's on the back of Cypher comps that are really hard to break through if you actually play diving on towards one site. This time, Gen.G have a lot of reactive utility. Meteor can always get towards that site. Karen's got global util to support them with those stars. For now, Sentinels have claimed the space. They have got the plant down by the looks of things, and there's not a lot that Gen.G had to push them out. Even the shock dart doesn't land. So a chance now for the pistols, most of which are grouped up on the back of the site. Good shots to start this off. And it doesn't look like there's too much being found, but you gotta look at the HP bars. Meteor's down a little bit low and emerging from the smoke. Yeah, Celsius ran into heavy traffic, but Lackey is down. Another opportunity for kills here on Zekin. Low HP on Meteor, but not a shot to hit. And John QT's last alive. Hey, okay, 2 kills. It's not terrible.
Yeah, they do a little bit of damage. They get a plant. They earn some extra credits. Weaponry is going to be picked up for Gen.G, so again, it's not really the end of the world, but I don't think either side is going to be particularly unhappy, especially with how Gen.G set up. That was basically working off the retake. Now though is where things get that little bit more interesting. And, well, the plant, in some cases, will actually have made the difference of having full shields, having full utility, which, as we know, there is an outlaw on the other side, so that will actually make a difference.
Yes, yes, absolutely. You know, the Outlaw here, it's really drawing my eye how Gen.G use it, but this is going to be the more conventional usage,
They're on
right?
defense for starters.
Yeah, attack side split, you know, we're going to have a conversation about that. But here, so much value. The whole map is just long-range angles. You can do so much damage. As we see, Sentinels have got shields on everybody, the full 150. Those pistols, weaker weapon spams, could be able to take him down already. Texture's able to pick up Jongkyuti, Lackey on another Karen, Munchkin. Everyone's got their bite of the pie. It's just Sassy left alone. I mean, this is not a round that I expected Gen.G to win, but to dominate? There's barely been any damage done, Tom.
No, and they're already looking at their flank. They know that there's a very good chance, especially now that they're starting to clear out the positions behind, that he will be somewhere towards their spawn, already pings on the map. It might even just be a scenario where we're going to have to wait the full 50 seconds for Sassy to just try and hold on to the gun. But again, I want to shout out the utility being thrown in from Lakia. He's someone that I definitely don't think always gets his plaudits, has some rough games individually, but his dart basically gave a free kill over onto the side of Karen. Well,
30 seconds
it is
left.
just going to be Sassy holding onto the gun. All 5 players looking to survive. Upgrades as well. We were talking about them having, I think it was a Marshal, a Sheriff, an Outlaw. None of those weapons are in play anymore. It is just the rifles for Gen.G. If you're talking about a great start to this map, it really doesn't get better than this.
No, that is a boost to their economy if ever I've seen one.
10 seconds
3
left.
upgrades across the board, able to make it work with the weaker weapons. And you know, the funny thing is, the Viper Wall can be so useful. Viper Wall wasn't there. Viper Orb, same thing, not there. It's just straight up fights. Players spamming through the smoke, putting them low. And now they found Sassy after all that time.
After we've sat there for 50+ seconds waiting for him to hold onto that guard, and Meteor just goes, no, right at the end. But that's just disgusting. Like, that's the thing. That's where you see actually just the usage coming out of Lakia, and then also just the denial. Like, it's having that second controller. Like, Karen's just been able to slow the push by putting that smoke into position. And there you go. You got the Gen.G watch party over in Seoul as well. After what was probably a bleak 2023, it is paying dividends to be a fan of this team now.
Yeah.
Maybe even a few people might have jumped ship over, but we won't call them out.
kind of feel like you did call them out there, Tom. I'll be honest with you. That's I heard a bus coming. I saw you throw someone under it, but there's no evidence left behind. That's you know, for Gen.G, got to be one of the most successful rebuilds we've ever seen in such a short turnaround as well. I mean, to be at this stage, to have challenged Sentinels on split, to move to 3-0 up, winning out a low buy round there on Breeze. We've never seen a Korean team look this scary, and we've heard about them. Hell, I talked a lot to Achilleos and Paperthin back in 2020, 2021, 2022. I'll even throw 2023 in there. But now, for once, they were right.
I think the thing that's been most impressive as well is they have built this team out of players that ultimately didn't have mass success. They were talking about Texture coming from G, Karen coming from Ranked, but Munchkin definitely didn't have a great 2023. Meteor as well, expectations were high. Lakia came back from Tier 2.
Yeah.
This team just works together. Nice start though from Zekken. That's gonna be an instant kill. Looking to try and break back with what is some weaker weaponry here. They may even look to try and go through the smoke. This is awkward now for Texture. No dash, no escape. They're not gonna expect him to be here though. Not expecting him to stick around because now he has delivered them a rifle.
It's being guarded though. Lakia's not giving it up. And they've lined up for the double, the triple for Lakia. Jongkyuti, well, he'll find one unaware. That's a rifle to be retrieved, but in comes Munchkin to close that one out. Nice and clean for Gen.G in those last couple of fights. But the damage was done by Sentinels early on. Thing is, because of those massive economical rounds they had early on, they're not really going to struggle for that all too much.
Definitely got dangerous, but is this man again coming alive exactly when they need him most? 7-1 on the scoreboard. The comeback of Lakia may have been seriously understated when he made it back into a Tier 1 team. There are many of us who have been waiting for this for such a ridiculously long time, in jail over Vision Strikers, and then had a long redemption arc to even get this far. Texture about to come under pressure, but he's not shying away at all. Maybe he should have done. Zekka's removed him and taken the operator.
A reveal there would have been huge. The spam through the wall after, but nothing to be found. It's a swing out from Zekka, confirms another kill, and Tens answers up. Finally, it looks like Gen.G have been left in the dust here on the defense, and with Munchkin falling, that's confirmed. Karen, 1v4, the first is his. Pulled back a star, but, well, that's going to be quite a while before that's up and online. Trying to bait out the op, but he won't hit the shot. Snakebite up and over. If he's anywhere nearby, it'll take him down, but playing ahead of it, Gen.G spots him. 1 round on the board for Sentinels. They found their first on the attack.
Yeah, and a lot of that comes back off the individual play of Zekken. Definitely up there in terms of the entry fraggers, and just was happy to put that pressure straight onto Texture. Picking up the operator as well, just taking this round into his own hands. That's the value that Sentinels have in this youngster. Still just 19 years of age, literally just. I think it was during this tournament.
It's crazy to have that success so early on in your career.
And you better believe that contract is probably as solid as it gets. Again, they're just going straight back in for this play in towards the A site. And again, no fear out from Texture. This time he will catch it, but it's a player that can be brought back. It's going very differently this time around, though. They're being destroyed.
That's like one of the first A-site pushes we saw come out of Sentinels. Ult used by Meteor, human drone, aggressive op pick. They try to punish that op, and then they get swung by the smoke. They have a guy calling shoot me as well. It's never easy to play in rounds like that. Even uses his decoy as he comes out of the ultimate just to bait them even further. You can see they're getting hyped up on the Gen.G side, and understandably, as they now lead 5-1. We're a quarter of the way through, halfway through the first half, and Gen.G have their hands stuck on the reins.
Yeah, we've heard behind the scenes that in scrims, this map for Gen.G has been going fantastic, even if the results don't display that. When it comes to the officials, they were confident. They were happy to take it here. Again, Sentinels, we hadn't seen it successful in Americas, and it's definitely not looking great here. Tech's just so aggressive in his control. They have to be using the drone just to force him back out of main. Shock darts being sent onto him, but if you believe that he's giving this up, you'd be foolish. And look at what's happening on the other side. Gen.G are already stacking up players into this B site. The read they have is bang on.
And there's not even an intention to have Meteor go somewhere else, rotate to A if the pressure's there. His gate crashes on site, decoy used. They might even think that's the real one. They do. Flashed on Zek, and he slowed down and peeked out from the side. Munchkin wrapping to get a nice angle, and he's found another, and they still haven't found Meteor. He's spraying away, catching the jump up and dropping the spike. These players have to come out of the pit. They're getting a reveal. Meteor staying alive for now, and he's up close to the pit, knowing that they have to emerge from it to pick the spike, but they already have. Gen.G's around the backside, and he's coming right back into the safety of the pit to try to get the plant down. A flash inside, but it's all a decoy to push them towards him as Meteor moves around the other side. This is beautiful play. They're not even looking as he goes back in. And now the plant, sure, it's going to be found, but blinded up, he is stuck in a corner. Gen.G doesn't stand a chance. Huge round from Meteor on the Yoru. And an even bigger one for Gen.G, leading by 5.
That's the thing you love about this guy. Like, you've watched him play these Sentinels in such an aggressive manner. The operator on Killjoy in the last map, happy to run in 1v2s, use his ult immediately and clutch out. But then you put him back on the duelist, and you almost miss it. If it wasn't for Texture, he'd probably be playing it on any other team. This guy is so damn good. 9-3, top of the board. Sentinels at the moment, they just don't have an answer. They're coming back in with the buy, but it is one of the weaker we've seen. Ults, none of them are even remotely close. And almost all of them are either close or online. Here he goes again.
He's crazy. He's absolutely crazy. They baited him in. They thought they baited him in. He bites, but he takes it with him. Zekken down, and he's sticking around. Texture's not going anywhere. Eventually he has to fall back. The flash is good. Was that a leg or a spam from someone else? Indeed, it was a spam from someone else. Lakia, who's now down on the floor. The ult used by Meteor, 1 spotted, 2 spotted, and 2 taken down just like that. They saw the final player. They know exactly where he is. Nothing slipping past Gen.G right now with a 7th round locked in. Sentinels have to be feeling stuck in the mud. They got 1 round, and this A site has not worked for them since.
Yeah, the problem they have is either they go for these direct, aggressive takes on towards the A site, or they lose that map control immediately because it gets pushed by texture. Like, they have to challenge for it. The problem is they're not winning that fight. So there almost has to be a response. Mid-control...
You say I own you.
It sounds like it. Mid-control has not been something that we've seen too much from Sen. I almost want to see the pressure put in because these A takes are just being slaughtered. And now we're even seeing the switch up of Gen.G putting texture on the other side of the map. I think his expectation is, well, surely they don't go for that again.
There's going to be some Halls contention off rip. Lakia has given up the space. He was going to drone it. Instead, close the door, shock dart close, and the follow-up. That is gorgeous. But Sassy does manage to trade with the ultimate, and look who's gone running through! Karen uses their own util as a smoke, walks up and surprises everyone. And the spike is on the floor again. Not just Karen anymore. Meteor's holding it. He's still got his flashes. Cosmic Divide, insult to injury. Sentinels are locked out as more rotations are coming through. Munchkin not even looking at the... He's not trying to hold anything other than Halls. They know that they can't go back because of texture on mid, and there's 2 players watching for that walkout. Sentinels need a miracle to get away with this.
They also lined that up so that he can peek in front of it. It's a dual access ult. Trying to make their way out. The pop flash is perfect and it's instant. Both players executed. Gen.G, after losing their own map choice haphazardly, have come back in like nothing ever happened. 8-1 up. I want to see a second pause coming out from Sentinels here. Yeah, I don't know how he won that battle. And like the flash, a split second later, I thought Lackey was going to be dead immediately, and then we need to talk about what he just did.
In through a Hunter's Fury, through a snake bite, through a smoke. Guy just ran through the whole opposition's utility belt and came out on top. Gen.G have got Sentinels in their pocket. And so I don't know what they can say. Kaplan's got his task cut out for him and Drew. Better be combining in a fusion dance of brains to get this one across the line. It's looking grim. And the best part about it for Gen.G, you spoke about how they had all their ultis online. They've used them incrementally. We had Yoru pop his, Karen pops the Cosmic Divide. Still now, they have a Viper's Pit, still they have a Blade Storm, and they're about to have the Hunter's Fury back online. There's no way in which they're letting this slip without Sentinels running up against a brick wall again and again. They've got to be sensational to even have a foundation laid coming out of this half.
I'll give you one better.
Go for it.
In the last 4 matches, they've won only 1 of them. And they got 11 rounds on attack.
Breeze, just on Breeze.
Yeah, on Breeze. So, if anything, they should be feeling more, and especially when you look at the composition they're running, the expectation is that they'll be able to cause chaos. You've got a double duelist, and you've got double controller to just basically create space for them. This is almost seems like doomsday for Sen City. Gen.G have dropped a nuke on them, and finally we're going to see some mid-control. I wanted to see this challenge for, but again, there's always another layer. A disgusting position that's not going to be checked. Even sticks around to fight, maybe goes a little bit too far with that one. Not able to escape, and because of that, it's just going to be the 1-for-1 trade.
Well, the man advantage might not sit with any team, but TenZ has been tagged pretty low. That will stand to them in future fights. Not if it's Texture taking it with an operator, but he also has that Blade Storm. Of course, with TenZ online, that knife should be coming through fairly soon. It's just back online, and there it is. It's not caught them, though. Texture still happy, dash online in back pocket, but Sentinels are on the wraparound, moving in for mid control, moving back through mid, in fact, hoping the rotations have come through. There's an aggressive push from Lakia, so he'll be inside of main for this retake, not able to get past the trap wire. And on the site, there's only one man. All alone is Karen. off the smoke to give himself a safe haven to play from, and they're trying to root him out. They suspect that he's in this position, and Celsius has got him on the running spray.
It's whether they expect anybody to be in A main, though. Lakia might be the snake in the grass. It does seem like they're watching that position now. Enough time has gone through. Has to be an instant win on this battle. Otherwise, it's definitely going to become problematic in terms of the time. The thing is, though, in terms of finances, Gen.G can definitely afford to throw some players into the win. Munchkin looking to lead the charge. The time, though, is ticking. Texture has already found one, but surely this round has to be going the way of Sentinels at this point. But it's more so, how many players do they come out with? The answer is 3. A solid hold after a huge hiatus from the board. Sen finally bounced back.
Well, as if I'm Cypher popping an ultimate. I'll take my hat off to you there, Kaplan and Drew. Good calls to change up the pace of this game. Look like it's a B play. Wrap back through middle, which is somewhere they've had trouble holding on to control with.
They've barely gone middle. That's been the thing. It's been mostly A takes, like battling to make sure that that control can't be taken. This time it was taken, but it didn't matter because they managed to get those rotations back through, and a good call from John Cutie as well.
They have tried a few times with John lurking around mid, right, trying to get up through elbow, but every single time there's somebody there ready and waiting for it. John did also get a little bit of space on mid, but they've seen the constant aggression. Camera up, I'm watching this, but gets a little closer than you'd like to see. John QT gonna survive the round and rally the troops towards the A site. Good wall to cross in mid, drone clearing it out, and the pressure on. Lakia's close to the wall. Meteor's already rotated through, albeit he's only got, well, 0 HP now, never mind, not 40. But there's also Karen on the site, and they've managed to chop and change some of these fights. He's in a little bit of trouble there, but it looks like it's going to be fine with Sentinels crossing the site, grabbing the plants, presumably for free. Tag is received. Hunter's Fury is popped. Push up by Sassy. And a headshot angle, one by Texture with 2 kills and a third. He retook it all by his lonesome.
Yeah, it's almost like he just completely ignored the plan. The plan was that Lakia would get a tag, kill someone with the Hunter's Fury, and they retake together. Instead, he kills the guy who gets tagged immediately. He hits the most disgusting headshot with an operator, and then just peeks through the Viper screen to kill the last. The guy has no fear whatsoever.
Whoa, nice.
And while for Solo, we've already mentioned, he may not be in the server anymore, but there is a story of redemption. Elise versus Sentinels, and more so Tens. The MVP of that Reykjavik that Newturn finished 3rd. His move to coaching was something that anybody knew and was excited for. Now it's going to be a more direct approach, straight in towards this B site for Sen, desperately looking for a 3rd round.
Nice shot by Texture. That's 4 in a row on that off. He's making a highlight reel of his own, and still to be dealt with. All 3 players spotted. The info there. Bladestorm in the back pocket. Sprays her in, forcing them into this angle. The shot didn't actually land. The Bladestorm only doing marginal damage. Eventually, Tens falls, unable to be rezzed back anymore, but Sassy and John QT keep it competitive, keep it in Sentinel's favor now. And they know exactly where Munchkin is. Snake bite towards the back. It might force them into Texture, but they go the other way. And Sentinels handle every battle perfectly. 3 rounds on the board at the half. It's not ideal, but it's workable.
Yeah, it's definitely a scary prospect going forward, but similarly to what we saw in the first map, a slight resurgence from Sentinels at the end. Of course, as mentioned, though, you look at the composition that's there for the side of Gen.G, and you feel like it's going to be better on their attack, which really is a marvel to look at, because they have been truly unbelievable, making a mark as the best team in Pacific, and they are very close to making that final.
Well, a big factor on their attack is going to be Meteor, so let's hear what Meteor had to say ahead of this game.
안녕하세요. 젠지에서 활동 중인 메테오 김태호입니다. 일단 저희가 리빌딩 하고 나서 제일 성적을 좋게 내고 있는 것 같은데 사실 아직 실감은 안 나지만 그래도 또 저희끼리 잘해서 올라왔으니까 사실 페이퍼렉스라는 팀이 에임이 굉장히 좋다고 생각하고 있는데 이제 저희 팀원들도 그 페이퍼렉스 팀원들 간의 에임 싸움이라 해야 되나? 저희끼리 그런 거 피하지 말고 우리도 한번 싸워보자 라고 얘기했던 것 같습니다. 사실 감이 온다기보다는 그냥 평상시대로 공격적으로 할 것 같으니까 이제 새로 리빌딩이 되면서 이제 팀원들과 친해지려고 노력을 많이 했고 그리고 팀들끼리 이제 각자 다른 팀에서 해오던 사람들끼리 모인 거라서 우리가 어떻게 게임을 풀어나갈 건지 이런 거에 대해서 많이 얘기했던 것 같아요. 그런 부분도 이제 저희 팀
This could be a big win if it comes through. Nice work from Meteor. One bullet left. And nothing being spotted towards the spawn. This means they know where they are. A peek out is perfect and he goes back with the pistol.
사실 센티넬 경기를 자세히 보진 못했는데 사실 센티넬에 대해 아는 것도 많이 없고 그냥 이 선수가 뭐 잘하더라 이런 것만 알고 있기 때문에 그냥 센티널이랑 하게 된다면 그냥 저희가 하던 대로 하면 충분히 이길 수 있다고 생각합니다. 일단 저희가 한국 팀이라는 게 굉장히 자랑스럽고 그리고 한국에서 또 많은 팬분들이 응원해 주시고 있기 때문에 저희가 꼭 그 응원에 보답해드리도록 하겠습니다. 세계 각국에서 젠지를 응원해 주시는 분들이 계신데 그 응원에 보답해드리도록 하고 싶고 그리고 저희와 함께 항상 달려주셔서 감사합니다.
Well, Meteor says they've got fans all over the world. I'll tell you what, plenty of them showed up here to support them today, and they'll be thankful that they did. Got to witness history already with Sentinels challenge heavily, and Meteor off the bat, he is swinging with Zekin down. The man advantage goes to the team, 9-3 in the lead. Winning this pistol could spell the end for Sentinels.
Well, that's the thing. He talked about the pride he has for being that Korean team in this tournament. They win 4 more rounds, and they have got further than any Korean team has done in the history of the VCT. Right now, they've matched Newturn and DRX, and to do it on their first time out be truly impressive. The fact is, they're building up into an A-take. The re-aggression could be caught. Karen waiting, watching, not going to be checked. Looks for the second, but Sassy will take him down. Even still, though, it's bought enough for the rest of the team to make their way in towards that A site. Sassy hoping maybe he could hit something with a miracle shot or a shock dart, but instead, they're aggressing to try and take him down. Left on just 40 HP.
He has done damage to the other side, though. 68 and 40. Obviously, Meteor tagged up in the earlier fight. Munchkin now in danger. One of the few full HP players goes back, opens the door, and is going to try to bail. Snakebite chasing him down, but he's out. And he'll close that door right in his opponent's face. That buys a little bit of extra time as he turns around to the bridge, ready for the fight. Munchkin wins his, and Meteor, that's a triple. Sensational pistol round with Gen.G, losing only 1 player. They're now 10-3 up. Sentinels, I don't know if they'll consider the Force. I think they'll play the Eco, but either way, it's not looking good for the #1 America's team.
He could have been dead within the first few seconds. And instead, he ends up burying the pistol round. The stories with this team. Munchkin, the leader, had so many bites at the cherry at internationals, never even come close. 3 rounds from a final. This would be his 7th international event. 9th to 10th was his best placing before this. To say that this Gen.G side, this squad is special, even if Sentinels manage to run this back. History is already being made. For the side of Ascent, it's not a pretty picture. I say they normally buy nothing. Well, they have a single Marshal in the hands of Zekin. He's had an amazing tournament, but he's got to hit some crazy shots just to give them a little bit of life in this round.
Even the 1 hit off rip textures down to 76. I wonder how much impact that can realistically have once these players round the corner. It's classics waiting for them. Decoy leading the charge, spotted by Sassy. He's ready for this, and there's the finish on the earlier shot out of the Marshal. Damage done to Meteor. He's actually going to use his ulti already, thanks to a fantastic performance in early rounds. He's already diving in. Oh, close, but that's a mistake. A mistake that Zelsis punishes and leaves John QT in a spot where he could get this done, but the first player lands the first bullet. 11-3. Good damage from the side of Sentinels, but Gen.G 2 away from sending them to the lower bracket. And with players like Sassy showing up, we had a great first map out of 10s as well. Both of them fighting for their 3rd appearance at a Masters Grand Final. For now, it's looking like they're going to have another fight later on.
That's the thing. There's players on the Sentinel side that have Been there, done that. Masters winner, a Champions winner. But right now, it is the Korean squad that are proving this is a new world, a new realm in 2024. The time of the rookie, Karen. Maybe the time of the comeback for some of these players. The thing is, though, Sentinels are not out of it just yet. They're trying to find a pocket, get a little bit aggressive. They've got the better buy here, but already not the greatest of starts. Sassy does trade, but he takes damage. And Zeken's aggressive position should be revealed. He's going to try and play ahead of it, see if anybody gives him a fight, but they don't.
Oh, and there was cover as well, just in case the wide swings came through. That was through the wall. That was blind
Where is
fire.
it going?
Second, and Texture's got another up top, aggressive, still with a dash to play with. And Zelsis and John QT backed into a corner. All their credits on the line. This defensive side has a decision to make. Carrying two weapons forward wouldn't be that useful, and it won't be possible. Not with Texture on his 4th kill. A potential ace to put 12-3 on the board. John QT, all that's left of Sentinels, all that stands in the way of this accolade for Texture. And what a time it would be to find it. But for now, John QT's making the right decision. He's legging it to the other side of the map, but he's not away. Not yet. Okay, Karen is actually going the other direction, so he might have just managed to slip through to the next round with this rifle by the skin of his teeth.
It is going to be an escape.
Don't peek
Unless he goes peeking into the window, but I don't think he's ever going to do that. He's also had his cam spot them out as well. Not going to risk the rifle, but it means that the purchase that's there for Sen, 9 rounds in a row needed. We've seen comebacks.
Look at this.
What was it? It was the side of Fnatic managing it versus Loud. This is absurd, but this just shows the confidence that this man is running with at this stage. The Sentinels, it wouldn't be doom and gloom just yet. A lower bracket awaits them. Loud and PRX play after this to decide who will likely get the chance. Zeken's going to try and get aggressive, but this time it's a B execute. They're looking to end this quickly. Straight into the site they go. Sassy has at least kicked it off with an opener. The spike dropped for a second, and Meteor desperately low.
But that doesn't deter him. He is still going aggressive and swinging into heavy traffic. Only the one to be found. But with 10s on 5 HP, those pieces can be picked up by someone else. Texture, Munchkin, and Karen. History on the line, but still plenty of opportunities. The pressure won't be felt just yet. Snakebite up and over from Sentinels. They look to push some players on backside out of position. Here comes the util from Sassy. The swing from Karen is good to start. Another for Texture, and there's only 2 on Sentinels left. Sassy does well, but they need to get on this spike, force these players out into an open fight, and it's Sassy to look to punish. John QT gets it half, but they're both extremely low. The time is running out, and now it's gone. History for Korean Valorant as Gen.G 13-3 Sentinels. An absolute demolition of America's #1. They've booked their spot in the grand final, and anyone who faces them moving forward will be terrified of these new names. Players like Meteor, Texture, Karen. Unbelievable performances from every one of these players. 3 rounds for Sentinels, Tom. How is that even possible?
I don't think they're going to be playing Breeze much throughout the rest of the tournament, I'll be honest with you. And they'll go into the best of 5. That's the thing, though. There is still time to recover. It was mentioned by Kablan. He wanted that day off. He's not getting it. He's got to get right back to prepping. He's got to get right back to watching this next series, because the Korean powerhouse, the new look Gen.G, they brought back some risky players, some players who didn't have success last year, taking a gamble with a youngster, put Munchkin at the helm. 7th time's the charm as he makes a grand final with this team. What a performance from them. And this ragtag bunch of individuals has come together to build one of the best teams we've seen in a long, long time. They have already made history. They have matched PRX. They have outdone PRX and U-Turn. And now look to be maybe the first Pacific team to ever win an international event. They just need to win one more match.
They've already taken down tournament favorites, not necessarily 90% like the community poll earlier on, but certainly.
I don't blame them though.
No, not at
Sentinels
all.
looked insane.
This is somewhere that coming into this game, we set the stakes. Gen.G could win, but it will be close. This was a demolition, 13-5 and 13-3.
And the maps as well. Like, the fact is they lost their own map choice, but they smashed them on Split, which is the map we were saying the Sentinels are the best team in the world on. So this series by no regard makes any sense. A map that, as said, Breeze, they looked rough on. They just won 13-3. I don't think anyone's going to want to play them on it anymore. I think their record now throughout this year is 3-3, by the way. One of those includes destroying EDG and destroying Sentinels. Like, this team has proved they can adapt, they can improve, but more so, they have faith in themselves. They go, okay, no, we like this map. It didn't work last time. We don't care. We're going to go back to it again. And they've done that a couple of times where they've made slight changes, slight adaptations. On Split, they changed from an Astra to an Omen. And that took them from a pretty bad team on Split to an unbelievable team on Split. It truly is impressive how much this team has managed to adapt in a short amount of time. Solo, you're doing God's work. Munchkin, he's got to be in a shout for being a fantastic IGL because he's getting shouted out by Lakia, who's finally making his name back in the scene. I'm so happy to see this team succeed.
Hey, long have we waited. We heard about Lakia for a long time. This time around, you know, I'm just looking at Gen.G, a team who's been in this game from day one, May 4th, 2020. Almost 4 years ago, these guys put together a roster to try and compete, and they've never even come close to hitting this level. Even before today, there were accolades that they had never seen. Now, though, history has been made all the way back on May 4th. It was the Phantom Menace like Meteor they needed, sneaking around in a different dimension. He was so fun to watch play. Texture's insane. But Lakia finally reaching that top level. This is what I wanted to see. And now I want to hear from Lakia. Let's toss it over to the stage.
Muchas gracias, Uli, que te estaba escuchando. Congratulations. Let's give it up for Gen.G one more time. And Jen for some translation. Now, my first question is going to be, you, of course, have made it into playoffs in previous international events, but this is the first time that you're going to be in the grand final. I want you to tell me what makes this team such a good contender for winning the first trophy.
라키아 선수 그동안 국제전에서 결승전에 진출한 건 이번이 처음이잖아요. 젠지의 어떤 점이 결승전에서 잘해서 우승까지 가져갈 수 있을 거라고 생각하시나요?
일단 저희 팀이 오늘 나왔던 실수 정도만 좀 줄이면은 좋은 결과를 낼 수 있을 거라고 생각을 하고요. 네, 그리고 저희끼리의 믿음으로 좋은 경기를 준비할 수 있도록 해야 할 것 같아요.
The fact that we believe in ourselves, and if we just clean up some of the mistakes, make sure that mistakes don't happen, I think we have a great chance at winning everything.
Bueno, le he preguntado que después de toda la carrera que él tiene, que sí que ha llegado a playoffs alguna vez, pero nunca a la final. ¿Qué es lo que hace que este equipo del Pacífico sea tan bueno y que consiga tan buenos resultados? Dice que lo único que tienen que hacer es limpiar un poco de esos errores que cometen y que de verdad creen en ellos mismos. Now, my next question is going to be about the opponents that you faced. Of course, you have already won against all of the opponents that you have left here in the tournament, but you most likely take it to that last and third map. What are the biggest hurdles that you want to brush off for the grand final?
일단 젠지가 그동안 2대1 경기를 많이 해왔잖아요. 풀세트 경기를 하면서 좀 힘든 여정이기도 하는데 결승전을 앞두고 좀 어떤 점을 고치면 좋겠다고 생각하시나요?
일단 앞서 말했다시피 저희끼리의 실수를 좀 줄여야 될 것 같고요. 그리고 이제 저희가 어떻게 보면 많은 영상들이 나온 만큼 저희끼리의 이제 피드백을 통해서 더 고쳐야 될 부분도 만들어야 될 것 같고 추가해야 할 부분도 이제 감독, 코치 그리고 선수들과 함께 상의를 해봐야 될 것 같아요.
Well, the first thing would be the fact that there's a lot of VODs on us, but which is good for us as well because we can go review them and make sure we make the adjustments that are necessary, add to our game, build on top of that, and just, you know, not making mistakes and making sure that we don't drop the ball and we keep the momentum going. So we'll just head back to the hotel and have a little talk with the coaching staff and our teammates.
Hey, lovely. Le he preguntado que sus series siempre se van al tercer mapa, bueno, casi siempre, pero consiguen ganar. ¿Qué es lo que van a intentar limpiar, ¿no? Para esa final, para que tengan esa ventaja y puedan ganar? Dice que una de las cosas que pasan es que hay muchísimas bots en ellos, tienen los oponentes muchísimas repeticiones para poder sacar esas conclusiones, pero dice que ellos también los tienen y que ahora mismo se van a ir al hotel a darle una vuelta, a revisarlo absolutamente todo. Well, thank you guys very much. We'll see you in a couple of days. Thank you, Jen. Muchísimas gracias a todos. Esperad un momento porque desde luego que no nos vamos. Tenemos otro partido por delante. Don't go anywhere because HyperX versus Loud is on the other side.
Bye.
A grand final spot is on the line as well as history. For Sentinels, it's about going back to championship form. And for Gen.G, it's about Gen.G establishing themselves as a top-tier team in VALORANT.
Yo, what are you doing, guys? Wake up! Just leaving Meteor alone. The snake bite landed by Meteor. The clock is running down. Munchkin late flanks up through heaven. And the classic flanks awkward. And an opportunity to trade it back further. It's huge from Texture. Completely bamboozling them. It's done on the spot. Karen as well to find one. And there's the follow-up.
Hello, guys.
Meteor the first to take it. And he won't stop. And it's done just like that. Devastating start to this series for Sentinels. Could just be two away. There you go. Oh, what is that?
He's waiting for someone to go for the plant. They've done it right. He's able to drop two. Surely it's two.
Isolates one and second. Right into his crosshair.
Buying time for the rotation. Sat at the back with the Odin in hand. Aja! John QT with one more. And through the smoke, John QT will close it. We're getting the map 3 we desired.
Black is not giving it up. They've lined up for the triple. And two taken down just like that. They saw the final player.
I know you.
Seed, Hunter's Fury is popped, push up by Sassy. And a headshot angle, one by Texture with two kills and a third.
Whoa, nice.
The time is running out and now it's gone. History for Korean VALORANT as Gen.G 13-3 Sentinels. An absolute demolition of America's #1.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The time, August 2023. The place, champions, Los Angeles. Loud and PRX, kings of their respective regions, meet on stage for the first time. PRX scores an overtime map win and bounces back from a 13-2 loss and manages to take down the defending champions on a run that sends them straight to the grand final. Hello everyone and welcome back to day 7 of Masters Madrid and our lower bracket semifinal between PRX and Loud. And this is going to be their second meeting here on the global stage, but I'm expecting this one to be fireworks. Hopefully PRX gives us some funnies. Of course, I'm Golden Boy, you got Mimi, you got Kakuka. This is going to be a good one, Kakuka. I'm excited.
Yeah, totally. I mean, after the introduction that you gave, I'm kind of scared to say anything, but also the stakes were different in that time that they made, because as you were saying, it was the upper final, right? It was the upper semifinal, so nobody was going home from there. We're talking about upsets. We will be talking about form in just a minute, but of course, seeing either one of these teams, especially Loud after the standard that we hold them to, would be kind of a surprise to send them home today.
I agree wholeheartedly with that one. I mean, honestly, it's kind of crazy to see that, you know, PRX, a team that we have really valued for them being a creative, innovative team. But this event, Mimi, it is really just felt like PRX has struggled to not just find an identity, but to find a rhythm.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for PRX has been like balancing the confidence, right? In these early interviews at the start of games, it really seems like it's not there. They're not playing like themselves, but continually in big matches, in second halves where it matters, they continue to step up and find that magic at the very last second. That's what brought them here, but what we're looking for today is really consistency from this team. But this is the match for PRX to prove if they're ready to lift a trophy in Madrid.
Couldn't agree more with that one, Mimi. But earlier, Mika Fab's actually got a chance to speak with PRX's Divide. Let's go ahead and take a look.
Hey Divide, what's up? What's up? How are you feeling?
I'm good.
All right, I like the smile, So Forsaken previously at, I believe, the top of Masters Madrid, rated PRX a 6 out of 10. Now that you've made it to the top 4, would you like to go back and maybe give a score again now that you've come this far?
I think we have to give credits to ourselves. I think now we are like 10 out, about 10, you know, 10 on 10. So yeah, I mean, pretty excited to play Loud, and yeah, you know what L stands for?
What does it stand for?
It means less, so means less coming for us again today.
Good luck out there.
Dude, that's a GV level pun coming out of that one.
I'm offended.
You should feel honored.
I am.
I feel honored that I
I'm
would
actually
compare
quite proud of him. I'm quite proud of Divide for that one.
But by the way, least confident, like 10 out of 10 is at least saying that, right? We need to see the PRX fired up for this match.
I mean, right? And the way, not the PRX looked, but the way the Gen.G made them look.
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
we know that PRX is all about the flashiness, the quick plays, and Gen.G had a response for everything, but it is an opponent that they know very well.
I do feel like, though, we learned a little bit more about what Gen.G's capable of today than what we saw. So now that makes me wonder what happens here with PRX. Was that a matter of Gen.G just flattening people, or is this a PRX team that maybe has a little bit more to show here?
Yes, because I think in previous, yes, as in both are true. Gen.G look incredible, but PRX, I think in previous matches, we've seen them really push Gen.G. That's one where they were making a lot of fundamental mistakes. Players were kind of going off, losing picks. They're taking the normal PRX risks, but against a team like Gen.G, with their structure and their firepower, they were ripping that apart.
Yeah, no, it's hard to put into words how just well this Gen.G team is playing. I mean, we could probably talk about it all day, and that's why on the other side, you know, you're going to need some players to step up here, right? On the PRX side, you're really looking at Munyet. This guy has truly been impressive, but I'm excited to see him go up against QCK because I do feel like, Kukuka, that QCK throughout this tournament has grown as a player, and his stonks have definitely risen.
Yeah, let me get my strongly agree card to show with you
go.
because it is crazy what we have seen from QCK, especially like the other day when he was sick, when he had to go to the hospital at the beginning of the day to then come in here, play the way that he did, and especially the performance that we saw yesterday. I am very happy with what we saw. I think that we have to be very careful how we talk about that Sentinels versus Loud that we saw yesterday, because in the end, it was two very, very close overtimes. And a QCK that overall is feeling super comfortable, that has found his space in Loud. Many people have that question of, gonna be better or worse than us, but doesn't matter. He's his own person.
The similarities between these two, I feel like, are kind of endless, right? They both had to fill massive shoes. Jing, the best Raze player in the world, and Ospas, the best Jet player in the world, on the other side. I mean, this year maybe. But comparing these two, both these guys have come in, and they haven't necessarily perfectly filled those shoes, but they have stepped up and found their own place in this team. Both got criticized a ton in their respective kickoffs, in the early stages of Madrid, but in the playoffs, in the late group stages, where it really matters, both of these guys have stepped up for their squads.
Exactly. Like, probably the biggest question coming in from Loud into this event is QCK going to be a detriment to them? And I feel happy that all of that people can be quiet for a second.
Oh, for sure. I mean, honestly, if Sadok's telling me that this is what they wanted, I believe Sadok. Speaking of, actually, I'm actually quite excited to send it back over to Mika because we're going to hear from the Capitan himself, Sadok, as we get ready for this matchup.
He's good.
Hey Sadok, how's it going? How are you feeling?
Feeling super good.
Feeling super good. Love to hear it. So last time you guys went up against PRX, PRX came out on top. So what do you think you learned from that match that you think will be important in this one?
They're gonna be super crazy. So yeah, we're just gonna have to be super aware of what they are going to do at the start of the round and be prepared.
Out crazy the crazy?
Super crazy.
All right, excited to see it. Good luck.
Thank you, thank you.
These are definitely two teams that are going to be fighting here with very, well, unique forms, I would say, coming into this one, maybe.
Yeah, I think the last two matches for these squads was very different. For Loud, this was a game that came down to the wire. It was a second away from getting defuses. It was one clutch making the difference for Loud ending up losing that, versus a PRX that's coming into this one after getting stomped by Gen.G.
Yeah, so many of these rounds come to close to nothing when we're talking about, as you mentioned, in those retakes, they do not go their well for literally less than a second. And time after time, it's not the kind of thing that just happens once. But for PRX, I feel like yesterday, Gen.G just showed every single weakness that they had. And talking about vaults and talking about what Laka was saying in the interview, there's so much you can learn about how to exploit those mistakes in PRX that is very scary to go up against Loud today.
Yeah, I think PRX are definitely going to have to dial down some of these individual risks they're taking, especially if they're shooting like they were against Gen.G.
Big question to ask.
Yeah, I mean, giving away those opening kills, giving away those opportunities is the reason that PRX ended up getting rolled in the way that they did. Loud is another team with fantastic fundamentals that will punish those mistakes.
I can't help but feel like PRX just really wants to try and like be, you know, ridiculous, and they kind of have to not do that this time around.
I love this lower third about talking about the pistol, because I think that is also a very important part of what is happening. Even though they are the two best pistol round teams in the entire event, for Loud, definitely yesterday it was not there on the first two maps. It was very complicated for them to push through all of that. Of course, but for PRX, it was the other way around. They got pistols and not much else.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be fascinating to see how both of these teams compare against one another. But for now, though, let's send it down to the stage and bring out our teams for this epic battle.
Bienvenidos a Madrid. Eso no.
Loud.
No confiaron, pero mira, no. Llego con los míos y la grada explota. Le di la razón al que me quiso ver bien. Lo soñé en mi habitación y ahora en primera me ven. No te hablo del avión. Vine por mi cinturón.
PRX.
No confiaron, pero mira, no. Llego con los míos y la grada explota. No confiaron, pero mira, no. Llego con los míos y la grada explota.
It's the unique and bombastic team from Pacific in PRX going up against the well-oiled machine in Loud. But the question on everyone's mind here is, does that man right there, Sadak in the middle, have the plan to shut down a team that sometimes doesn't even know what their plan is?
Yeah, Sadak has done this before. He always leads teams to these top-level events, but last time, PRX eliminated them. We're into the map select, and we are starting with Ascent, which is wild to me. Both these teams play ridiculous comps. Loud was locking the Yoru. We see a Gecko from PRX there. I think that this is a match of two teams with incredibly unique reads on the game.
I think that the surprise comes even before that. Loud banning Split throughout the entire year. They have been banning the Breeze, now coming into here. They ban on the Lotus. Definitely feels that they want to adapt more onto the opponent, just to, you know, besides showing that they're weak on the map.
But PRX also hasn't been willing to play that map, and they get rid of it towards the end, which means we get to land on Bind here, which I think is also going to be a really interesting map. Historically, some great calling from Sadak on that one. But that's been honestly my favorite map from PRX's tournament. I love the way they play that Harbor comp. They haven't won all the maps they've played it yet, but I think they have some great ideas that are really tough to deal with your first time playing into it.
Can we get to 3, though? I think that's the thing that I'm wondering is, can we get to 3, or are we going to see Loud kind of do what Gen.G did to PRX?
I feel like for both of these teams, we have the question of if they're going to make it through, are they serious contenders to making it all the way through and take on Sentinels tomorrow, right? We need a convincing win for either of them.
I think that this map #1 is really going to decide this series. I think Loud is pretty favored when we get to Sunset, but this first map, I could see it going either way. Both these teams have looked really good at times, have looked really shaky at times on Ascent. I think PRX need to win this map. If they get to 3, I honestly favor them in this series.
Yeah, and of course, I think that fundamentally Loud should have the upper hand coming into this Ascent, knowing that is, you know, the more basic map in those terms. Now, if PRX, like shenanigans, all the crazy rounds that they put, are able to disrupt that confidence onto Loud, I can see them taking this 2-0.
Yeah, and if they... I mean, look, I feel like no matter how you go here, one thing is for certain, is that there's going to be just moments of absurdity on each side. Players are going to be pulling off some wild plays, but where I'm looking at here, I want to see if QCK is going to get rattled by a very aggressive PRX team, and if PRX, well, if they manage to find ways to kind of like wiggle around the brain of Sadak.
You got to look at the newcomers. You're talking about QCK. I'm looking at Munyet. What can he do in map 1? We're into the Aegis. Brilliant Select and PRX is running back this double initiator raise comp, and Loud have returned from the Yoru back to the Phoenix.
I like Who would have said, you know, that in 2024, no Sova, no Jet, this is a new way that Ascent is going to be played. I personally really like the Gecko and the Fade as a combo. I think that the information and the hurdling that you can do, all the flooding that you can do with the utility and how recurrent it can be, gives you an amazing edge. And I do think that Loud using the Phoenix here is something that can be countered easily.
This is a massive rematch for Loud. If they could beat PRX here, send them home, have a chance to go for a run in a finals, and maybe get Sidok that second trophy, it would be incredible. But PRX, they always show up at the right time.
Well, let's go ahead and get this elimination match underway and send it over to your casters, and they live for the drama. It's Bren and Sideshow.
Yeah, we definitely do. I mean, there's plenty of it here. This is an elimination game. Loud versus PRX. Without a doubt, one of these teams is going to be going home, exiting earlier than they potentially hoped for here in Madrid. And it's a weird one in terms of the expectations, to be honest, Josh. I mean, you're writing down, going over storylines, whatever, putting a large focus. But for both of these teams, feeling like maybe they've got something to prove here, but maybe not so much for PRX.
I think at the very beginning, this is set up to be an explosive game. The Des pointed out that neither of these teams are playing meta, and both teams love to fight. QCK immediately has just spotted 3 people over towards tiles.
We got lucky that we didn't quite miss the action there getting into the game, because
both of these teams are so fast.
Yeah, slow pause as well, just off the rip, waiting for the reaction of PRX. And look at this, there is that reaction. Loud wandering and waiting into mid, trying to go for the double setup, just swinging into it now with the fault line to set this one up. They want to try and take the brawl, and it's a delayed fight, honestly. At 1 minute, who can really call it? This is it, the damage now, finally. Bullets peppering through, and blind as a bat does not matter for Kawazine. There needs to be the response, and it's there. PRX coming out swinging. Heads have been found here, straight to the cranium. The shots, that's a little bit messy still. The job getting done. QCK, last one standing. Players are weak, walking right into him, but he instant trade. And so a pistol round for PRX, a highlight focused on by the desk, talking about how much these pistol rounds matter for both of these teams. They're leading in terms of that metric here in Madrid, but it's PRX who are the victors.
And guess who comes out on top throughout all of that? Being able to bail his team out of a rough situation. From top mid, against a tiles crunch, essentially. It's Forsaken, the guy who's been clearly, in my opinion, the best player for PRX at this tournament. I don't think he was during kickoff. I don't think he always has been, but he is right here, right now. Getting him online, getting something online, major win conditions in a match like this where we're expecting so much of this to be brawling. I mean, Loud immediately taking a gamble in round 2, going for a mid-exploration.
Might be caught by Mindfreak. I mean, Mindfreak only has the Sheriff. Plenty of shots. Rattled away. Narrowly missing the heads here. Snakebite dropped down, vulnerable. Kawazine's holding some util out into his hand. Doesn't know which direction. Flash through. There it is, the follow-up and double face. Might be cleaned up, though, here by Devi. Should be, at least. Nice reactions, yeah. Beautiful business. At this point, though, no real chances for Loud, it looks like, to really win this round, but a good chance to highlight really how important winning that pistol round. And this follow-up as well is for them. I mean, PRX and Loud with these comps, very ult generation heavy. They want to try and get these ultimates online, their attack sites. They want to go for these big XX with them. They've got util, they want to dump it into these sites alongside the ultimates.
Yeah, and I think they're going to turn Ascent into an attack-sided map as well. It's one of the reasons I think that QCK's gone back to the Phoenix here rather than the Yoru they were dabbling with. They know that PRX are running this comp without a Sentinel anyway. They're not worried about a Cypher or being able to get into the sites. It is truly a bizarre situation we find ourselves in. Very different from Meta's past when these two teams clashed. But they have been here through thick and thin, through all the metas in VALORANT.
Don't get me wrong, I mean, PRX have never been standard, even on Ascent.
That's very true.
Playing their Reina Harbor comp.
They're not standard on any of the 3 maps we have today.
And who knows which direction it's going to go into. And Kawazine taking a peek and a wonder. Will get at least punished for it. Head taken clean off. Less. 3 peeks. Plays looking away, but a nice double face of PRX, making sure that they clean up those mistakes. And now the smoke's dropped down. More exploration into mid. Only a stinger, so Forsaken can't quite take a peek, but will they clear this corner? The peek angle, Sadak might just be able to react in time. He's not going to push it. It's just holding for it. 2 years. anticipating some sort of reaction there. Something now. He's in a forward close position. Lucky to be alive there with a util out into his hands, but finally with the paranoid Ascent flying, follow through with Devi. Watching all the appropriate angles and avenues of the plant down 2 versus 2.
Cover going out. PRX are going to be able to pull a lot of time off the clock here, even if Loud is successful.
In the smoke, flash around the corner, but it's an empty site. Fully evacuated. Wall up. This is cheeky. Devi now has to get a move on, pushing forwards. QCK half on the board, finds the first kill. 1 versus 1. Can he win it? It's a gamble! Has he got it? Time just about! And that's from that half he got prior. Holy!
What a clutch from QCK. Now that is going to obliterate the Loud economy, because it was a bonus round for PRX. But still, to be able to find the 1v2 there, defending the wall against Devi. Look, he comes off it just at the perfect time to be able to grab that one. But like I said, it's a bit of a Pyrrhic victory. Loud cannot buy into the next. So despite the fact they get on the board, PRX achieve their goals, essentially. And already, we're seeing an attack-sided operator come online for something.
He loves to pull it out.
He's the strangest Gecko player you will ever watch. Do not study his VODs if you're trying to learn Gecko in your ranked games.
I've been watching some old Kang footage.
Yeah.
They really do love to opt into it.
He's also got a vendetta against Dizzy. He tosses him away and doesn't ever pick him back up.
Contacting in could be spelling his own defeat and doom here. There's a judge close to the corner. Sadak, real specialist with that regard. Here we go. Thrash forwards. Wants to take the fight. Stray shots flying through. Pellets but no kill. Only the damage being done. Munyet now fast onto the approach here. Have to cancel that off for a bit of info. Devi. And they have taken tree control. Looking to slip into the back here. Now QCK has a rifle and he's watching for this. No swings yet, just holding for the right time. He's Might Freak with that one, with the pause being called. I mean, PRX, this is a bit of nuance being added into their own gameplay here. 2 left standing, double face into heaven. That was the real threat, which was QCK with that rifle. With him dealt with, it looks like a sealed up, done deal, detained. You might see some knife action swinging around. We won't make the London reference again, but listen, you know the deal.
For a knife kill, I mean, it wasn't even a knife kill, but for the knives to be coming out for PRX in round 4, yeah, this is going to tick all the boxes.
I think it speaks massively, I think, to their mentality coming into this. I mean, Alex did a fantastic interview, really going in deep in terms of the mentality of PRX as a team. They were saying they'd be happy if they just got 1 win at this event.
1 win?
They're treating it as almost like just a practice boot camp. Yeah. And so the fact that they've made playoffs, they're playing with house money. You might not think that's much, honestly, if you're listening to that as a viewer at home, but I tell you now, there is no team more dangerous than a team with nothing to lose.
Yeah. And a team that's readjusted their expectations. Oh, this is a great idea from PRX. They're making it feel like it's a full A main exec, and they've got Munyet so deep into the tree already. Faking as if everybody's coming towards A main.
Rapid here with a nightfall as well. Sound cue's cut away. It's going to be breaking the glass, and already in their faces. More. They know that they've got a couple of trails, so that's why the nade's rebounding under, below, sees, connects, but there it is. Nade just wrapping around and collecting onto 2 years. Too much to deal with. Rocket in your face. But yet, eager to really prove his worth. High and mighty now, 1 player left standing. You don't need me to say it, you can hear the crowd chanting. QCK.
I don't think he's got any intention of allowing the ace to occur. QCK's miles away from it. What a beautiful setup, though, for PRX. I don't think PRX get enough credit for the way that they set up some of their tactical stuff, because they move so quickly and so fluidly, people just assume it's very intuitive and there isn't too much thought really going on. That round, they're making it feel like a big A exec. All of the utility is coming through A, and Munyet finds the timing down mid. When you're a defender on Ascent, if you see utility being piled into A main and you're playing in like tree or grass, you are going to focus on A main. You expect it to be 4 or 5 people coming from that direction. And so the fact that PRX have 2 going through as an A split, even though they're not throwing utility for those people splitting it, absolutely ruins this defense. The small adjustments that they make are lovely. But I feel like we've seen this team evolve over the course of this tournament.
They have, yeah.
I'm completely sure that Alex is telling the truth when he says that when they came into this, they were only looking for 1 win. And I was watching them in kickoff, and frankly, I wasn't that. impressed with what I was seeing from PRX.
No, it was very slapdash, you know, they were throwing ideas into the mix. It looked like they were really just improvising.
And just to pull another quote from that exact same interview that you referenced in, Brett, Alex, the coach, said, "We have problems that we need to fix. There's too little time, too much to do. We've been carried by our individual performances, in my opinion, rather than good gameplay and good Valorant." But to me, actually, some of that incredible individual performance has bought them enough time to start figuring out what is working for them. And they get into a match like this, and I don't think they are underdogs. I actually think that both teams could win on any of the 3 maps that we have here. And it's so difficult to predict because they play such off-meta styles. You know, when are either of these teams going to be practicing for what the other person is doing? There's
never.
Nobody plays like Loud and nobody plays like HyperX.
Yeah. So a blistering pace to begin here from PRX, but throwing enough nuance into their own game plans that it doesn't quite feel like the old textbook, the old documents being read out aloud. They've had that time now to reinvent themselves ever so slightly. Now Loud, with that timeout, we're heading into the half buy. They're going to have time to think about some of the mistakes, the adjustments. Probably not going to be seeing them active here.
And I think one of the things that you're seeing from Loud is that they're very willing to fight forwards. You see the angle that Kawanzin is currently playing at. Think about Sadek with the judge, Kawanzin playing market aggressively. They want to contest PRX and not just give them space. But finding those timings and being able to match the tempo of a team like PRX is quite difficult.
Okay.
Especially if they're hitting timing shots like that.
Just off the cue of the flash. 2 players are left stacked now. Cad is being watched. You can see something. He's got his eye on it. Anticipating that there might be that reflank with a minute on the mark here for the round. Definitely time to play with. Definitely time to work around. But if they do walk into the Bucky, there is some level of danger here. I mean,
Sadek can't really escape, though.
No, but Mindfreak is way ahead of the pack, so I don't think he's going to get traded, and he isn't. So Sadek's still stuck here. Might have to use util. Nade drop down as well. This guy is now a nuisance. A thorn in their side. He's buying them time, and the mosh pit has to be committed. Force him out wide into the open. Still alive, by the way.
On yet. He walked in through A main.
Okay, well, he's found that timing from the classic. Okay, a heaven position. 2 years. He's got his, and now it is a little bit messy and scrappy.
But they
are used.
But Monyet lurked in through A main, and now Davai is lurking in through B main. So because Loud are playing this composition, oh my God, what a shot! Because Loud are playing the comp without the Sentinels, that doesn't play spread around the map, that needs to group up and fight and peek for info, PRX are finding those lurk timings real nicely.
They didn't get ahead of themselves, did they? Didn't get flustered when Sadek got that initial kill. They managed to get themselves into an advantage position, arguably here, lit up a beacon pointing directly towards in a double face. There's no hesitation in the player PRX there.
No, I don't think that they were anticipating the horn coming out, though. Forsaken being deep on the B site, they just weren't ready for that horn lineup in the slightest. Bear in mind that this was a light buy round, so it wasn't the most danger in the world. That timeout that you were talking about, Ren, that Loud took, that's for the rifle round coming up here. And we can see that QCK is going for an operator, so you've got the Phoenix op online. Get your bingo cards out. Did you have that one down? Phoenix op versus Gecko op.
There's no chance. Just no chance at all. Fast though. A lot of util now being dumped straight into main. Instant response though. That was a paranoia fragment.
Yeah, actually so much utility being used there by Loud because every other team would cancel after they get full 5-person hit by the KO knife, but not PRX. They will still try to apply pressure to you, trying to look for that timing. So Loud forced to use more utility than you would normally expect, but just giving so much respect.
Hit the TP. Must have.
Certainly thinking about it, wasn't he?
Yeah, almost expecting it now, and a call's been made here. Sadek, a re-clear into mid. Possibly some util to set this one up with the Prowler. PRX going to be aware. Nade going wide here, but yet no one to cover! Kawazin! Disgusting work, and QCK would have followed through.
Here are the lurkers. 1-3-1 default for PRX. It's on Mindfreak or something to try to find timings. The spike dropped, makes everything way more difficult.
Whoa, what a shot.
Yeah, he does find that opening.
Let's see if this gets work here. Being defended up into mid, crouched, tucked into the corner. That's Sadek. He's essentially alone in this spot. They've doubled up through main. Now he's crouched. He does find that angle and fight. So 1v3 looks just less and less likely. Yeah, it is running and gunning. Okay, saves the day there for Loud. Finally getting that second one on the board.
And Loud choosing to try to fight over mid. I think they're getting the read now after the timeout. that PRX are playing pretty heavy from mid. And with the Viper wall that Loud goes for, they have the advantage over fighting that cat kind of area.
Yeah.
You see where the Viper wall goes? Well, assuming that Les throws the same one in this round. And you see that Loud can double up with Tui's and Sadak and trying to fight over that area. Now, you know, yeah, there it is. There's the wall going down at the beginning of the round. A judge for Sadak, as is
tradition.
Classic.
As is tradition. Loves to pull it out. Big ults now being earned and built up here for Loud as well. Plenty in the war chest. A main control, B main control. Heavy priority here for Loud because they know how close PRX are to a few of these big ultimates. That's a nice one. QCK punishes that one. Mindfreak usually going to be the lurking player.
I like that Loud swap it up. Previous round they were playing heavy for mid. Now they're playing heavy for the outsides of the map. And Sadak, he's used the ult there. I'm not exactly sure what pressure that was off, but he certainly thought something was happening.
Did indeed Forsaken. Oh my, looked all the way up. How was he even expect this? No, he's backing away. Silent jumps up though. I don't think Forsaken knows that he's backed away from the angle. He's waiting for time, honestly, making a lot of noise on both sides of the map. There's a Thrash and Munyet just making it feel like it could be present over towards any direction. QCK layers down with a volley, but a TP forwards to just get right past it. Devi slunk his way into the site, but can he follow up with this kill
Forsaken
here?
caught.
There's so much going on all over the place.
Yeah, Forsaken lurking through mid, caught though. And now Munyet becomes the other lurker.
25 seconds left. He loses duel at 2 years. Critical one at that. Even no gaps here into the play. Judge right in his face. And Operator as well. The barrel practically in his mouth.
That is a bizarre round for PRX. But you can see that they're very clearly trying to work their lurkers into position. It's just that none of them actually found any success. Alex is calling a timeout here and might want to readjust the game plan to have less of the lurk plays going on. But to be honest, look, Forsaken's got a chance of making something happen there. I don't think Cowan team knows that he's around. And if Munyet is able to win the duel against Tui's, these lurkers are finding opportunities, but when they lose their duels, it looks stupid. It looks like they were just destined to fail. But with PRX's style, if they win that fight, suddenly there's a gap in the defense, and PRX are very opportunistic. They do tend to exploit those fairly well. So certainly a weird round, not a successful one for PRX on their attack side, but indicating a little bit of their game plan that Alex might try to adjust.
Good time to talk about Loud's expectations, I think, heading into this entire series, right?
Yeah.
It's a team that are eager to try and take that battle again against Sentinels, who have just been knocked down into the lowers.
Yeah.
So winning this matchup would guarantee that rematch. And
for the fourth time this year.
Exactly. You know Loud are eager for it. They've been shut down, put down in the most recent 2 attempts. It was a very close series the last time those two teams played, so listen, they're going to be looking to try and pave that way to redemption. Bit of revenge maybe on the cards too.
And both of these squads had to retool in the offseason after losing a superstar player. You lost Aspas for Loud, you lost Jing for PRX. Alex was talking about how difficult it's been readjusting to life post-Jing. Loud were nose to the grindstone immediately. Started in October, only taking about a month break after Champs, and tried to reinvent themselves, find this new style. And this is what they've settled on.
Hello. Brawl to be taken here. This is an onslaught approaching from every single direction, and nobody can hang on. PRX didn't stand a chance. They're the ones that are supposed to be going for the W gaming.
And such a classic, great idea from Loud. You come out of your opponent's timeout and run a set play to steal the tempo. And they've wiped the floor with PRX. An absolutely flawless round. You'll see that so often. It's a great idea. Your opponent takes a timeout. They clearly want to adjust something about their attack style. And you say, right, well, we're just going to force the fight to them. And they go for a bit of a tiles crunch there, punishing a very wide jumping by Munyet. And ruining everybody over towards B.
Yeah, PRX players left reeling.
Devi going for the glass cannon vandal in this round. So the economy in a weird spot. That is an unusual thing to opt for. Been watching the Haodong VODs.
Yeah, apparently. And China gets wild with those. Strange economical purchases. Still, Prowler here setting it up. Disrespect by something. Look at this guy. He's up onto the angle. Doesn't care that he stand up. Hits it with a second shot. Finally, the second bullet. Dashing in with the satchel. And he's upset the aim entirely. Kawazine didn't know which way to look, didn't know which way to aim. Opens up the sight now for the plant. His post-plant positions of PRX pretty sublime. Divide falling. Only chances here.
QCK is going to be ulting back in potentially with only an op to work with.
Is that a dropping wall? Down in his face, Molly. Oh, goodness me. How does that one catch? Everybody's giving this up, it looks like. What is that? Hello. 2 years. Chasing him over extension. No, I don't think there's any chances. Listen, surely time is running out, but handing these kills just over to him.
And considering the PRX's economy was not amazing to come into this round, these are not fantastic kills to be given in the other direction, but it won't make too much difference because we're so close to the end of the half.
Yeah. Maybe a 200 IQ player didn't see how close they were to the ultimates, but maybe they're like, okay, let's just feed our life away. 2 years has already got it. Let's try and build up ours.
What a way of entering, right? Monyet skipping, jumping into the site, and the spacing perfect for the trade. That, coordination not quite as good there. We'll keep an eye on that.
Did him dirty.
Oh, you know the camera operators are watching for every one of those
Hunting
situations.
for it, yeah.
Cowanzine set up with the Odin here to spam into B main.
Face your fear!
Early knife fall. This is an attempt of a fake, but the early knife gives it away. Only one tag. That's going to be onto Forsaken, so the goal of that really to try and make a fake play over towards A. Cut away to sound cues. Odin spam spraying through. They are getting absolutely destroyed here. Yes, something managed to win his one, at least through the main angle. Ulta now with that showstopper, wants to send it and let it rip. Rolling Thunder cannot save you away from that one. It's explosive, high octane action, but an adjustment there. Beautiful by 2 years. Really just expecting that reposition, and it's about catching the tempo and the timings here, walking right into it, but misses the opportunity. 2 years. Jump spots, gets a bit of additional information.
Good patience though, not trying to force the fight in this situation, because they have a player advantage to go for the retake. This is going to take effort from Forsaken and something to clutch this out.
Feels confident enough to use the Thrash here to try and clear his way forwards. Popping up onto the boxes. Forsaken going walkabouts towards Tree, leaves it. Now 1v3. QCK's on the flank. Should be unwinnable. Blind as anything. Hasn't given it away though. Still was holding the shift key this entire time, but if he opens himself too wide, QCK's already there. Justin, did he see anything? Not too sure. Corby and Maid jumping down, and there it is. The kill found.
Very competitive half that we've had so far here. PRX have found some opportunities to burst into the site, but the more that they default, the more Loud are picking them apart, I think. You saw there a cute idea from PRX, like you said, going for that fake play. But the exec wasn't quite coordinated as well as you would hope for. Certainly not compared to the previous round, where Forsaken was right behind Monyet on the entry. Perhaps lacking that fade in terms of the pressure that they put onto B. Final round of the half, chances to tie this up, but PRX's economy in the dirt.
Oh yeah.
Compared with double op setups I saw for a moment there on Loud. They'd probably toss them on the floor looking to play them in the early game.
A heavy stack of Loud as well. They can play over towards A because Les has got the pit down. Not being contested. He was assisted with an early fault line of Kawazine. Look at QCK, he's not worried about it.
No, he's not. I mean, they don't, you know, you would be a little cautious in this situation for some pop flashes through the smoke or this kind of thing, but he's not worried.
Nice shot, 2 years. Expecting it from the high ground angle. QCK. Ball thrown at them. Still, it's back to a multitude of players now, and he's got to try and at least put up that wall to try and prevent them from getting past it. 2 years repositioned, still with the operator, and it's PRX who are the ones who aren't coming up with really any of the appropriate answers. Double smokes out to try and get themselves into position, but it's being spammed with the rifle at work. Hopes and dreams placed onto the end of the barrels, and everything stolen away from them. So evened up. Loud doing a miraculous job there, honestly, bringing it to 6-6.
I think this map is probably going to be a little attack-sided. I think it bodes fairly well for Loud that they were able to pick up so many rounds towards the end of that. It's a game of two halves there.
Oh,
brutal. But I think the adjustments looked nice. 2Es with the operator on Omen ended up playing really well.
He's getting tremendous value, putting in work. Well, earlier we spoke to QCK just before this match. Let's hear from it.
Sou o Gabriel, mais conhecido como QCK, atualmente duelista da Loud. Não sei muito específico o que eles tiveram de diferente, mas talvez eles tiveram mais momentos dentro do jogo, conseguiram otimizar esses momentos e ganhar rounds chaves que quebravam a economia ou faziam um snowball de ult, e aí o jogo ficou um pouco complicado. Falar sobre isso logo depois da derrota é complicado, tô me sentindo triste, sentimento ruim, mas o campeonato ainda não acabou, a gente tem muito para mostrar ainda, então sem muitas delongas, vamos pro próximo jogo. Sendo bem sincero, não importa, perder é perder, independente de round. Perder por um round ou por 14 é a mesma coisa, a derrota do mesmo jeito.
Oh man, it's looking more likely. Finally fades away and it's back into it, but here it is. The follow-up. All the rifles online.
He doesn't have the time.
Oh my God.
Eu não vim para substituir ninguém, eu só sou um novo jogador do time. O time se tornou um time novo, com novas formas de jogar, novas composições, então eu acredito que estou me saindo bem. Não sei se é confiança a palavra, mas traz um conforto por você jogar com pessoas que já lidaram com essas frustrações antes. Então a gente vai lidar da melhor forma possível. A gente já venceu times com esse estilo de jogo, então a gente vai saber lidar com eles.
Really interesting insight into QCK and his ideas. You know, he's coming into this team. Obviously, a lot of players saying, and a lot of players, fans watching it, saying, well, he's replacing Aspas. He has to fill those shoes. But no, he's talking about how they've reinvented the team kind of around him, this new style that they've come forwards with. And there's parity there between them and PRX. PRX have had to do the exact same thing, missing Jing, one of their best players.
But I feel like Monyet is filling in Jing's shoes a little more. They haven't adjusted that style yet. And that's probably one of the things that's had the confidence knocked for PRX, is that they haven't really figured out what the new team identity is. The deeper they go in this tournament, the more they'll be learning about themselves.
Yeah.
6-6 at the half. Both QCK and Monyet playing well individually so far. But Loud's composition is devastatingly effective when it comes to site executes. So I'd expect PRX to be doing their classic style of trying to disrupt things before you allow your opponents to ever get into an exec.
Deep delayed knife. Monyet was tagged, but he did not care. Still holds his ground.
Interesting that PRX have gone for a defensive wall that allows them to, you know, contest mid as well. So they're not worried about Loud's wall.
Giving up that presence, Loud now opting to just contact in through A. And it's an open site, it's a free site. It seems to be a bit of a read. Look at them, they're just fast on the approach. Maybe just hearing those sound cues out towards tree, but they've closed the door in their faces. A bit of stray damage. Sadak is going to be safe though. Safe and sound, able to get that plant down.
They need reinforcements quickly there. PRX are apt to flood defend. Currency nonetheless is still really far away.
Pause in the play, a bit of a break in the timing, at least taken. Monyet still with that nade. Now, does he choose to use it? Fragment. First wave of it being used out. Here it sends it. Paranoia go flying along with the Dizzy. Swarming into the side. Yeah, 3 players into hell. Anything to clear this one. Might have to just jump in. It's a beautiful smoke. 2 years is using it to just divide up this site as well, and it's making it more than difficult. Damn difficult. Have on a defuse might make a difference. PRX mind free going forwards. Right click away. An absolute bundle differential. Something running a mockery. Straight through main. Plenty of time available to them. Beautiful, flawless with the execution of that one.
I don't know how he's managed to pull that one out. 3 players in hell with the smoke set up. The spike is planted for them. Very clear game plan.
What classic is he? Yeah, of course it's PRX.
Yeah, of course it is.
Yeah.
Look at that thing. It shoots different.
Sale numbers up. Get the chart out, Leo. Get the chart out.
Why is there a dinosaur? Don't know. Don't care.
It looks cool. It looks cool.
Yeah, that's a nasty round from Mindfreak. Nothing more to it, really, is there? Loud had a game plan. It got dismantled by some right clicks from the Classic.
Sometimes it be like that. You
really
get shot, you die.
So again, PRX being able to win the pistol round, right? They won the first.
Yeah.
And one of the things that Des was talking about, Kukuka was saying, that they didn't really get much else in their prior game.
Taste of their own medicine. It's not Sadak who's going to be receiving it, though, but Kalzine and 2 years grouped up side by side.
They can pivot this quickly into a B split, though.
Contacting, punish for that. Could try and pivot, but not now.
They couldn't get away. They simply couldn't get away from something with this judge.
Chasing them down. And into mid as well. Pistols out now. Wants to take the long range fight. You know the players are tucked into the corner. There it is, cleared out. Last one to stand here. So an important beginning really for PRX. I mean, again, we talk about these comps, we expect them to be attack-sided, big execute, generating these ults. It's a clear game plan for both of these teams. PRX winning this pistol and the follow-up eco, you know, relatively cleanly. I mean, the economy is flourishing after this. They can come into this bonus looking nice and strong.
Just to talk about how Loud got anti-stratted so heavily during kickoff by EG, part of that was a Cypher, which doesn't exist for PRX. Part of it was a double Odin buy, which we might see later on in the half, so keep your eyes open for that. And the other part was playing disruptively before Loud could get into execs. I think this is a perfect round to go for that more aggressive, disruptive defense.
That's a lot of util, isn't it?
It's a lot of util, but it's all a fake. It's to make you feel like they're fighting over A. And PRX already out there, looking to try to catch a reposition elsewhere on the map. Now, Loud have just decided to slowly contact re-clear this area, which is a serious gamble, but they have called the bluff of PRX perfectly. What a read.
Not sure who that is on the team. Give it to Sadak for now. Nade into the corner. Devi almost getting spammed down, losing his life. But here we are. Another post-plant situation. Loud will be getting this plant down with no real pushback.
Don't put 3 in hell again, though.
No, probably not. Playing up close, though. QCK off the smoke.
Careful now.
Only laid down. Backing away. Now, PRX did use a lot of that util just in the beginning of that round, so I don't know how much they've got now for this retake attempt. The weaponry's not too ideal either, but Dizzy does the work. 3 revealed and suppressed out there. Forsaken is just in their faces now. Still trying to double up into hell.
Against the judges.
Just pushing them back as well, and it's just random spam and spraying through. PRX, man! Running them through. And still now the sticking on. Broken. Destroyed in the process. Man's there, ready to try and pick up the pieces of this fight, but can't reset the aim in time. Something dropped.
Little bit of danger. Pretty decent damage, considering that that was a bonus round. But Loud do come out on top.
One enemy remaining.
He just managed to get enough kills from 2Es, holding out in A main, supporting the rest of his team. And so here we see one Odin being picked up for PRX. This is what their setup's going to look like a little more often. That's over towards B main. Now, Les is usually going to be trying to take B main control, and the Odin's powerful there. But actually, we're seeing a fight on the exact opposite side of the map. He's so aggressive with the op.
Just takes it to him. And that's because Loud, you know, they're waiting for these right timings. And they think that they're ready for it. I mean, they're holding that with a lot of players. But something just too quick with it, man. Too quick with it. Nade rebounds close to the corner. That's Munya hoping to catch a player that might have just repositioned there.
What I love about Something is he's so good with Gecko's mobility utility, the legs.
Yeah, I love the way he presses 3 on the keyboard and pulls out the knife just to run away. He does it better than anybody.
Devi does not have a paranoia to play off here. He's got to rely on the Thrash.
Yeah, he's using the Thrash to try to set this up here. Good return on the fire there from Sadak.
Down A.
Gets the trade-off at least, attainment into the corner, so it's slowed them down once more, but 50 seconds left into the round. No prior map control here for Loud.
Yeah, they've stacked everything in a fight over towards A main. They're losing it, and now PRX have 3 players ready to collect.
Deep orb. Placed by Les. Trying to use this to try and get themselves into position. That spam, the spray, a few stray bullets, TP forwards into the mix of things. But listen, Munya inside the smoke, Loud paving the way forwards here. It's brute force, it seems to be the name of the game, but only one player will stand. Sadak, the IGL, does not stand a chance there. Collected onto the position.
And this is a very classic round by Loud. They realize that their composition is extremely good at A executes. So they try to dominate A main at the start of these rounds with 4 or 5 players. And even if you know that they're going A, their comp is very, very difficult to stop once they send a big exec into you. But before they can even start to take A main control, Something's already run out and got a pick at the very beginning of the round on their duelist player who has an ult to try to entry.
The tempo just at those extremities, man. I mean, it's a clear win con. And, you know, funnily enough, it reminds me of when PRX played against Gen.G in the regional finals. And Gen.G absolutely counter-stratted the ever-loving sugar out of them. And they were going for the heavy extremity control because the comps operate in very similar manners. They were disrupting that tempo.
Yeah. And I think Loud's comp does struggle the more you force it to split through mid and try to take map control, these kind of things. It doesn't have, for example, a Fade or a Sova to be able to use drone utility or a recon to clear out close corners. It's much better at being able to get these big retakes, big execs going. Loud are skilled enough, talented enough to adjust the game plan on the fly, but they're always going to be limited by what the comp is good at versus what it's not good at. I think PRX has got a nice read here. It's also great to see something, hitting shots, feeling aggressive, going for plays. Because I feel like outside of one awesome game against Karmine Corp, he hasn't quite been at the top level that I expect from him.
He's a very confidence-driven player, I think, as well. I mean, if you take a gander at any of the PRX vlogs as well, you see it. You know, he wears his heart on his sleeve, actually. He has to be picked up on a frequent basis. You know, confidence around him, being the support staff and the players, his teammates. But when he has good games, you know, this guy is just unleashed.
Yeah, he's phenomenal. Well, they know where he's positioned at the moment, and that's where you should expect the op to play. Many flashes to try to push him off the line.
So to try and defend the line as well. Bit of Odin spam and spray through. Jumping spot, you do not survive that apparently. It's a nice attempt and a nice clearance, but still, as they're trying to swarm the position, they're getting absolutely pounded with artillery. Lesto. 1 HP, man, 1 HP. And maybe more than a dream. He's managed to bring this to a 2v2. Doesn't have the spike though. That was dropped down a little bit earlier.
Look how bold Forsaken is. He just jumped up on the same spot with a classic in hand. 2Es? He's seen it!
Just altered up there and he just sees him crouched.
That's unreal!
Knee or an elbow, I'm not too sure, but it just pokes out here. But yet, it's on the other side of the map.
And he's thinking, how on earth have my team lost this? What's going on?
Just no shot. I mean, less. Of course, being a difference maker. Now, they don't know where Monya is.
They have no idea. And PRX are the kind of team to over-rotate a little on defense, so they assume that he's close.
30 seconds
And now
left.
Monyet's wondering, well, where have they gone? Because if they were just on B, surely they would have got the plant down.
Incredibly winnable. How low these two players are for Monyet.
He could kill them both with one nade.
Exactly. The nade, and not just that, went away from the showstopper, where he really wanted to try and seal the deal. Here it is. He's got a lot to clear here, but maybe gifted yet. Bit of that information. Pulls out the rifle, expecting the re-swing. Both the players are towards the back of the site. Now a smoke. Drop down, classic out. Thinks twice against it, thinks second against it. Boombot forwards, that's gonna have to be broken. Nade, rebounds, out wide, and now he's just firing. Here's the rocket, talked about it earlier. Pre-fires in the corner, but he guesses incorrectly. And now he's left wondering, which way is 2Es? How did he reposition? Time, ticking, shortly getting away from him. He thinks he's behind the boxes. A miscom perhaps away from it. 2Es wins it out, and the Mastercard thrifty.
What a wild way to end that round. I'm really unsure how it even got to that point, frankly, but you could just see the mind games between both of those players. The less information there was available, the more it favored Les and 2Es.
Watch them run.
Just a walk in through B main. And this one.
One enemy remains.
Who ults into that spot?
Unheard of. Truly unheard of.
God, that's a face of
it's scary.
Resignation almost.
It's a scary
Alex's
face, isn't it?
He's normally a little more animated than that.
Be practicing stoicism or mewing, not too sure.
Yeah. Yeah. Either inspired by Marcus Aurelius or Sigma males.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very similar, actually, very similar. So Loud now in a great position, right? Having won that round, it just turns the whole of Ascent, at least this half, on its head. Their economy is now flourishing, right? They're going to be in a position where they've got a good economic bank to work with. And they're also coming into this round with a huge rifle advantage, starting to get up to big ults. This is where Loud's attack side comp looks so scary, even though they're one round behind in reality.
That's when they start to come alive. This spot here, it's how pivotal that last round was for PRX to end up winning it out. The weak goodbye for Forsaken. How much is he really going to be able to do here with a runner back facing him? QCK going to be making sure to clear all the available corners. Has a bit of util to set him up. Knife out, one to the cranium, does drop that one. Here we go, second go of things. Forsaken doing quite well in that position there, but only going even here, 4 versus 4, but he has more time for the fast rotate.
And everybody on Loud playing on-site post plants. You know, even if Loud are able to get this, PRX can make it extremely expensive just by holding B main and the defense spawn.
They've been cleared out now. Smoke propped up, pre-firing up to the sky, expecting Dizzy. Zindo now defaulting over towards the fold line, using that util to try and delay, but you are right, this could get pricey. very, very quickly. Dizzy, broken. In there with the protocols, and now just Loud to realize they have to really just barrel their way through this one. They are being penned in here with the guns, should be favored. Almost nice with the movement there from Divide, but shut down there. 2 players surviving from Loud, 9-9, even scoreline.
And Loud keep enough players alive that they do still have that cushion to work with. Tui's can drop Sadak, and they've got a good buy going with some spare cash to float around. It's Loud's ults that now become an issue for PRX. The more you let them get set up to go for example, the Rolling Thunder, the more difficult it's going to be. I'm looking at the minimap, and PRX look poised to go for some serious A main aggression.
That puts the pressure on Mindfreak, doesn't it?
Yeah, because as soon as Sadak calls that, they're going to be running into the pit, I would imagine.
Drop down, knife, spam into the corner. Mindfreak already dropped down to 50. Never mind, he's dead.
He's gone.
Finished. Dealt with.
And now, to be honest, Loud have no reason to immediately go into a B site hit. Right? They know that PRX are very fast on defensive rotations. They cleared out Gelato early. Loud can just pump the brakes here and allow PRX to spread out a little bit around the map, or even force them into making a play that they can punish.
No command. Smoke off the timing for it, just trying to block off B main here. Molly sent flying into the smokes available here, ready with the spam. Damage being done. Sadak barely alive, but does return the fire. Forsaken still.
What a
tucked
spot.
into the side. Yeah, but not going to be clear potentially, but faced by too many targets in opposition. This time storming into the site. It's going to be gained for them with that territory. Loud now, reload. Off the Odin. 2 players left alive here. Munyet, though, has got us back to fully available players. Flash is really quite excellent, peeking through it. So now Loud taking that lead, 10-9. We talked about it, that danger zone for them, but this is how the comp operates, how it works.
And you can see the PRX are trying to disrupt it. If that had been Loud taking A main control at the start of the round instead of B main control, then they would have had an enormous clash in Gelato.
Yeah.
And who knows who would have come out on top. But PRX kind of gambled incorrectly. They were going for the hard read. Loud do tend to favor the A site with the way that they call their attack sides. And just happened to be the wrong one. They were hoping that Mindfreak could hold stuff down on the B side of the map, and Les has got the read just inside his head. I think both of these teams struggled a little bit to be able to impose their will on the defense side, but what we saw from Loud on defense was that they actually found those rounds to be able to catch PRX doing something. And we're not really seeing that when the sides are flipped. PRX are going for a lot of early round aggression instead of mid-round aggression, and I think that timing difference has ended up being quite important for them. It's easier to read when it's just straight off the rip.
Yeah, it is.
I main Sova on Lotus.
I mean, honestly, there's worse things to play. There are worse things to play.
Yeah, yeah.
I've seen it firsthand.
Like League of Legends.
Okay. He said it, not me. I can hear cackling from the desk, man.
All right.
Elimination game.
PRX are in a tough position here, though. They really are. It's about to spiral out of control. Forsaken's not really found opportunities to have his will imposed upon the game. And he snuck up to try to take fights. Cracks one, and he gets out.
Forsaken scot-free, man.
He's the player that's been the difference maker this tournament, and he wants more.
Oh, punished for the jump spot.
So punished for that.
2 players waiting for him to just make that kind of mistake with the paranoia flash over the top. There was a bit of a team blind, but on side control for them. And now fighting towards market. Something dropped dead. Difficult spot the PRX are being put into here is that the fact that Loud are just getting into these sites, obviously it's against a half by PRX, but they're not having to use ultimates doing it. They can save them now for when PRX have a bit of a buy round, the money's back into an orderly and sensible fashion.
PRX here. Again, the silver lining would be to apply enough pressure that the ults do get invested. It just doesn't seem likely, though.
No, it doesn't, does it?
And PRX's game plan has broadly been... Hello, we'll see. No, there's no danger here. PRX's game plan has broadly been to try to stack one of the sites and just kind of hope that Loud are going there.
One enemy remaining.
And the problem with that is, if you gamble incorrectly, Loud have just got into a post-plant situation.
Yeah.
And not just that, PRX are not playing the other side for full retake. They're playing it to still anchor with like one player. For example, when Mindfreak was inside his pit. Or here where Forsaken is trying to challenge B main alone for a cheeky kill. They're on the eco. But if you're gonna stack one side of the map super heavy, you're kind of forced to play full retake on the other. And just rely on your double initiator comp. At least something's enjoying himself out there. This is the round where PRX absolutely must get back in control if they have any chance of winning Ascent.
Need it. Anchor positions here. I mean, the Molly, maybe not 10 for that one, but just to slap it down. Onto the orb. Paranoia, blind, nade, rebounds, and will clear out a few of these players too. He is timely there with a TP.
But Loud are going for a lot of re-clears, right? We haven't seen them go for big rotates around the map. PRX are realizing that. The re-hits coming through.
Here it is, rolling in front of that will be a large
Divide dodged it.
I did dodge it, but there's a one-way smoke into his face. At least they deal with that, run it back. Divide, does he seek to try and disrespect this timing? Out and through, yes. The PRX players still holding their ground and basically rooted in place. And Les is now going to offload the pit to try and get them through. This is a call.
This is an amazing ult if you're planning to rotate and maybe split or go over to B. It's not that great for going into sight, but it keeps a lot of players on site.
Using a Nightfall. 2 tags. Here and out, Prowler sent straight through tree, wondering if that split's coming through, but now with 40 seconds, Loud are happy to wait this one out, but which direction are they going to take it towards? A seems like a likely contender.
They've smoked for a B split though, so Forsaken's worried.
30 seconds left.
He's had to watch and peel himself away. Top of mid, eyes onto it, Munyet. Paranoia settling in. Divide inside the smoke, wants to rule that position and take names away from them.
What?
Picked up. He's right behind them.
What?
What is that kind of play? Still, heads are falling and so are the bodies. Toppling down. Time working against them now over the top and running around. Oh my God.
That is the most important round though that PRX could have secured in that moment. They got the read that it was over towards A. They're starting to figure out how Sadak's calling the attack side. Do you remember earlier on in this game, PRX were throwing huge utility into A main and then rotating away, expecting Loud to pivot. Do not want to hit a heavy site. And because Sadak's been going for re-clears and re-hits so often, PRX had stacked so heavily on that area. Now, if that has got to be Alex's reaction to 2E's making the play, because he had that one moment of despair and didn't follow up on it. 2E's is actually ready to counter-op something in B main. But something, for whatever reason, has got those tingles on the back of his neck. He knows it's not a great idea, but he's starting to creep a little closer.
Fuse has been spotted, tucked to the corner. Now it is OMEN, he can reposition here, but sets him up onto the line nevertheless, but now he's going to back away and respect it. Important to note, you know, we talked about it that previous round, but Loud did end up using 2 or 3 ultimate, something. Wall up in his face, contact plays, and he's out of there. Backing away, covering fire from Forsaken. Making sure the evacuation goes off without a hitch. Walking straight into the line of sight. It's something who's sniping them away in precision across the board for PRX. Wiping out the opposition.
Awesome round. This has really turned the tables. It's only Cowanzine left alive. They know where he is. Trapped in a corner. He's going to have to duel 4 players to be able to get out of here.
Util in the stun.
He's just stuck.
No chance. So
11 to 11.
And the adjustments coming in handy.
Yeah, looking lovely. PRX don't try to contest super early. They've got like a slightly delayed op peek into B main, which is a nice timing to go for that. And they just catch this timing. Something is always a couple of seconds ahead of the play here. If he was a second slower peak in market, he might have died to QCK. If he was a second slower peak in B main, probably dies to 2E's. It's all about those tiny, fine margins. No hesitation.
Loud scratching their heads a little bit here, wondering how they can get that advantage. Now Les takes a load of damage off the rip, 61 health drop down.
Yeah, it's actually one of the first times we've seen Les try to solo take this area, and he's immediately dropped.
Yeah, I mean, a bit of a counterplay, I think, as well. Les usually throwing the orb from that angle.
Something makes it feel like it's the same setup in this round, which broadly speaking it is, by taking that op shot into market. And now it's actually caused Loud to pivot away. They do not want any of that smoke.
Crack of an angle. Divide turns away just at the right time. Flash in his face, backs away now holding the Paranoia. Now there is no contact for this kind of play, so he's going to be backing away to the site and gives up control of tree.
with all of this noise, something's getting on a more aggressive line. So if they try to go back into a B split, it's going to be difficult.
Clear, just can't quite land the bullets. No way, this is overzealous, potentially, perhaps, maybe over aggressive, but they're not expecting it still. They've sucked up that space right back away from them. Sadak, the sole survivor of a position in the tree, lays down the nade, but there's no follow-up. Flash now to re-peek. It's a nice one, at least to try and cook up on the fly, but PRX are online.
It's so reminiscent of their game against Karmine Corp. The late resurgence in the final rounds. It's looking excellent. Loud dragged 2 of the maps against Sentinels into overtime. Are they able to do the same here? The economy is not good. Their game plans through mid have been countered. But they were winning when they dominated one side of the map and went for the exec.
And that's counter spam again. Les is trying to play it himself with the ult, and they're disrespecting him.
The same plays working out again for PRX. It's like they just run back the highlights of the previous rounds.
That's just insanity.
Forsaken spamming, as far as I can tell, the exact same line, and this time, Les goes down, something's feasting.
Little to no chance for Loud now. This map 1. It's gonna be sealed up nice and pretty with a bow on top of it. For PRX, all the right adjustments at all the right time, but fuel to the fire just running out for Loud as well with his composition. They are struggling ever since they haven't been able to get those ults online, but Wingman sends him out flying. Quite connect. Kawazine seeking to try and pivot, but he can't break the door in time. Has to reload too on top of this. And already something is there. Following the sound cues, jiggle it out, baits out the op shot at least, but right into the judge. Now Forsaken, trapped in the corner, but it matters not. It's a 1v5, it would have to be the play of 2 years' his career to stand even a chance in hell. And for PRX, a leisurely walk is what it feels like. Happy and secure in the knowledge that they are just setting sail into the sunset. Happy as anything. Map 1 entirely wrapped up.
A beautiful late resurgence from PRX there, figuring out how to deal with Loud's attack side at the perfect moment. And Loud, I think, straying away from what was working for them in previous rounds, going instead for more of a play through mid, trying to get value out of the Viper Wall and connecting so often with the Judge, or primarily the Odin and the Op.
Absolute insanity, and guess what? We've got plenty more action left to come. Sunset on the cards. That is going to be a fantastic one. 2 teams that are potentially evenly matched. It doesn't stop anywhere near here.
Excuse me, would you mind taking a picture of us?
Oh, no problem.
Thanks.
Yes, problem. You need Verizon. Trade in that old thing and get a new iPhone 15 Pro with tons of storage, so you can take all the pics. So many selfies.
A preposterous amount of panos!
That means panoramic. And as many portraits of me as your heart desires.
How about none?
None, yeah, none feels right.
Trade in any iPhone in any condition and get iPhone 15 Pro and iPad and Apple Watch SE all on us. Only on Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey guys, Mika here, and I'm with Alex of PRX. That was a really, really close map. I want to know what was the most difficult part about the prep for this match, especially since it's such a high-pressure match and you're up against a team that you really only get to play against in events like these.
Yeah, I think Loud is one of the most intelligent and most consistent teams on the circuit, right? So they don't, we don't even know what they're going to pick on the map veto. They can play almost all 7 maps, probably can. We just have to focus on ourselves this game. I think we haven't had the best run, so we really just want to get this, get ourselves like quite more aligned, if anything.
Okay, keeping it humble, but that had us on the edge of our seats. So let's jump into the game for more.
PRX proving that you cannot judge a book by its cover. You think when they're out of this one, when they don't have it anymore, they find the magic yet again, and they're up 1-0, Mimi, in this elimination game against a Loud team that I don't think a lot of people were giving PRX the time of day against.
The thing is, even if you judge them by their contents, the context, it's changed a lot throughout this tournament. I think this team came in not looking in their best form, but they just displayed an incredible map against Loud here. Their executes were looking clean on the attacking side. Something's Op was dominating on the defense. It was clear that with time, this team is really starting to figure themselves out.
Yeah, exactly. And on the side of Loud, even though they have a lot of experience with this composition, we still see some mistakes, like dry picking when you have a composition that has Phoenix, KO, and Breach. Cowan from the defense not finding a moment to even use his ultimate until like the penultimate round, and holding them and actually not using the composition to the full of its ability.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people watching this team regionally was kind of bringing up that some of the combos looked undercooked. I was one of those people, but at this point, it's so well put together, right? The timings they're playing with, using the Fade ult to deny noise, send that heavy presence towards A main, as Wonyet just picks the perfect timing. The coordination for the squad is looking on point.
Yeah, I think that overall, the way that they were working the map, sometimes and at a certain point in their attack, it looked a bit of overcooked. You see that the map looks very different when you don't have a Sentinel in both of the ways. And I also think it has to do a lot with the Viper play, right? Because we saw a lot of very different walls coming from both of the teams. I don't know if we will have the time to actually like dwell on what each one of them do. But I think that overall, this could have been an overtime perfectly.
I mean, you know what's the one thing I really enjoy about PRX is that you think that they, like, when they go for these like wild plays, they look like they're geniuses. But when things don't go their way, you're questioning, what they're cooking up here. One example of that, I mean, the guy was just lights out that whole map because he was just taking risks. He was getting in front of them, and he was creating opportunities and creating space for his team with that on.
I've been a big hater of the Gecko op in the past.
You have.
But I think the way that they played it, in particular on this defensive side, was really good. Loud as a comp that relies on getting extremity control with the double flashes and splitting into sites. Something is really good at finding timings around flashes, taking that split-second moment and getting a kill on an extremity. That was utterly shutting down Loud's execute in the first part of their attacking side.
I got a stat from Space, shout out from him. Something took 33% of first engagements and won
Light work for him.
88% of them. That is crazy. Coming in from a get-go. And by the way, you know, now that we're going into Sunset, this is not the composition that is played without a duelist, okay? This is his get-go when there is a duelist also in the composition. Definitely, this is one of the other things that throws everybody so off of a PRX. It's not that their duelist is going to be in your face, which he is going to be, probably on your back because of that movement. It's also that you have to deal with something on the upper end.
I also really want to credit Coach Alex and whoever the IGL du jour was for this team today, because they really varied up. Thank you. It's a very small word, actually.
I'm not a smart guy.
Actually. But they really varied up how they were going for that aggression. Early on, they were going for those extremity fights I was talking about. Then Loud figured it out. They varied it up and went for mid-round aggression instead. And then towards the end, very last round of the game, they go back to the extremity fight, win it. It was a beautiful map from PRX. Another heartbreaking, close map loss for Loud, which now brings us to Sunset.
Exactly. We need to talk about Sunset, about obviously what happened yesterday. A Loud that was running out of time in a lot of instances, that was losing the plot, and how this PRX is going to be different, right? We're talking about a PRX that most likely will be playing with the Sage. Again, with no duelist on this map against a Phoenix. Definitely, I'm looking at the Gecko play. I'm looking at that kind of surprise that I think was off for Loud yesterday.
Well, I think also, too, when you pair in with the fact that, you know, these teams have played this map, where we've seen both teams, you know, go at this. But here's the funny thing. I was looking at the stats. PRX, a lot more success here, right, in this competition. They've played it a few more times. They've thrown some unique ideas. They've beaten the likes of Heretics and EDG. They beat Gen.G in the Pacific Kickoff. This is doable for PRX at a 2-0.
Yeah, I really like the way, especially these two teams' comps are going to compare. Loud is playing the Phoenix Breach again. It's a similar win condition of playing for really heavy extremity control on their defense, getting QCK posted on those lines, and farming him orbs. PRX did a good job of shutting that down in map number 1, but I think it's a lot harder to deal with this breach when Loud will be on defense on Sunset.
And especially, we go back to something that we already saw on Ascent. No Sentinel for this team. So of course, we see the Sage, but it is not the same. A Sunset with no Cypher, but both Vipers on both the sides. I'm looking at the Vi and how he's going to be using those walls, not only for him, for Moniette, and how Loud is going to read onto those.
No matter who's on the team around him, Sodox Loud has an expectation of making it deep in these international runs. They lost to PRX at Champions. They have a chance to make up for it here if they can push us to a third map.
This could very well be a fitting battleground here for the final battle between Loud and PRX. If PRX end it here, they will sunset the run of Loud, or Loud can force a map 3. Let's send it back over to Brennan Sideshow for the call.
Exactly right. It's Loud who are now on the chopping block in this elimination game, our first one of the playoffs. And PRX coming out with some surprising form, surprising improvements, you know, against all regular expectations, I will say. And now we set our sights onto Sunset, the second map here of this series. Should be relatively even. Both of these teams, they like to play this map. They're quite good at it in their own way and form.
I love the way the PRX approach this. We're going to see them immediately take some mid-control. The clashing tiles.
Yeah, they're just trying to fight them. They're watching for it.
Tui's. I think he got a collat there with the Ghost onto Divine and Moniette.
A ridiculous beginning here. Now they can expect Mindfreak, who's worked his way in. He's thinking twice about it now. Backs himself into market. What a beginning. I mean, the smoke deep down, not expecting that tile's aggression there. That just comes down to a game of chance.
Yeah. PRX are so happy to opt into the variance that is ever present in this game. And I hope that it works out in their favor. The smoke there to try to block off certain sight lines coming from bottom mid. But as you say, they just had no idea that Loud were going to run a pistol, which also involved them charging towards mid through tiles.
They want to take the fight straight to him, try and earn a few more of these ults, less onto the corner.
It's a good idea for QCK to try to push through that, see if he can find the kill.
Yeah.
It's going to be his ult that they try to build up early, but that's not exactly the way the cookie crumbled to open things up. It's actually very close. Two kills and a death, plus the ult orb.
Yeah, we'll see how that opens up. I mean, yeah, they're just using that deep smoke to hide from a potential deep dart that gets used. Loud just above the sign of market.
Yeah. It's a specific counter-strap pistol, and Loud just happened to utterly destroy it.
Right here.
And now, PRX stacking towards the A site.
Standing ahead.
Smoking mid in the exact same fashion, hoping that somebody sees it. Just a call, like there could be that presence into mid.
Les completely alone here. He's going to get overwhelmed. And now PRX are going to understand that this was fake pressure early on over towards A. So Salek's got to accelerate. They've got to get into the B site. But you've always got to be worried with PRX. Is there still one player hanging around this area? It's going to slow them down slightly.
That's why they're clearing it. Due diligence. Showcase, drone through as well, making sure they're into the back of the site.
Flash.
Players though, deep flash. As long with that, I mean, a Dizzy, a Wingman, everybody collided and collected into that deep corner here, but it just don't have the weaponry to really nail them. The paranoia was fantastic, and maybe more so. One player to stand. It's 2 years on 1 HP. Smoking onto the spike, it's turned just like that. Wall up, Devi blocking it, has to be broken here, but a reload for 2 years now, and he's so low that it just feels like he can't get the spam bullets on, spraying through, just needs one to really hit and connect. It's not happening! It's a Mastercard Thrifty.
And Devi even cleaning up 2Es at the end. He can't recover the rifle, but what a round for PRX. And that is immediately in round 2 showing you some of the power that PRX have on defense. And it comes down to the fact that their comp is so good for flood defending into B. That flood defending back B is one of the most successful ways you can possibly play this map. And when you have flash Dizzy combos to get into backside, and then Sage Walls to block stuff off, and smokes additionally too, Loud are going to find it difficult in post-plant situations.
Nice, 4 spotted here. Wonderful indicator. What danger is there in this round? Maybe if 2 years are able to just flip the back ahead of Devi. Doesn't. He's in mid though.
2Es is fast to get into position to make the play. But 2 players doubled up, Devi and Something looking to re-clear.
Yeah, good level of awareness.
And Forsaken also with pretty decent awareness on the other side, even though that one-way missed.
Yeah, into this corner, he's really stuck here. There's no repositioning, they've overwhelmed them. Doesn't matter about the superior weaponry. Needs to be that refight, the re-peek as well, a little bit. Just wrangling the beast that is their rifles. Aftershock can't be walking too far into this one. Dodging of the flash, Dizzy up into the air, but Salek, he's taking a fight straight to them, and now frustration really showing. Dodging at the timing, no! The dart just revealed and towards the back, and it's back-to-back Thrifties, man.
Mastercard are getting their money's worth today. I mean, we're coming off the back of the Gen.G game where we just had Thrifties over and over and over too. I'm confused though. In what way was Forsaken stuck in the corner? Monyet's above him. He can walk backwards whilst keeping his crosshair focused towards A-Link. They could have set up a double face.
Yeah, they could have.
He's just kind of shoved himself in a corner looking to try to take the fight. I assumed he was just going to continue backing up. Very odd. Opened up the door though for Loud. Opportunism. Finding them the second round there and getting things back on track. There's that same smoke to try to deny.
Oh my goodness, you're joking. You're joking.
And it gets Cowanzine down.
Not again, that's a spike dropped. And they've gained control and ground and another kill. You cannot be doing this to me now. I'm telling you, the Mastercard representatives will be very happy, but it's not exactly the most picture-perfect Valorant that we've ever seen here. Wingman alerting the presence, at least to know now that a few Loud players are here. Spike's still dropped down, but it's coordinated off, and they've obtained those rifles, and they're using them to great success. Now, having to really just brute force their way through. They've gathered the spike up, but listen, they're just spamming it through. One left to stand, Sadak. You can't overcome it. It's a back-to-back Thrifties.
This is ridiculous. This is so similar to Split with Gen.G. The aggression coming out, very similar to the pistol round. And Loud, think of things from their perspective just for a moment here. They're in an elimination game. The pressure is on them. They're playing against a difficult opponent. They've only matched up against once, and they lost that time. Expectations are mounting for them to try to make a podium finish. You get the pistol win, you throw it away, you win it back, and it disappears out of your hands again.
Relation to disappointment, back again here for Loud.
A true roller coaster of emotions. Now, Cowanzine's trying to get Tiles to use this fault line that goes sideways and covers both sides, and they use it to pick off something. So once again, Bren, the team with worse utilities winning it out.
Okay.
I say worse utility, I scrambled my words. I meant worse weaponry. The utility was fantastic. But that's Cowanzine trying to get that deep Tiles position, and this time no one from PRX punishes him for it. It's just a game of playing over various different areas of map control and a little bit of gambling of where PRX want to fight.
CK will lead the charge here, making sure all the areas are cleared. Into the side, Kawazine dart into a risky position. An attempt of a timing by Mindfreak is immediately punished. 2 left to stand, 2 left to fight. PRX, what have they got in them? Yeah, really wide face there, and he's going to get beamed down straight through the wall. Devi does have the money to make a go of this, but does he really still opt into it?
The thing is, their economy's still in a good spot because we've just been sent through the tombola machine. You never know what's coming out the other side, and we're all getting shaken up and down.
Backside position though, quickly, Devi is going to be swarmed from this position. Molly at the feet, dropping down, and a nailed shot, man. I mean, so much precision.
I'm not saying it again,
You're not
Brendan.
saying it again?
I'm
Okay.
not doing it.
I mean, I'll do it. I'll activate the sponsors. I'll make them happy. Mastercard thrifty.
Look, Loud are now in a position, though, where they're starting to get huge ultimates online. Their composition has ults that you need like 7, 8 points to be able to get online. You're not supposed to really have access to these big ultimates as soon as the economy starts going for your opponent. But PRX are 1 away from being broken here. Not that that means anything in this map. And now Loud are pretty close to some big ults. Now I'm looking at Kawanzine's positioning. And he sends an early fault line up towards A and is trying to take space off the back of this recon. But look, he is quite exposed in mid here. And he's trying to take this tiles position. The second fault line perhaps for a later re-clear over towards A. If indeed you had somebody like Forsaken looking to fight there or something with his operator.
Take flight. Quite slow and steady though, cautious.
But they have multiple tools for these map control plays, and this time deciding to invest the drone. No tag, so no ult from Sadak.
Delayed wall.
Yeah, and if you break it, you give away that there was serious pressure behind
They're
that.
pinging up onto the top of it. I mean, Devi loves to play on top of this here. Great flash. Taken, rattles off a few bullets, lets them know his presence. Knife's going to be sent into the opposite direction there with 2 tags. They seek to try and make a go of this one here. Pop Flash plays the Hunter's Fury at his back to set it up, and then we're in anti-flash position. Okay, so Loud have the protocols to deal with that. Themselves now into this site. Will they choose to use any more ultimates? A bit of random spray once more by Devi. It's that Phantom at play, at work.
30 seconds left.
It's a bit of chip damage, but nothing really more
comes
to
the
show
flood.
for it. And here it is.
4 players blinded.
There, big one with the Dizzy on top of it. Rolling Thunder now has to be committed. Thrash slow to a crawl. Les is a monster in this spot. This particular position, and any attempt here, they just want to barrel over the smoke position. Something, no chance here on the retake. Not with the operator now, so he has to just run tail between his legs.
PRX's composition is fantastic on those A retakes. You saw the amount of utility that was flying towards Loud, and they still managed to come out the other side unscathed. Mostly, I think, due to the fact that Kawanzine had managed to save his ultimate. They were thinking about investing it. You could see Kawanzine positioned in a spot where he was thinking of ulting sight towards A, but they took the gamble, saved it for the post plant, and came out to the good. Now Kawanzine...
Taking already up.
Kawanzine dying to spike there. Don't ask me.
Luckily, they've got money to spare.
Yeah. But that's a great punish onto Forsaken. And Les choosing to try to take the aggressive option, not caught by any of that retake utility. It was perfect. Les and Kawanzine stepping up for Loud.
Yeah, and now a timeout being taken here for PRX. The trouble is, how do you get a grip in terms of what is replicatable? Because the rounds that you're winning have been you know, seemingly down to just hitting a few stray shots, going for the mid-aggression.
Well, you can clearly see that they have an anti-strat prep with regards to Monyak's smoke to try to deny info for Sadak's recon, right? So maybe you try to lean into that a little more and put pressure onto tiles. That was clearly their game plan coming in, and just because you lost the pistol round doesn't mean that you're always going to lose a fight happening there. But I think the other part of it too is that they just allowed, because of the craziness of how this map began, allowed to start getting some big ults online. And to be honest, in my opinion, that was the biggest problem there. If PRX had been able to run that same retake scenario, but without the breach ult, I really think they're favored.
Looked like it.
And it is so important in moments like this to not overcorrect. If you have the right ideas, and they're just not working, you might still want to stick to them. like I was talking about earlier, PRX do have a lot of variance in the way that they play. When you have two teams like this that are so down to just opt into fighting against each other, it is going to vary. Form is going to play an enormous factor.
I feel like just a coin flip at times here. We could buy 4 PRX. We'll see if it makes a difference. Mindfreak is sole recipient of the rifle. He's going to be holding down a B angle just by himself here. Orb's going to be given up. Acknowledgement there with the Dizzy going down, so they know that there's players lurking around, a slow default play, which, you know, isn't anything out of the ordinary for Loud.
No, and you can see that Loud is starting these rounds really passively. They're making sure to not go for any deep plays over towards mid.
Or Mindfreak.
They're barely going into B main until just now. Spot the shoulder of Mindfreak, and he hops away. Did they even really get confirmation there that he has a rifle? I'm not sure.
Mindfreak position. Always trying to tuck himself up onto the box here. Are they even going to be aware of it through slow orb at their feet? Kawazine, a few random bullets. He might think it's cleared. It's not. Patience played to perfection here by Mindfreak. Might be looking for a few more still. He's dropped down to 2 of them. Divide has gun of his own now, ready for the spray through, ready for the spray down reveal. Tucks to the corner, sidearm out and wide, but less will put him down and put him to rest here, dodging to the flash, but he's got a lot to overcome now. Positioning flipped around, weaponry handed over. Discipline honed and ready, showcased by PRX. Now listen, the spike is on Les's side, but he's going to have no opportunity to really get a free plan off here. Molly down, running through it, Meunier, and there it is. Round 1, they know it, tucked to the corner, something, recognizing the win conditions. Guess what? Another Mastercard Thrifty.
Yeah, and also an ace. Just to cap off how absolutely crazy this game has been, we have another Thrifty round, powered by Mindfreak being able to get a Q play in this corner and Kawazine not really able to clear it. Divide following up with the rifle. And Les does what he can, but it's not enough. Taking the risk, playing for that variance, and it pays off for Mindfreak. Now Loud, change up the pace.
Oh my goodness, it's PRX taking a fight straight to them. Yeah, Loud opted into that pace increase. They wanted to try and fight it. It ends up them being punished. One-way smoke as well. This is just sharpness on display.
That's wild. That caught me completely off guard. I mean, Loud have been playing such slow defaults to start these rounds off, focused on main control, but not that fast. Forsaken almost caught a timing. Surely will.
With the gun, yeah, sticking wide and out. Tap, tap, tap with the AD. Yes, 2 years survives the duel and encounter. Has the spike in his hands, but he'd have to do a lot more than that to make this winnable, especially when he's on 8 HP.
And I'm not exactly sure what the read was there for Sadak in this round, but PRX have been fighting with 2 or 3 players every single time over towards A main. I think you've got to start trying to take space in the early round somewhere else on the map. You can go back and late re-clear with the fault line or the drone, but I think trying to just run in and take that fight straight up is going to be so difficult. There are so many tools, though, that PRX have at their disposal with this no duelist composition. If you ignore A main completely, sometimes Divide might just wall it off, and then they can just ignore it. I mean, what are the chances that both teams just decide to fight A main that fast? The flash connections were so perfect. PRX fight through all of the smoke utility to get the kills.
Yeah, not just the flash connections, I mean the shots on target too.
Yeah. And that was something that I was a little concerned about going into this game, actually. Loud are going to take a tactical timeout, but I felt like from what we had seen over the course of the rest of this tournament, Loud had more players stepping up with their individual form. You know, Les is just consistent. He's always a monstrous player. But I feel like QCK's had some big moments. Tui's has been playing better than expected too, and Kawanzi's been like putting in some solid work at times. When I was looking at the other side of things for PRX, it was only really Forsaken that was blowing me away. Something had some big moments, but wasn't always there. Today, he's been on fire. If you want to look at one individual that turned the tide of Ascent, it would be something with the operator in his hand. And you've also been getting better and better performances from Monyet as he spends more time with pressure on him on the stage.
Something that Alex has been alluding to as well in these interviews, but just that stage experience being so valuable for a team like PRX when they've been making these adjustments, trying to find that identity, I think. But listen, if it's form that carried them to this point right now, the ideas and time are kind of flourishing, honestly. They've got good reads, they've got good adaptations, they've got good counter strats prepped and planned. They're making it so damn hard right now for Loud to try and deal with.
Again, PRX start 3 players ready to fight over A. And Loud go for the exact same default setup again. You know, Sova, Viper over towards A, Cowanzine in tiles. Ready for any kind of mid-aggression, sure, but not actually taking aggressive map control in B main or market, anything like that.
Up through mid, face wide, doubled up in the high-low, but no casualties or kills. Yet Devi, he's making a go of it, he's making a mess of it. I mean, Kawazun puts him to rest.
Yeah, the Mosh got a kill, and Sadak's just sticking the orb right in the middle of all of these guys' faces.
Oh, in. Oh, no.
Wait!
He's what? What's going on?
That's wild. Just hoping that he would find another player involved. Cowanzine sprays down
What?
2, but something gets the response. And it's all left to Tui's, who, of course, is not in A main where the fight is happening.
No, he wouldn't be. He'd be on the other side of the map, of
And
course.
He certainly is, without the Omen ult to be able to make the play happen. Thrash hunting him out. Smells blood in the water, but can't quite get a sniff this time.
Misdirection might be working to the
30
favor
seconds
of
left.
2 years now. Time pressure will work against him. Spike has dropped down into no man's land.
If something gives him a free kill, though, this is winnable.
That's how the clutch really begins, but he was just aiming in the wrong location. 4 kills in the round for something.
And this round, Loud did actually try to... It wasn't early round market control, but QCK started walking into mid after they realized PRX weren't fighting it, and then was looking to prod towards that area of the map.
Yeah.
But there was no smoke up towards top mid, not enough players in mid to dominate those sight lines. And so there's a kerfuffle that happens over there that PRX come out, I guess, to the good. And Sadak's trying to make it fake like it's happening over towards A, and the PRX players just peek. The more mess that's involved here, the more I think you start playing towards PRX's strengths.
Fast play again. Deep molly, deep dart, flash into the corner. Monet's here with the judge. No clearance. No clearance. It's starting to get sloppy. It's starting to get sloppy indeed. And guess what? Exactly where a team like PRX thrives. Pound for pound, this team, they were born and bred in the chaos. And they're showcasing exactly why. You can never underestimate this squad still.
Ultimate is ready.
Yeah. Walks straight into it. 2 years again. Brought into essentially an unwinnable scenario.
Another round, another Loud player
Surrounded.
in a 1vx, completely surrounded.
Yep.
And PRX are coming out here. They're really not adjusting their defensive setup too much. It's that Loud cannot come up with the answers. We've now seen 4 rounds in a row, roughly following the same kind of trend, where Loud want to take control of A and push PRX back, and they can't figure out how. The judge, the paranoia, the swings from both sides, just getting pulled into the maw of PRX.
I saw smiles on the faces of the PRX players. Of course it would be.
Yeah, not the coach.
Never, Alex. It's scary when he smiles, actually. You don't expect it.
This is the first time PRX decide not to fight over towards A, so we might see a very different round here. Loud are actually being given this space. PRX anticipating that they would change it up. Surely they don't go A main again after we've just been beating them.
Allowed not to be deterred, though. One away from the ultimates. Sanak builds up his. Deep drone that wasn't used to clear elbow, so they can start to use that now towards the site. Munyet, his position is vulnerable here. It's a pop flash play to set him up with a bit of supportive utility. He wants to disengage now with a smoke dropped down. No command, feeling the heat, feeling the pressure.
That's a weird one, actually, because it looks like they're playing for retake, but they've popped the null command. And Loud think that they're anchoring the site, so they haven't committed. This is a strange standoff.
Line in the sand has been drawn. Deep TP into mid here, 2 years. I believe just sticking that one, so he's given himself a deep position to mid. Probably won't matter too much. Munyet might be eager, though, for a challenge here. How's your reaction time? Sun, flashes on flashes. Paranoia to meet their match. And a deep dart as well that's not going to be accounted for. Hunter's Fury, though, tucks into it, gets the connection, gets the collision course straight into these players. And Munyet does a decent job of just avoiding it. Dodging, ducking, weaving, but not enough there. And a repeat with the Outlaw. Something has something to say. On a reload, online, shock dart, Stowe, jumping around the punish, and they're out wide and open. ready for the taking.
I am a mountain.
Even when Loud are given control of elbow, PRX still find a way to come out on top. This is 5 rounds in a row now. After a very back and forth beginning, when no team could really get a handle on the economy, everything that Loud tries, bearing in mind that this was a lower eco buy as well, but it's all just been getting crushed. Surely Loud are going to change things up. And this time their attacking setup, does look slightly different. PRX have already anticipated it though. Tiles flash mid.
Well, it's here already. Forwards in the approach, and he is set up with that util. Run it back, dealt with, and dropped immediately. These ults just tumbling before our very eyes here. The deep pit into B main.
It is a great read though from Les. He realizes that if they're fighting over mid, they can't be doing their normal A setup. So he takes this timing into elbow. There is a chance that a bullet could find the back of something's head here.
Yeah, he's not watching for it, and so he will be falling. Flat-lined to the side, and a sight gains now for Les. Going to be calling for the rotate and the pivot. Smokes.
He could drop a pit.
Falling down, he certainly could, and really turn this into more than a winnable spot with 2 years in that late lurk player dropping like flies. 2v3 here. Loud have a massive advantage here with the pit with the rolling thunder. Really just letting it loose and letting it rip here. Sky high. That's Devi. He's going to be flying forwards and won't be able to withstand any sort of pressure there, leaving it just to Mindfreak now.
Mindfreak's been good at catching 2Es in all of these previous rounds, but finally 2Es gets his value on the lurk. Loud with 5, but questions in my head about whether or not that's going to be enough.
Who knows?
There was a serious streak there of dominance from PRX on the defense side, and I do like the way that PRX play their attack too. I think both of these teams are very confident in Sunset. Still, anybody's game, but Loud, the team under the most pressure.
Of course, listen, it's elimination. They're already 1 map behind. It's going to have to be that comeback, starting at the pistol round in that second half. Before we even get into that as well, earlier we did hear from Forsaken, just heading into the series.
Hello guys, I'm Jason, aka Forsaken, and I play for team PRX. Against Gen.G, we lost, but I don't feel anything and I don't have any regrets. I mean, I can tell that we're gonna lose because, they play well, but at the same time, I would say we just want to go lower bracket, because I know that they're good, and also we're not in the good shape. We have shaky map, shaky roster. Also, it's we're not doing as great as last time, so I didn't regret or whatever.
Something needs to do a little bit more. He's done some damage, and there's the follow-up. A shot right to Texture's temple. That's going to put us in a 4v2 with PRX. Definitely favored to take this pistol now. Forsaken fallen. A little bit more of a chance. Something, though, delivers. Okay, he's up top and not spotted. Easy peasy.
If we meet Loud, I'm just going to go all in, and I hope you guys enjoy our W gaming, Actually, I feel like we shouldn't have been in the playoff. We should have been lost long time ago, maybe against TH or KC. Because I felt lucky, I would say, last time. But, like I said, when we go lower bracket, and every time we already played the match, finished the match, no matter we win or lose, we will improve very fast. And hopefully in lower bracket, we will show you guys on our improvement.
Yeah, Forsaken just handling that pressure like water off a duck's back. Coming into this entire tournament, just with the lowest of expectations, and now they're just improving at a meteoric pace, looking to really just take it to a team like Loud. They have the lead here at the half of a decider map.
Yeah, I think that one of the big problems for PRX is that their previous playstyle involved them being in the flow state, of all just having the same understanding of what was going on. And the more that you try to force that kind of thing and worry about the fact that you're outside of it, the worse it gets. But just getting absorbed into this tournament seems to have brought back some of that synergy. Some of the single-mindedness that we see from them, the hive mind of PRX.
That's what made them deadly.
And the pistol rounds have been, well, I hesitate to say important because they did flip-flop a lot at the beginning of this map. But they could be decisive. Everybody on PRX grouped up to try to punish 2Es.
Disrespecting for that one here. 2 years, backs away with the TP, off-angle approach now with the paranoia, sent flying onto the left-hand side. 2 years, so not accounted for. QCK just trying to back him up as well as bail him out, and they are just collecting all sorts of kills, but the damage done through the wall, not enough to collect the kill onto Devi.
Too far forward and not playing great angles. Pushing themselves into spots where they couldn't quite get it. overextending to deal with Device. Sadak shocks himself on the corner, but does pick up the kill.
Getting flustered, perhaps. Okay, there eventually with the reset of the aim. Less, a 1v3. You've seen magic.
He's done damage, but he can't get through this wall. It's so powerful on the pistol, on both sides.
Right there.
For the retake,
Right there.
to block off angles in the post. It's such a nice addition to the KO Gecko comp that a lot of teams have been looking at.
Look at this, too much to clear really for Less. Big man in his face, follow through with the bullets. No kill collected, but he does have too much to do. Already the time's getting away from him. Look at PRX. Stanced up, holding their ground, swinging off the contact, and that's pistol round 1 out for them. It's been so damn important. Like you said, you know, we've been talking about the details of the importance of it despite the initial start of this first half, but really it sets them up beautifully.
Look, the slow up there, Devi is used as bait, and they really do bait Loud into taking bad fights in that situation. All of this was set up as well by an underhand KO flash combo with the Dizzy. I know that people have been looking at the something POV and talking about how he doesn't, you know, recycle the Gecko utility as much, that kind of thing. But they are really good at being able to combo those together to apply a lot of pressure to their opponents. And frankly, PRX move fast enough that sometimes you wouldn't even use a second round of Gecko util. Les takes an opportunity to try to go aggressive, gambling on the fact that PRX would not have everybody stacked in.
The zone presents itself for a team like Loud as well, because yeah, you've lost a pistol round. And PRX on our attack side again, very ult generation heavy. Something now 1 away from the Thrash to be used into the bonus round into the next. Assuming Loud can't do too much more damage here on their retake.
On the flash peek into backside as well.
Whoa!
Picking up 2. Still got that wall, but 2 is on the flank.
Yeah, Peppered here, holding the util. Good adjustment by Mindfreak.
Close. A decent opportunity, actually, to turn that away. And send us down the spiraling path of thrifty after thrifty. But it was not to be. And as you were saying, Brett, building up something's ultimate here is really devastating for Loud. Difficult to deal with. And I think the addition of the Sage Wall just makes so many of these post plants a little easier to play. This is a map where we've seen a lot of teams develop really solid retake setups, where the amount of utility coming in just ends up being overwhelming. But if you force the retakers down a certain path dictated by that Sage Wall, things get a little easier for PRX.
Just throw a wrench into the plans of a lot of teams. I mean, Sage is so unorthodox on this map. Early Thrash. Used to set up here, out towards A.
But a fake in terms of where the pressure's actually coming from.
Yeah, I mean, he did have the spike on him, but the rest of his team now working into mid. Pop flash, wall up. Hearing all this noise, hearing all these sounds, but you can't survive it past the box. A call is made though. Loud want to commit into this fight. I'm going to commit heavily out wide. Miscommunication perhaps. As something drops down as well, forced into the spectator's seat with the spike drop down. It's a favored situation for Loud now.
They have spike. Very difficult to retrieve. If Monnier gets another smoke online, which he does, he just sneaks in, sneaks out, and now all of Loud are in a pretty rough spot. They don't have any map control or information. Could be worried about some lurking happening here. So just like that, suddenly there's a lot of doubt in the heads of this Brazilian team.
A daylight robbery from Monnier.
You'd expect the spam to be coming through as soon as the smoke gets deployed.
It wasn't there though, and now, because Loud was so heavily stacked up around that spike position, as you were saying, they've lost all map control.
Yeah.
They're having to triple up and re-clear everything together just in case.
And they're slow to do it as well. What you see from PRX is that after throwing that A utility, they were immediately up mid. And I was praising Sadak in the games that I've been recently watching Sunset. He's very aware of those mid-lurk timings, but PRX are faster than Loud are anticipating. And didn't we see that all the time on Ascent? With individuals finding timings ahead of when they were going to be expected. And look at the map here, how far away the nearest Loud player is. PRX have got tons of time to try to reposition into a spot where they can upend the player disadvantage.
Miles away. PRX seeking to try and fight them deep into these angles. Now Loud already for it with those protocols. Moniet left alone to his devices. Only the Spectre in his hands. It would have to be a miracle. It would have to be mistakes to be made. Less though, hot on his heels as well to really collect up that kill and get that trade online. So that was a bonus round for PRX. The 2 players surviving for Loud, they might even consider that a bit of a success.
Yeah, I think I would. PRX's economy is in a really nice spot. And not just that, they did find a timing through mid. So anytime one of these timing-based macro plays works, it's going to add another layer of confusion in Sadak's calling.
Yeah.
Because with a composition like this, you have to be mobile to plug the gaps. And if you're slower than your opponents, you're going to leave those gaps open. Something, of course, he is picking up the attack side operator here on Gecko. His opping was sublime on Ascent, one of the big reasons that Loud are now one map away from elimination.
Massive round for Loud. Have to really lock this one up. Pretty heavy with the economical investment across the board from Loud. I mean, 2 players with a bit of money to spare, all picked up as well. So Forsaken just doing his darnest to try and build up towards that big ultimate.
And a very slow beginning to the round from PRX. Loud choosing to try to fight a main there. Recommitting to the angle after this utility was thrown.
Pushing them up. Here's a pivot, though, straight into market. They got anything to try and push 2 years off. Here are the sound cues. Tidy placement there with a snake bite. Less well-timed on top of it. Here we go. Drone into mid. Munyet. Second tag. Fakes like he could be TPing away, but he still maintains his position and his composure. In through mid now. Deep knife going to be landing into market. Wall through. Broken immediately. Couple of shots sprayed out. Can't quite break it, though. Munyet could really be that insurance player now. Coming out from the back. Here's the rotation. QCK collects him. Quick on it with the trigger. Now we see it. Players lit up like a beacon. Something only to one. Instant trade. Something Forsaken just trying to play in tandem with each other, but they are overwhelming them. Mindfreak towards the back. Less is dodging and weaving, gliding across the floor. He finds it now, leaving it to Devi. Time ticking away. What is the call here? Tapping again, this time less sticking, not making the same mistake as the prior game 2 years. Locking down the angle and approach.
Loud coming out with a big win there after allowing PRX to get in onto site. Really crucial that they picked up that mid lurk. QCK's at the bottom of the scoreboard, but most of that is because he found it so difficult on the attack side to get in through a main. He just got beaten up over and over again in that same position. It's not really that he's even been able to take some fair duels. I'm surprised at how much the PRX economy was hurting there. They came into that round with a Stinger and a Spectre, even though I thought they were taking the previous one as a bonus. Clearly they didn't. PRX messing with their own economy a little bit has put them in a really tough spot.
Oh, they're going to be happy with it. Ooh, wall down. Face potentially can hear it. The footsteps rumbling towards him. He's looking for a tussle and a tumble. Less backing away. Will be postured away from that angle.
It's very rare that you see Less scrambled, but he did seem a little less than his calm usual self there. Forced to backpedal at some pace.
Clear game plan here for PRX, making sure that they can absorb up all the orbs around the map. PRX now defaulting back over towards B main.
And Tui's getting posted on A with the AWP. This is something that Loud have brought out fairly recently, but Tui's has been doing quite a lot of opping at this event so far.
Yeah.
And it allows them just to post him up on A, and they're not too worried. They can keep stacks towards the rest of the site. Having said that, Loud are mostly playing B for retake here. Not going to have any way of being able to challenge this.
Inside the market, Dizzy. What's that connection there onto QCK? So it looks like the wall is intact. Wasn't able to spam it down in time. Forsaken. Tux. Side by side, wants to play together now. Him and something here. Running back forwards, facing with it. The flash is not connecting here. Less from the back, feeling really the heat and the pressure. But Kawazin seeks to relieve it. And now back into the action and the fight. Rolling from the committed. You're not getting away with that one yet. Tried to TP to evacuate and escape the ire. Still aftershock. Plenty of util left. Where that come from? Mindfreak. 2 on the table now. 2 left to go. Dropping down. Knows they're not on it. Peeking through. Another tap. Will force Mindfreak out into the open. Kawazin really seeking to deny this one. Not half. Running him down. Mindfreak performs magic before our bloody eyes.
What a ridiculous round for PRX to get. That was them on basically an eco round as well. Gonna be labeled as a Red Bull clutch, but could just as easily be called the Thrifty. Their economy was not good. It all came down to Mindfreak, and Loud could not find a safe position to go for the half.
Hesitation just to stick it and trust that they could potentially just hold down the angle. The Kawazin in that spot. I mean, it's super reminiscent, honestly, of the other day.
It's very
Loud are playing Sen, John QT's playing the clutch. They can't decide who's stick in a bit of miscommunication, maybe getting frantic.
It's very tough in those situations where you don't have smoke utility because you don't isolate angles that the clutch player there, Mindfreak, could be peeking from. So really, you got to just tap and push. But instead, they were, you know, Sadak's trying to get half, wondering if he can, trying to tap to bait out the peaks, hoping that they can rely on their individual skill to win it out. And Mindfreak simply better in that moment. What a way for things to turn around. Because other than that, the game plan is actually not really working here for PRX. So weirdly enough, it's Loud to take the tactical timeout, but I think Alex will be happy to have a little chat with his team here.
Yeah.
Because what's happening is PRX are getting into post-plant situations quite a lot, and then they're forced to go for some post-plant aggression, and there's a bit of anti-synergy with the Sage Wall and the positioning. You saw them swing with just stingers into market there without too much util at hand. They're finding it difficult to pick those timings to disrupt the Loud retake. And if they just sit there, they can do that against other teams, but not against the comp that Loud are running. They're going to get obliterated. See if they change things up or coordinate that post-plant aggression just a tad bit better.
Strange buy though for Loud.
It is, yeah. It is a
Invested into
force.
it. Yeah.
But Les would rather have a Sheriff than anything else.
This guy, I mean, he is incredibly consistent with it.
He is.
It's insane.
Got some of the best calm, raw aim based on his crosshair placement that I've ever seen.
Slow beginning though for PRX, nice and cautious off the rip. Trying to see if Loud will overplay their hands initially. Lots of ults really to work with for PRX on top of that, so being given that B main control essentially for free. Looking like there is that hesitation though in terms of how they want to play it.
Yeah, it's interesting. They've spotted 2Es, and that seems to be a hard read that if they see 2Es over towards A, it's not the Breach Phoenix setup. Because they were ready to go for the B exec there, and now they've just come all the way back over towards A. And that's got to be a call from Mindfreak, I think, because he's the only one getting info on this side of the map earlier. They're going to hit a fairly weak site. 30 seconds on the clock.
Orb rebounding, 2 years, chance to play spoiler. But no, he's out of there, so not sticking around to find out with this one. Hunter's Fury to try and deny this one. Plant will be disrupted. Flash up into the air. It's actually a nasty one as well. Connected onto a multitude of players. Now the Plant and the Pit all layered down onto the site. This does make it difficult. Toxic Screen going to be covering much the entirety of the field.
No way of really using these Flash players to retake in this spot.
Absolutely. Paranoid Omen yet going to be using this one nice and early, still holding for the shotgun. Molly at your feet, Mindfreak going to be pushed out to the open, and he is the critical player. Has to dodge and duck and weave away from these bullets. Led just flying straight past him as they're trying to attempt to clear through. Look at the orb placement on high. 2 years. He's got so much more to do from this position. He just doesn't have enough info to really work with. Disastrous here for Loud with the fact that it was that weaker investment. In fact, the total investment. Correction from me. Loud, they put everything into that one.
It was weaker because it was a force. They were coming into it with at least one Sheriff and I think a Stinger to work with.
Yeah.
But they forced into this to try to stop PRX from getting to 11 on the board. Loud are now only 2 lost rounds away from being eliminated in 4th place.
When was the last time that happened?
I mean, top 4 of the Masters, listen, that is not bad by any means. They made it to playoffs, but when there's only 8 teams here, sure, 8 of the top teams. Look at this, another boost play coming out from PRX.
Oh! It's disgusting.
They were innovating with that over towards A, and they do it again. Very reminiscent of when they first brought out the Sage comp on Pearl. Bait out the fights here from QCK and 2Es. And this tower is going to be crumbling down. Making a fool of Leicester boot.
It's pure whimsy. Smiles on the faces as they're having it. I mean, they have brought this to series point, match point. Loud on the verge of being eliminated.
And I don't think many people had PRX winning in 2-0 fashion. Loud now need 5 in a row to be able to pull this out. And for them to go for this boost play, they know that the Dizzy has been broken in many rounds, so they know that somebody is top mid, waiting to break that piece of Gecko utility. They boost up, get the punish, and all of that in a round where Loud were just going for the eco anyway, trying to play for overtime. Forced to by the Force in round 19. Or round 18, I should say.
And this is now going to take some heroics. Attack there with a knife. What's
He's so
the call
fast.
now for PRX?
He's so fast.
Manya doesn't care, man. Disrespectful in nature. Back though of the head. Flipped up by Kawazin as he does seek out that trade, and he will be granted it. Now to Thrash though. Set this one up forwards here, still slow. Seeking to reposition. Kawazin lays down the law and potentially gives them a fighting chance.
Can he be the hero just when his team needs it? One more onto Forsaken, important, and he takes it.
Good control.
4K in the round.
Something drops him though, no ace to be really looked for. Something pulling this out of seemingly nowhere. 1v1 and Loud. Desperation, QCK knows the position, throws the molly, flash round dodge, juked, avoided. QCK saves the day.
It takes such heroics from Loud to just put the first of 5 necessary rounds on the board. Kawazin was slowed up, top A-link, had to take out 2 players where the trade, it looked like the spacing was good. And he'd already shut down that play from Monyet. Deletes 2 players as they come around the corner there, Mind Freak and Divide both falling. And it still came down to a 1v1. Oh.
You have to see that repeated a few more times. Loud, ideally with a couple more players intact, because taking some nasty hits to the eco. It'll have to be done if they want to stay alive in the series, stay alive in the tournament.
Something, looking to try to take an early timing here. Dueling against Les. I don't see how he's going to find the opportunity facing against this Viper wall. Les normally plays a little more passive, actually.
We have seen, you know, when Loud's back is up against the wall, Les tends to take matters into his own hands. Mind Freak taken out. They still have the res online for this one, but Divide, with him falling, no longer available.
The reaction from PRX, looking to try to hoover up this B control. Given that Les was peeking over towards Market,
straight in
empty.
Dizzy committed by something. He's looking to see if he can get himself onto the deeper line. You don't expect that. Drops it, 3 versus 3 now. The knife attack, info gathered, at least that they know that Les is going to be there, but he's already playing now. High-low setup. The rest of his team out wide here. Something going for the peak, catches it in the perfect timing. A bullet to the chest with the IGL down and deleted. 2 left standing. Les, again, heroics are necessary. And it has to be coming out swinging, traded. 1 to stand, 2 years to do the most. A fake with the TP, a paranoia evaded and dodged and juked, but the crossfire setup is too strong, it's too damn strong. And PRX seal it away. Loud, drop it out. See you later, sent to the airport.
And something closing out Sunset, doing everything for them today. What a time, what a game to come alive. The best player for PRX in map 1 and map 2, sending home one of the VCT giants. What a clash. What a way to have this rivalry continue, with PRX being able to get the advantage over a team that loves brawling, loves playing against opponents that are swinging into them. Loud, unable to find the control here today to shut them down.
With that, we will say goodbye to Loud. Not the run they wanted, but an admirable effort nevertheless. Top 4 really gets heated when you have 8 teams at this tournament, because the competition starts from the get-go.
Yeah, and they put themselves in a difficult position, honestly. This new style that they've come up with, it does kind of cause them to have to plug gaps constantly without that Sentinel. They had to be mobile, they had to be aggressive, and they're playing against a team that wrote the book on playing an aggressive, mobile, constantly doing stuff kind of style.
Certainly did.
And PRX still had that diligence to their play today. Still had a really nice, close, steady attack side.
Absolutely insane stuff that we've witnessed as PRX squad lives yet another day. Let's send it down to the analyst desk to break it all down.
Unbelievable stuff from PRX. So many people doubted them coming into this series. A lot of people were just flat out giving it to Loud. But today the day belongs to W Gaming.
This team is inexplicable. Anytime you think they will not perform, this team steps up. They've improved so much from the first match they showed here in Madrid, from losing that final to Gen.G, to now showing up here. And honestly, I think, playing an exceptional game against Loud. They knew how to deal with this comp. The individuals are stepping up. Somehow something looks like a top 5 player of the event, and he's opping on Gecko every map. It's ridiculous.
But you know what, though? I got to say, I'm liking the ideas that I'm seeing there, even though sometimes they look a little bit rough. I like the way that something's just proactive, wants to get out there. He'll send Wingman to go and handle business and give him a little bit of more information. He's using the kid in a way that is working for him.
Yeah,
you
we really didn't know what this team's style was going to be without Jing, but they have continued to find themselves. Monyet has improved throughout this event, and they've hit that flow state again, it seems.
Yeah, and that is very scary for anyone else that they will go up against. The question is, obviously, can they maintain this momentum? But here's a fascinating thing about this game, is that, quite honestly, Mimi, and I say this with full respect, it was like a boring game to a certain extent. PRX were kind of just doing their thing. They were drilled. They had moments where they just looked very well put together. They weren't trying to go for anything too wonky, but when they did, it looked like they had a plan. It looked like they had a very solid approach. It was honestly a joy to see this team evolve throughout this competition here in Madrid.
Yeah, I mean, Forsaken as well. He's the guy you have to highlight, playing seemingly every agent, doing so incredibly well. The guy has improved to an unbelievable degree along with his team. I think we've really seen this evolution, this next step of PRX, and I just don't know how they keep getting away with it.
To live another day. Let's give it up for PRX! I am here with the Vi. First of all, congratulations on the win. Now, I have a very first important question. Your team wears the banner W Gaming. Can you explain to me, how does an opping Gecko fit so well into a W Gaming team?
I mean, technically on Sunset we don't really have duelists, but I mean, men just love to op, you know, like it doesn't matter what agent you put on him, like he just like, oh, I'm gonna op, I'm gonna op, I'm gonna op. Sorry?
On Ascent, you do have a duelist there.
I don't know, I guess maybe he thinks that he's still playing duelists, you know, but I mean, as long as he's working out, should be fine, you know.
Ok, le he preguntado que cómo puede ser posible que en un equipo que le gusta ir tan a la cara funcione tan bien un Gecko con el Operator, y la verdad que dice que Something funciona muy bien cuando no tienen duelista, y cuando también lo tienen, pues mira, él se siente cómodo, tiene esa madera de duelista, así que ¿por qué no aprovecharla? So, yesterday we didn't get a chance to talk to you after your loss, right? I want you to tell me how the conversation was when you were back at the hotel thinking about today. Like, what were the learning points from yesterday to today?
I think we learned that most of the teams, when they play us, they kind of like really study us, you know. So we just like, oh, we have to either go even W Gaming or try to counter them, you know. Like, I mean, for this, we match up against Loud and we played them before. And I think our strat is probably just counter less, you know. I mean, he's been giving us a lot of trouble last time. So yeah, as long as Les doesn't play well, I think we are good to go.
So interesting. Le he preguntado porque obviamente después de ayer no escuchamos cómo se sentían después de la derrota. Dicen que para la preparación de hoy lo más importante era counterear a Les, que no tuviera la libertad que a veces tiene, y sabían que podían llevarse esta victoria. I love that you say this also, because tomorrow you're going up against Sentinels. Now, you just taken down Loud, you know, and there's only one remaining team from Americas. How do you think that is going to be different? Because you say you do have the experience with Loud, but you do not have it. Well, off-season tournaments, yes.
Yeah, I mean, technically we played Sentinel before, and they kind of like beat us to it. And I think this time is a good time for us to prove ourselves again. And I think it's going to be hard, definitely. They've been playing very well. But I think this time we have to prove that PRX bundle is better than Sentinel's bundle, you know?
Le he preguntado que cómo va a ser diferente su partido mañana contra Sentinels, porque ya han derrotado a uno de los seeds de Américas y tienen que ir contra el siguiente. Desde luego que jugaron también en la off-season. Me dice que están muy preparados, que quieren esa venganza de una victoria que ya se llevó Sentinels, y quieren demostrar que su bundle es mejor que el de Sentinels. Thank you very much. We will see you tomorrow. Let's hear it one more time for PRX! Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Kukuka, for that Verizon post-match interview with Devi. Absolute wildness down there as the fans were all getting into it. So we're just glad that we're back here again to cover what was honestly an awesome game to talk about the end of the day. And we got a we lost a little bit of hair on the desk, you know. So we're follically challenged here. You got to hold it down.
That is, of course, the biggest difference between me and Kakuka. Is simply you put a wig on me, I look exactly like Kakuka.
You could pull it off. He's also fluent in Spanish. You could be down there translating.
Josh, say Spanish right now.
See.
Yeah, nailed it. All right. Well, first, before though, we do have to say goodbye to Loud, a team that we all know and love. It was a tough matchup for them. But Sideshow, I mean, we were talking about it before you obviously on the cast. It just felt as if this game, it was like PRX just managed to get Loud out of their groove and into a real bad funk, and it felt like they were never able to get into this.
Yeah, I think the Pacific teams have been massively underestimated, actually. They exposed one of the problems with Loud's current setup, which is that when you play without a Sentinel and you have to be really active around the map to make sure that you plug those gaps with timings, there are no teams that play timings better than the Pacific region.
Yeah.
They're more opportunistic than most of the others. They have a higher APM than most of the other regions.
Somewhere Achilleos is wailing at the screen.
Yeah.
He was texting me during the game. This is the greatest day of his life, I think. When his future child is born, not better than Gen.G and PRX winning in the same day.
Yeah, but I think that people hard underestimated the Pacific teams, and I think that
You say people. Was it not us?
No, I mean, no, genuinely. I mean, I had Gen.G at number 3 coming in, and I think I underrated them. And I think PRX were underrated because they were playing worse at kickoff.
Yes.
And they've actually gotten better, right? So,
I mean, we were seeing some bizarre things from PRX throughout Swiss.
But I think that's what's so impressive, that they managed to make this comeback. Like you were talking about on the cast, they've been learning throughout this run at Madrid. I think really starting to find themselves in their comps, and also the individuals finding form.
I think they're actually unlearning. Does that make any sense? They were trying. I think they were trying too hard
It's
before.
like when you get someone out of a cult, you have to deprogram them and then get the new good stuff in.
Yeah, I think it kind of was like
I'm
that.
not saying they were a cult last year, but just drawing comparison.
I would happily join the cult of PRX.
Drink the Kool-Aid.
Yeah.
Everyone gets a PRX bundle when you join the cult. It's great.
Sign me up. Sign me up.
I'm in.
Oh boy. But this has been super fun though. I mean, look, it's disappointing to say goodbye to Loud, but I am just, give me more PRX, baby. It's going to be great.
PRX Sentinels, what a game that's going to be.
I'm so glad you said that, Mimi, because look at this. We got a bracket graphic. Let's go ahead and fly that darn thing, because it's not really much of a bracket. We got 3 teams left in the darn thing. Sentinels, PRX, the final matchup to decide who will square off against Gen.G. Fascinating storylines here, right? You got a Sentinels team that really ran into a well-drilled, well-prepped Gen.G that look on fire, and then you have a PRX team that knows all too well about how good this Gen.G team can be, but both teams really struggling to be able to pull off those wins. So this is going to be a tall order for both of these squads remaining in the competition.
Yeah, I think it is. There is entirely a possibility that we have a double Pacific finals in a way where, again, Pacific never lifted a global trophy before, and a Korean team has not been in the finals
and
before.
Achilleos isn't here.
Yeah. I mean, that's not something to laugh about. That's sick.
That's not funny.
That's a sick, disgusting.
I've known Seth for years. He's going to be mad at me, but it's okay. I'll buy him a beer.
But I really feel like Sentinels are going to find it difficult to make their way through both of these teams. PRX are playing with such a vision about the way that they're playing and finding these movements around the map. This is not the same team that was running triple duelist coming in on Split. And I think their map pool actually too, the way that they play Sunset, it's like the big brother of what Sentinels are doing on Sunset. So that's going to be difficult to go up against too.
Yeah, I think the style match is going to be so interesting, because Sentinels, obviously, they constantly have a Sentinel. They're always playing with Gen.G, but still, I feel like there's this inexplicable ability for PRX to make these unbelievable timings. However, for Sentinels, if they were going to win a trophy here, it had to be the long way. It has been all year. Every match, every day. Kaplan not allowed to sleep.
Yeah, Kaplan not allowed to enjoy things. But of course, so this is going to be a tall order for any team. Gen.G looks stupendous. But the good news for all of you wonderful people at home is that we're going to let you know about a little fun thing we're doing on Sunday. And that's right, guess what? It's a Masters event. So we got a show match, the Madrid show match. And we got a lot of great streamers that are going to be participating in this one. For Team Spain, you got Mixwell Black, Hitbox, as well as Leviathan and Sergio. And then on the other side, you got Fugo, YJJ, Jisoo, hopefully I didn't say that name wrong, Kaide's coming through, and Mimi. I'm a big fan of Mimi.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of you and also that Mimi.
The more skilled Mimi. the Mimi who, dare I say it, knows Valorant better.
You wouldn't have won Premier without me. you'd be nothing without me, Wilkinson.
All right, simmer down, y'all.
But I'm not as good as her.
Simmer down, y'all. All right, guys, it's going to be awesome, but don't worry, we'll remind you about the show match again tomorrow. And also, there's going to be a new agent revealed, so that will be quite fun. I'm looking forward to seeing that one. But that is going to do it for us today. And what a day of Valorant it has been. From seeing Gen.G make history to PRX proving the doubters wrong, you honestly couldn't have asked for anything better. And the good news is there's plenty more coming tomorrow because you're going to get PRX versus Sentinels. We thank you so much for joining us, and we'll see you mañana for more Valorant right here at the Madrid Arena. A grand final spot is on the line, as well as history. For Sentinels, it's about going back to championship form, and for Gen.G, it's about Gen.G establishing themselves as a top-tier team in Valorant.
Yo, what are you doing, guys? Wake up! Leaving Meteor alone. The snakebite landed by Meteor. The clock is running down. Munchkin late flanks up through heaven, and the classic flanks awkward. An opportunity to trade it back further. It's huge from Texture. Completely bamboozling them. It's done on the spot. Karen as well to find one, and there's the follow-up.
Hello, guys.
Meteor the first to take it, and he won't stop. And it's done just like that. A devastating start to this series for Sentinels. Could just be 2 away. There you go. Oh, what is that?
He's waiting for someone to go for the plan. They've done it right. He's able to drop 2. Surely it's 2.
Isolates one and right into his crosshair.
Right, time for the rotation. Sat at the back with the Odin in hand. Gen.QT with one more, and through the smoke, Gen.QT will close it. We're getting the map 3 we desired.
Black is not giving it up. They've lined up for the triple. And 2 taken down just like that. They saw the final player.
I know you. I know you.
Received. Hunter's Fury is up. Push up by Sassy. And the headshot angle won by Texture with 2 kills and a 3rd.
Whoa, nice.
The time is running out, and now it's gone. History for Korean Valorant as Gen.G 13-3 Sentinels. An absolute demolition of America's #1.
It's the unique and bombastic team from Pacific in PRX going up against the well-oiled machine in Loud.
Last time PRX eliminated them, we are starting with Ascent.
You might see some knife action swinging
here we
around.
go.
We won't make the London reference again, but listen.
One enemy remaining.
Typical. Have on the defuse might make a difference. PRX might free. Going forward, right click. Away. He's seen it. Just ulted up there and he just sees him crouch. That's unreal. Tuyas wins it out. Happy as anything. Map 1 entirely wrapped up. Fantastic, and maybe more so. 1 player to stand. Judge, no clearance. No clearance. It's starting to get sloppy. It's starting to get sloppy. Reload online. Shock touch. No, jumping around the punish. And they're out wide and open. Still after shock. Plenty of util left. But active force line through out into the open. Kawazine.
1 enemy remaining.
Deny this one. Running him down. TP, a paranoia evaded and dodged and juked, but the crossfire setup is too strong, it's too damn strong, and PRX seal it away. Loud, drop it out. See you later, sent to the airport.